Hey everybody, what's going on? It's Friday night.
Yep, and it's Sidetracks, which is basically an open lines Friday. Anything you guys want to talk about, we can talk about. You can drop it in the comment section. I see a lot of you are already here. Get your drinks together, and let's get ready for the weekend.
We have vodka and 7-Up, which is actually very good.
Yeah. And
I get sometimes at the club I get cherry Sprite cherry vodka and Sprite mixed together.
Let me see what's wrong with this tablet. Just had to restart this tablet.
Yeah.
That way I can take part in the comment section.
Yeah,
and
you need to take
manage
part.
shit.
But hey everybody, look, DJ Maniac popped in for a minute before he goes out. Haven't seen him in the chat in a while.
What's up, Maniac?
Yeah. So hey, I don't know if you're still here or not, or if you left. American Military says just watch the Devonsville Terror from 1983 with Donald Pleasance. I highly recommend it. Maybe we can do that for the movie review on Monday, because I've been wanting to see that, actually. I don't think I've
never heard of it.
I've heard of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Or if I did, I don't remember. Zach is here. Tammy's here. Brian Sanchez says hello. Everybody's like...
Zach sent me a picture of his face today. It looks like he's been bruised up in a damn fight. It looked like somebody fucking tore him by the frame.
Did you get in
One
a
of
fight?
his eyes all fucked up.
Did you get in a fight, Zach?
Must have been fighting with his boyfriend.
Well, that's not good.
I don't know. No way to tell.
What, he just sent it to you with no context?
Yeah, no context at all. Just smiling. Fucking got his face fucking skint up. It may not have been fighting. He might have fell.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
That's a pretty weird thing to do.
Yeah.
I thought when you first started that sentence, I thought it was going to go in a different direction. I thought you were going to say Zach sent me a picture of his other thing.
His dick pics.
You've never sent Tom a dick pic?
Gay men are not really likely to do that. That's straight men that do that to women.
That's some straight men.
That's straight man thinking.
Which I don't understand why they do it either.
Although leather daddies probably send each other dick pics all the time.
Maybe.
Yeah, I would think so. That would be in the leather daddy character.
I find the whole situation mystifying. I think we've talked about that before.
Leather daddies introduce each other by showing dicks.
It's like, oh, that's a nice one.
It's fucking funny. I don't know what is up with this shit, man.
It was just kind of like that video he was telling me about, the video you were watching earlier about the dude with the world's
largest dick, yeah. Yeah, it's on YouTube. He's a British guy, white guy.
It's like an interview.
It's an interview, yeah. He was part of this, he's not in porn or anything. You look at the dude, he's just very beta looking, and he's not...
He's just a regular
you'd never
dude.
know. He says he's like a reliable 13.5 inches, fucking 8 inches in diameter. His girth is 8 inches around there, if I remember correctly. And he just said he got made fun of for it when he was in high school, like in the showers and shit. And because it was like a mismatch, motherfucker was carrying around a fire extinguisher wherever he went, but he looked real beta. And he was always self-conscious about it. He even wanted to get jealous. He was trying to get a reduction and everything because he couldn't have sex. Most women, he gave out the numbers and the statistics. He said 20% of the women would see that shit and they were just all about it. 30% of them would immediately go, oh, hell no. No way. And then the rest of them were just in between. They were just trying to somehow manage this shit. But...
yeah, because over a certain size, it's just kind of like not...
Said he couldn't really have sex with anybody.
A lot of women are going to be like, no thanks.
He was taking a pocket pussy, it's got opening on both ends. He was putting that around the base of his shaft as like a guard. A buffer, so he wouldn't go in too deep. Fuck him up. Yeah.
He seems like a nice bloke.
Yeah. Said he accidentally sent one chick to the hospital.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
And then he was in a relationship with her. And then he said really, it was basically based on what he was saying, he was saying really the only thing that was satisfying was women giving him a hand job.
Yeah.
With a fucking pocket pussy, basically. Yeah. So that was like the best. And he said that the shit would vary, which most guys, I'm like this too. He said the bigger your shit is, the more variable it is, depending on what your blood pressure is, all right? He said he was reliably 13.5. But there was times he'd look down if he wasn't really into it. He said it'd be about 2 inches smaller than that. But if he was way into it, like, chick was giving him an amazing fucking hand job. He'd look down and she'd be down there. He said, be worshiping, cock worship, and he'd fucking lose his mind. He said he'd look down and think it'd be at least about an inch and a half bigger than that. And I was like, yeah. There's been times I looked down and didn't even recognize myself for some of the shit she does to me. I was like, God damn. She's like, yeah. She's like, yeah. That's,
It's like, yeah, look what happened.
It's a little bit more, yeah. It's bigger.
Oh my goodness. Zach is saying, but it might be too late for that. Don't make me laugh too hard tonight, y'all, so my stitches don't tear.
Okay.
He said, me and the boys was out drinking, and I slipped on the ice and skidded across the parking lot.
Okay.
At least half a foot. I've done shit like that, too. Don't worry about it.
As long as you weren't out there trying to fucking sling fists and shit and get your ass kicked, it's all right.
It's like, so at least now I can live out my dream of looking like a Bond villain. Well, goals.
Yeah.
Tammy said, I just saw a good horror comedy called Getaway starring Nick Frost. Pretty good. I've been wanting to see, you know what's weird? Like a couple months back, I think it was when we went to see Heretic, I saw a trailer for that in the theater. So I thought it was going to be a thing. Because I love Nick Frost. So I was like, oh, I'm going to have to go see that. That looks funny. But then I was like on Shudder the other day. I'm like, oh, it's on Shudder. So I guess it never came out in the theaters. Yeah. That's pretty weird.
Tammy said it probably had to be a two-hand job. Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
Because you need
what he said was they were actually using a tool, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a soft thing with a hole goes all the way through it. It's basically the same thing that you use to fucking get semen samples from breeding studs and horse farms and shit. You slip that fucking thing over there and fucking jerk on that horse, and it fucking, you catch it in the bag, and then they fucking pull it and they freeze it and send it to another part of the country to be inseminated in another horse. And the horse girls are fucking crazy. If they're on farms where they're breeding, the guy that owns the place usually sends his fucking girls out to do it because, he's got female grooms and people that handle the horses, and it's amazing. I grew up around that shit, fucking you'd see fucking 17, 18-year-old girls out there fucking jerking horses.
Yeah.
And they're laughing.
She's like, hey, it's my job.
She's laughing, They'd be laughing at each other and shit. Look at that shit, watch out, girl, shit like that, just funny.
And that's the thing. You can kind of get
They're crazy. Horse girls are crazy.
Because you get paid for doing that just as your job, and then if you videotape it, you can also put it up on OnlyFans and get paid again.
I've come across that shit in my feed in Instagram.
Yeah.
But it's more of they're doing it more.
Yeah, his Instagram feed is something to see.
Yeah, my Instagram feed's wild. But yeah, people fucking getting killed and shit. That wasn't Instagram actually. The real wild one is Twitter X.
Yeah.
On my account, that shit, man. That's the one where
I'm just saying it seems like it's
just nothing but people getting killed or asses.
It's a third porn.
Yeah.
A third people getting killed in crazy ways.
Yeah.
And a third adorable animals.
Yeah.
Interacting
raccoons
with humans,
and shit.
Or animals interacting with one another.
Yeah, raccoons and bears and shit. Yeah, that's my feed. But
that's everything that's on there.
But it was actually Instagram came down. One of the people I follow is just a dude that fucking pulls up wild shit from the internet and reposts it. So he's not an original, but he's reliable for fucking sending just off the wall shit. Like people blowing up from dude that had a suicide vest on blows up. Fucking. But the thing is, it's only up there for a few hours and then he takes it down. I guess, so he doesn't get in trouble.
Yeah.
One time I went out there and it was a breeding farm. Girl, probably late teens, early 20s. It didn't show the whole process, but getting a sample. Yeah. And the comments, the people didn't understand what they were seeing. And I threw in and says, no, she's getting a sample because that barn is going to freeze that semen and send it to maybe another part of the world.
Yeah.
Because a good breeding stud, his stuff is worth a lot, and the poor guy, he never gets laid hardly.
Yeah. Because
he doesn't see any of the mares that he's impregnating. They, the customer sees the horse and the stats, and videos of the horse. Goes, yeah, that's I'm going to breed that horse with this horse. They got some teenage girl out there jerking them.
Yeah.
But that's not all she does. She's a groom, you know. She's also, you know,
just one of her
basic veterinary stuff. You know, they do all that. Yeah.
Zach said, if you don't think I'm going to make up all kinds of stories about this, Bigfoot, wildebeest, drag queen on Bad Salts did this to me.
Yeah. But what I was getting at is I was saying this dude with the huge fucking schlong, his girlfriends were in the same position as those girls that were getting the samples out of those horses. It's just using a big fucking tool
you gotta
to do that with. Yeah.
You know, just like, hold on,
it's better than
get to
a
the
hand.
end of this, like all the way.
It's better than a hand, so they just slide it along like that. He said that was the best because he just couldn't get any penetration.
Yeah. Well, you can't go in that far, and
Yeah.
and like I said, I guess most girls probably couldn't get much of that in their mouth.
Yeah. Well, there's this other channel called what's the name of that channel? It's on YouTube that I and they have porn star guests and professional escort guests, and they just fucking tell all their stories on there. And they had two of them on there. It was an escort. She was from, I think, from Hungary, and an American girl who was a porn star and probably an escort too, because a lot of the big porn stars are also escorts. And they were putting dicks into categories. They were saying like what the best sizes were and shit. But they said that basically anything over 7.5 or 8 inches, they were calling that said that was not a very good daily. Is what they said.
It's not a good daily.
Yeah, that's more like a vacation day.
That's a special occasion day.
Yeah, and they said because and they also said that's also like that's for like going anal. It says that's easier.
Yeah.
But girls that are into anal are into that shit. Big. If they like big, then it's easier for them to do it. But some of them say that, you know, like one girl was talking about working with Dredd. And he's pretty big too. He's fucking huge. One of the biggest ones in porn. And they were interviewing Dredd. That's what. And Dredd was going like, "Yeah, the girls didn't want to do it." I says, "Come on, you've taken this before. It's going to be all right." He has to talk her back through it. And it's yeah. What is that? Oh, okay.
It's your eye patch.
Yeah, eye patch. That's right.
Yeah, why don't you put your eye patch on?
Yeah, just in case.
I mean, Bambi was in here playing with
Yeah, I forgot why I got the eye patch. It was for a costume that I was doing, wasn't it? Oh, a Snake Plissken? I think I was getting ready to make a Snake Plissken costume.
Maybe.
I don't remember what it was for.
Yeah, it might have been Snake Plissken.
I think Snake Plissken. I'm looking at myself in the camera. I actually look like a dude that should have an eye patch, actually.
Yeah, it does look like it.
Yeah, I
belongs
should
there.
have an eye missing.
Well, you know, if you really want one missing, I can.
Oh, no, we're not going to do that.
I can work that out for you.
Yeah.
I'm just teasing. I would never do that. Zach says, no, the eye patch is for time to do pirate fun times in the bedroom.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
Zach would come up with some
you've
shit.
never done pirate cosplay.
No.
I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel about that.
Yeah.
Tom rocking the gay bad guy look. Yeah.
Fucking faggots.
That's like really funny. Oh dear.
I'm gonna try to add some more ice to this.
Yeah, the ice.
Your ice?
Well, yeah, mine
Let's
all
see if I
melted
just
too.
wanna- See if I have enough ice to add.
But yeah. So, you know. Hey Oracle, what's up? Oracle just got here. Let's see, what else? Oh, yeah, so David Lynch died, and I was pretty upset about that. I was like, I don't even remember how I think I was on Facebook or some shit like that, and I was just like scrolling through, and I just like saw it, and I was just kind of like, no, like really, like that, like, you know what I mean, like really loud, and yeah, I don't know, I guess I just wasn't expecting it, so that was kind of a bummer. But I don't want to bring everybody down or nothing, but I was kind of bummed out about it. In happier news, or funnier news at least, I also got an email today. I'm on a bunch of lists for, you know, venues, like concert venues and stuff, like in Central Florida. And the Orpheum, which is in Tampa, sent me one today and said that the Anvil was playing.
Yeah, and we're not going.
No, we're not going.
I would not pay to see Anvil.
But I was just like, wait, the Anvil?
Yeah, Anvil.
The one we saw the documentary about?
Yeah, most cringe
So
metal
I,
band of all
I
time.
clicked on it and I was like, yeah, that's them.
They're a meme
They're
in
still
metal.
around.
They're actually a metal meme. Fucking if you like heavy metal, fucking Anvil's just like, I don't want to say it's a joke, but it kind of is.
I feel like most people would go see them ironically.
They're the most cringe band of all times. The worst lyrics. Just everything about them. Fucking over the top stereotypical shit. And they're not trying. That's just how they are.
Yeah.
You know.
They're just very
real try hard.
Yeah. It's kind of funny though.
They don't really have talent. I guess maybe they do. But they're from Canada. That's part of the problem. Part of the problem.
Well, that's your problem right
That's
there.
part of the problem.
You're okay.
Metal was an LA thing. It wasn't, a Canada thing. So they were up there by themselves. So they didn't have any influences. They would see on TV and hear records of other metal bands. That's how they started, But even in between tours, they were never. I mean, they still got day jobs, like fucking working at the warehouse and shit.
Yeah.
They're not full time.
It was kind of like that documentary was simultaneously one of the funniest and one of the saddest things that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But that was a while back. I don't know if they've got their shit together by now.
No, there's no way.
I mean, that's their shtick, I thought.
No, it's just that's their quality level. They might have kind of like a bunch of fans, ironically.
That's kind of what I'm figuring.
Yeah. Yeah, they are literally, they were basically Spinal Tap. And they're not trying, but that's
for real.
For real. That's what that's actually.
That's like what Spinal Tap was making fun of.
Yeah, it's exactly what Spinal Tap was making fun of. That's them, and they're not trying.
But they're doing it seriously.
They think they're extremely cool.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
And they're old.
And
they're in their 60s.
I mean, they were old in that documentary. And that documentary is
they're in their 60s.
At least 10 years old now.
And they're extremely dated. And I don't think they have a concept of it. I don't think they realize that they're very dated. They think they're a lot bigger than they really are. Although I'm going to say that not as much ego as fucking Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. That dude's ego is gigantic. Their egos aren't that big. They're actually kind of humble, but they think they're a great band. They're not. They're mediocre.
Yeah, well.
They're mediocre. They're kind of like, I don't know. They're sub-mediocre. I wouldn't say they're as bad as Ed Wood. They would be, in terms of say, if they were film directors or producers or something, they'd be better than an Ed Wood. But they'd be underneath fucking Roger Corman.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment.
Yeah. Yeah.
CB said, could have been worse. It could have been Nickelback. Yeah, you got a point there. Tammy says, pirate sex is all fun until the hook comes out.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's one of those booty hooks. And it's on a chain and it's connected to your collar. And it's too small, so her head's back like that. So
I'm doing that to you, bud.
No, that's you. See, she's always trying to get some pegging action. Women in their fucking anal fixation.
I'm not going to be the submissive in that situation.
Women and their role reversal.
It's not role reversal. It's just
Yeah,
tit for tat.
I prefer homemade porn to studio porn. Because the studio porn is when you understand how it's made and who's making it and shit. It's not hot. They're just there for the paycheck. They don't really give a shit about anything. But people that fucking record shit in their homes and fucking try and sell it, it's far wilder. Problem is that when you're looking at it, you don't know how it's been categorized, so you never know what you're gonna see. All right, fucking one of the times I went by, and dude was tearing up his wife, and she was stunning. She looked good, big boobs and shit, body I like. He fucking rolled over, and she fucking came out with a fucking dildo and fucking started pegging him, and he was. Jen would have loved that video, probably.
Yeah,
I was like, nah.
You need to find that again.
No. I'm getting out of this one.
Now I'm gonna make you find it.
And he was like fucking real alpha looking. He was like fucking swole and shit. I didn't expect that, but she was fucking. Wait a minute. No, she was fisting him.
Oh, okay.
She was fisting him, yeah.
Even better.
She was fisting him, yeah. I was like, nah, She had that shit all greased down.
Tom was like, ugh.
Yeah, I had to switch it. If I have that reaction, I gotta fucking turn that shit off. The only one...
It's like, this is not working for its intended purpose.
The only one that did that, the only things that does that to me, I'm like, oh, when I shudder, but I won't turn it, is sounding.
Yeah.
Jen was watching Sounding with me, and the fucking... this German porn star, fucking Penelope Black Diamond. Skinny girl. She looks like a friend we know from the club. She looks like Laura. If Laura had fucking big beach balls for boobs, she's skinny, huge boobs. Fake toenails that curl over her fucking ends of her open-toed fucking platforms and shit. Big long fingernails and crap. She makes stuff with her husband. I've never seen her with anybody else, just the husband. She had an old boy and fucking was just sticking down the metal rod down him like that. And that was the first time I'd seen that. I had hair then. My hair was standing up. And Jen started laughing.
Yeah.
Because Jen was watching. I was
You
like,
know how
oh, no.
I'm a little bit sadistic.
Oh, no.
That was making me laugh even harder.
Yeah, she was laughing. I couldn't get my eyes off of it, though. It's just like, what is she doing to that dude, man? And I was trying to imagine what that was like. And fucking, I was like, oh, man.
That's so funny.
That was wild, man.
Just that and like those videos that we found of like all those ones of like women in high heels like stepping on dudes' balls, like squishing their balls. And
oh yeah. Jen wanted to do that.
Those are also hilarious.
Yeah, Jen wanted to do that. not to me. She wanted to do that. I was like, I need to. She's no, some motherfucker I don't like or some shit.
Yeah, it's like just bring in some fucker I don't like and I'll step on his balls all day long.
Yeah,
and he'll pay me for the privilege.
It's girls in fetish outfits with long fucking tall platform super stripper heels, you know, fetishy stripper heels, and just
I mean,
dude
just
had
grinding right down there.
Dude,
I was like, yeah, get it.
Dude had his junk through a hole in a board.
Yeah, like a board or like a glass kind of.
Yeah, on the top of him, and his balls and shit were there up against the wood, and she'd be fucking stepping on him with the fucking spikes and shit, stepping. And fucking Jen was laughing, and my fucking skin was crawling, and I was like, no. And he was like this skinny fat little dude, like in his fucking late 50s or early 60s, just this pitiful looking fucking son. Yeah, he was a gimp. And then later on, she got up there and she was kicking him in the fucking groin, full force, boom, and he's going, oh. I was like, man, that dude's gonna be sterile, man. His nuts are gonna fucking swell up to the size of fucking grapefruit shit. You're gonna kill that dude.
They like being kicked in.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that you could do that much damage to a dude's nuts and not kill him or permanently damage him.
Yeah.
And see, here's the thing. There's a 99% chance that dude that was getting kicked and being tortured that way paid for that shit.
Yeah, of course.
He paid to produce the whole film, and he considers himself a star of it. Really, his suffering and shit, which kind of like, what was his name, Albert Fish.
Yeah.
And fucking that weird ass serial killer.
Pins in his taint.
Yeah, sticking needles in himself and leaving them in there.
Yeah, that X-ray is something. Something else.
Yeah, they were up in his bladder too, weren't they? Some of it was in his bladder.
I think so. I don't know if he did they just migrate up there?
I think they migrated over time into there.
Yeah. I mean, that'll happen. You just like stick a pin, it doesn't disappear. It just like...
Yeah, it is just a needle, so the diameter's small. It won't kill you. Just like giving yourself an injection, you know. It won't leak very much over time, but you're living with a needle in you. Boy, if that got into your bowels, I don't know, I might just eventually migrate out, crapping it out, I imagine, eventually. I'd probably turn around and fucking flip over and stick a couple times.
I don't know, though, because the thing about it is that... Remember when we used to watch, like, with Horrified Fascination, that show, what was it called? Monsters Inside Me?
Yeah.
And it's just like that one dude accidentally ate, like, a bristle from a grill brush. Like, it was in a burger or something like that, and he didn't know. But he had like a horrible, but it turned out that this tiny little thing had like perforated his intestines.
Yeah, and it blocked it.
and like blocked it and stuff. So I'm kind of thinking like even something little like that could fuck up your whole day.
He had like he had bad intestinal problems. He felt funny. He started to vomit shit. It started to go up the other way because it couldn't go down.
I still remember that.
Man.
And I was like,
yeah.
I was like, oh no.
Once he did that, he went to the hospital.
Yeah.
And
I think that's your cue.
That's your cue. When you
To go
start
to the
vomiting
hospital.
shit.
That's
like something out of South Park.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah.
right. That's not right.
Man.
I know it's like
So we're starting to show off fucking with it banged. We're talking about all this shit.
Well, when you were talking about sounding, I was talking about that Wang. I was thinking about that Wang video where he was talking about that kid that allegedly, it was just on Reddit, had the candle wax
Up his dick. Yeah.
up his dick hole.
I don't think it happened.
I doubt it. It doesn't sound.
I don't think you could get it up there.
It's a good story though.
Yeah, it's a good story.
I was watching the one last night about the zookeeper that got butt worked by an ostrich. It was a female ostrich though.
That kind of something like that kind of happened.
They ended up killing the ostrich. They didn't mean to, but it was like attacking them. So
something like that kind of happened to me. A goose once tried to fuck me.
Geese are are notorious for doing that kind of crap.
I used to work at a range before I joined the Army. It was a trap range, and it had pistols and rifle range and a gun shop right there, a gun store. Jim Graves owned it. He was in a wheelchair. So for about 7 or 8 months, I worked for him and helped run his shop. It was a fun job. It was before I was in the Army. And I was putting in a trap machine, which is a machine that throws clay pigeons, little round discs, and you shoot them with a shotgun. And it was an automated machine. So we're digging the pit, and I don't remember exactly what I was doing at the time. I was laying down, working on something inside that pit. William Whitman was with me. He was working too. And all of a sudden, I felt something on top of my thigh as I was laying sideways on the ground. I looked up, and a fucking geese was sitting on top of me. And he was jumping up and down. And I said, what the fuck is he doing? And he goes, he's fucking you. And I was like,
oh, no. I do not consent.
Yeah, that goose, it was Jim's goose, you know. Jim Goose. That's from Mad Max.
Yeah.
That was Jim's goose. And every time it saw me, it charged me head on. When I show up for work, it would charge me head on, and we'd get into a match. And that went on.
That goose loves you, Tom.
Yeah, I guess so. So me and the goose would fight. That was the first thing I did.
Tom
Every
versus
fucking day is fight the goose. And then the goose would chill out, and then I was his buddy for a while.
Yeah, geese are
The rest of the day, it was like every time I showed up in the morning, I got attacked by the damn goose. And I had to go through like 3 or 4 minutes of fighting with the goose. And then sometimes I'd be up on the pistol range shooting, because I got to shoot for free there. So you're up there shooting, you know. I was also instructing people, because I was good before I even got in the military. And another guy I grew up with for the summers going down there ended up being the Army champion trick shot later on. I'm trying to remember what his name was. He was fucking fantastic. He could take a pump shotgun with 5 rounds in it, throw 5. His assistant, who is his claimed to be his instructor, but it's really an assistant. It's kind of a magic trick. Would throw the 5 clay pigeons up over his shoulder, and he would shoot all those clay pigeons with a pump shotgun, pow, 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 and hit them all before the last one hit the ground. Over his shoulder, backwards. The trick to it is that his assistant is wearing mirrored sunglasses. So he's looking in a mirror.
Yeah.
And they just practice it over and over again. It's the same throw. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't have to see it. It's timing. You don't have to see it that well. That's like snap shooting. I used to be able to snap shoot just anything. Throw it up in front of... I used to like a Remington 66, a nylon 66, which was a Remington 22 semi-auto. My dad gave it to me when I was about 6, 7. And it, I think it carried 14 rounds. You put them in a tubular magazine in the butt and it closed. It was plastic 22. It had a white diamond on the forearm. And it looked like a BB gun, but it wasn't. It was a 22. You could get them at Sears for about $30 in the 70s. My dad gave me that. Well, I used to be able to snap shoot with that, which is throw something in the air and hit it. Pow! But there's a trick to that too. You're throwing it in front of your muzzle and timing it right. So it's the same throw over and over again. It's just rhythm. So it's not like you're aiming at it. But you can start off doing it close, and then you can grow and get it to, you're throwing it further away, and so it's a longer throw, so the time's a little bit different, but you're throwing it in the same trajectory each time, and you're holding the rifle up against you at the same angle, so it's more mechanical than anything else.
Got a super chat from Zach. Thank you very much.
What's Zach saying?
Said, from what I hear, West Coast Seagulls won't just steal your child's french fries, they'll steal your whole child. You should read the story of the guy who found a gang of them in his room at the Empress in BC. Is that British Columbia? But, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
That sounds kind of fun. We used to go out on the beach, and my mom would take us out there, and my uncle owned a bunch of KFC franchises, so we always had we would always take fried chicken out to the beach, and holy crap, one time we were out there, all the seagulls decided that they were gonna steal all of our chicken. Yeah. So they just, it was just a whole flock of them, and we had to get in the car and eat. We couldn't. It was fucking Alfred Hitchcock shit going on. Oracle says there's a video going viral of a guy who thought it was a good idea to grab the ass of a woman who was lifting some weights. She told him, "Don't touch me." He decided to grab her ass again. She got him with a right-left-right combination and laid him out. Then his buddy tried to approach her. She immediately centered on him and gave him a second helping with a roundhouse kick for dessert. I mean, he had that coming. Will he learn? No.
There's all kinds of... there was a video of this because that's a thing between bodybuilders and gym bros, is to make videos and they're fake. The whole thing's set up. There's one that I saw today where a pretty big chick, totally roided out. I'll probably say she's pushing 6 feet tall. She turned around and there was another jacked fucking gym bro behind her. And he's shorter than she is. And when she turns around, he reaches up and kisses her right on the lips, like that. She goes, "Ah!" like that, and fucking pushes him and shit, and chases him off, and that's it. And it looks like he, did something wrong, but they're just playing,
Well,
they knew each other.
I didn't see this video. So
it's just kind of funny, what I mean? It does look kind of funny, but...
Well, remember,
she's so big,
This was that thing, that you showed me, because at first, there was a little bit of deception going on, because somebody who apparently had some stake in being oh, well, just regular-ass dudes are always stronger naturally than bodybuilding women.
Yeah.
So they had edited the one instance in this entire video where the dude won. And then Tom was later, he's no, I found the whole video, which was half an hour.
Yeah.
That was the dude won. It was a bunch of different dudes and a bunch of different women.
I don't think he explained it well enough, though.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm saying, because I didn't know what you were talking about for a while. There is a video out there where it shows a bunch of modified muscle women, if that's what you want to call them. You know what I mean? They're, I say enhanced, they're on steroids. One of them is a girl I've actually talked to online named Chelsea Baby. She's an open class heavyweight female bodybuilder. And she's the biggest one there. I've actually talked to her about Jen and fucking what Jen takes and shit. So anyway, in this video, it shows very average Joes. I mean, these dudes don't weigh anything, got little bitty arms. In this video, it shows these average Joes beating these girls at things that arm wrestling and pulling trucks and shit like that. But it was edited very deceptively. When I found that actual show that came from, no, those girls kicked those dudes' asses.
Yeah.
Yeah. They were a lot stronger.
Every single time.
And you see, when I first saw it, I was like, Jen, I just saw a video where these roided out females were getting their asses kicked by dudes that weren't roided out, who were much smaller than them. I was surprised by that. And Jen was like, "Is that possible?" And I was like,
I don't really believe that.
I was like, I guess it is. But a few weeks later, I was thinking about that again. I says, that can't be right. Muscle is muscle is muscle. Whatever you weigh, that helps. You know what I mean? That's going towards it. And I says, those dudes didn't weigh much. Their arms and everything, the way they looked. So I went back and watched the whole show, and they edited it. The first video that I saw was heavily edited. And one of the things that was in there that it highlighted was a guy in his 20s who was probably about 5'10", arm wrestling, a muscle woman in her 40s who was maybe 5 feet tall, and he beat her.
Well, now she beat him.
Yeah.
Once too.
Well, okay,
because it was like 2 out of 3.
It was 2 out of 3. That's right.
Or something
that's
like
right.
that.
But they didn't show all.
They
that.
didn't show the one where she beat him though.
Right.
They only
right,
showed the
right.
one time that he beat her.
Yeah, and the reason why he beat her that one time was leverage, I believe. I think he was up in a higher position and was throwing his upper weight into it, and she says I've never really arm wrestled, so she didn't really know the techniques, but she had arms bigger than me.
But they did. It was a bunch of different. They had to pull a truck. They had to. It was arm wrestling. There was just different kinds of weightlifting, shit like that. And the women won every single time.
Yeah, Chelsea pulled that truck easily.
The only time the dude won was one time he beat that chick arm wrestling, and she beat him another time.
Yeah,
but they didn't show that.
They didn't show that in the edited clip.
That was the only time. The dude's lost every other time.
Right. So here's the message, dudes. If you're not in the gym, if you don't go to the gym, there's no way you're going to beat one of those fucking roided out females. No, they're stronger than you. Everything they were doing, bench presses and shit. But an untrained male is a lot stronger than an untrained female from start. But once they start training, a female trains, once she starts taking anabolic steroids, they might have effectively, they're not using testosterone per se, but they're using anabolic agents like nandrolone, certain esters of nandrolone, MPP and stuff. Nandrolone phenylpropionate's another one that's good. And what's the other one? Primobolan. Effectively, they have testosterone levels higher than a male. But it doesn't, because it's not testosterone though, it doesn't have as much androgenicity, so they don't have the secondary sex characteristic to the same extent as it'd be if they were injecting testosterone. But no. The only way you would ever match them is if you were a young power lifter. They could do it, especially if you had good genes. But if you were average Joe, no. They'd fuck you up.
When we were talking about the geese earlier, CB said, me and a friend was crossing a field and one of the cows tried to fuck him. Then he said, when I see an animal trying to fuck a friend, the camera comes out to catalog the special moment.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Of course it does.
Yeah.
Because, I mean...
It's embarrassing as shit.
It is pretty... It's pretty
embarrassing.
Funny, though.
You have...
If it doesn't happen... If it's not happening to you.
You have a lesser being, okay? Fucking trying to have its way with you. Fucking funny.
I mean...
Yeah.
I don't think that I've ever been tried to be... Like, has a random animal ever tried to fuck me? I don't know. Not that I remember. I'm pretty sure I would remember something like that. The
ones most likely to do it are dogs.
Yeah, and I'm not
jumping up and down, fucking motherfuckers rock up like they're trying to get on you. Yeah, like no, getting too excited. Okay.
And we never had dogs growing. We always had cats. So
yeah,
we had a dog when I was a kid, but he was little. He was a puppy. So.
Well, if the dog's fixed though, he's not going to be that way.
Yeah, well, obviously.
Yeah.
But Oracle was saying about that video before about the woman like punching the dude out or whatever. It said even if this particular video was staged, it's a great reminder that you shouldn't grab anybody's ass and expect to get away with it. Yeah, I mean,
I guarantee that was staged.
But like I said, I haven't seen it, so
because no dude's gonna grab some chick's ass on camera, because that's a lawsuit right there.
Oh, some dudes are dumb enough to do it.
That's sexual assault.
Some dudes are dumb enough to do it. I guarantee it.
You could very quickly become a registered sex offender for doing that.
Yep, and rightly so.
That'll fuck your life up.
CB said at my local swimming pool, a guy put a camera in the women's changing room and thought he was smart. I mean, that's not smart.
Yeah.
But he got arrested for filming children. The bonehead got done for the children.
Yeah.
And did 6 months. Yeah.
He didn't think it out, or he didn't care.
Like I said, probably just stupid.
Yeah. He's probably thinking, I'm going to get them girls big old titties, you know. Thinking, you know, the teenagers, early 20s, probably was targeting, but he forgot about all those 6-year-olds in there.
Yeah.
Then you're gonna look like a real fucking douchebag.
Yeah. Good job, bud.
Yeah, kitty porn.
Good job. I mean. It says adult film star Chessie Moore has videos with a dog on the internet.
There's lots of those.
There's lots of those. There's a whole sub.
Well,
the thing about it is that I think it depends on the state because I'm not sure of the legality of it. Because I know in Europe, like a lot of places, it's legal. I think you can make it here, but you're not supposed to sell it.
You can make it here in a lot of the states, but you can't sell it here.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, you can still get it,
right.
obviously, but...
And the real problem with that, from my understanding, based on criminal cases that have fucking come into the mainstream, is that if you do this to somebody else's animal, like you sneak into their barn and fuck one of their horses or something, you're going to be in some big fucking trouble.
Yeah.
If they complain about that. Okay?
Well, yeah.
You're going to be all over the place. It's not quite the same thing. Like, you know, they got a girl here who was making videos with her dog, and that shit went viral. We've never seen her at the club, but she lives around here.
Yeah.
Her name's Cannibal Cupcake. I know her real name. Her name is Alyssa, but I'm not gonna fucking say the rest of it. And she was posting that shit for free on one of these forums because she was into that. Cute girl, man. She's kind of Hispanic girl with dreadlocks, goth, bunch of tattoos on her. She can't hide herself because the main tattoo is Cannibal Cupcake across her fucking chest like that. And looking at her, you'd never know. She's educated and, you know, fucking, she went to college and everything. But she was posting that shit for free. And some guys on that forum saw it. That shit went they made that shit go mainstream. One of the videos that she made it with her cell phone. When that shit went mainstream, well, excuse me, they had a copy of that, and they said, you're going to make more videos for us, or we're going to fucking show this to your family. And she's like, fuck that. They showed it to her family on Facebook.
Yeah.
And then they made it public, and all that shit went mainstream, and there's a bunch of reaction videos to it if you go on YouTube. You know, fucking reaction to girl having sex with, it was a Rottweiler. Well, Humane Society came down on her. They were going to try to take her dog from her and shit. But she got out of it. The dog is obviously willing. She just jumps down. That dog will jump right on her and just fucking go to town. So, it's a male dog, you know. So, they let her keep the dog. Well, because it got out, she said it was she started posting in that form. Now, all this fucking... This whole story went mainstream, okay? And then even in the mainstream porn scene, porn stars know who she is and shit. Well, because of all this, she said, fuck it. And so she started doing that kind of for a living.
I mean, at that point, you just kind of got to.
Yep.
Like, you just got to lean into it and be like, well,
she
this
leaned
is
into
my
it.
life now.
Yeah, so she's had
you can't really do anything else.
She started putting out a whole bunch of videos. She's got a studio in her living room. She's dressing up in costumes. Special videos for fucking St. Patrick's Day and Christmas and shit.
Would she put a little, like, leprechaun hat on the dog?
Yeah. No, she had a leprechaun hat on, her fucking green and white striped socks and shit. And she's mostly blowing the dog. But there was a special European website that it all went to. It wasn't sold in the U.S. Okay, it just leaks back secondhand.
Yeah.
Onto other stuff. So because you can't sell it here. You can make it though.
Yeah. And I mean, there's no law against putting it up for free, is there?
No.
Because technically you're not selling it.
Because you're not selling it.
I don't know.
Problem is if you sell it in the U.S., the merchant that sells it will have like their banking. They'll become debanked.
Yeah.
That's the main problem.
That happens with a lot of that kind of stuff.
A lot of porn stars are debanked. A lot of those girls that you see doing mainstream porn don't have bank accounts.
Yeah.
And it's because they got caught up in trafficking laws. Because they're also escorting on the side. And they're trying to do that shit through their banking accounts and fucking credit card transactions and shit. And they get caught for that and they fucking get debanked. Which I don't believe in that. I believe a woman has a right to sell her body. I think it's constitutionally protected. It's her body. It's nobody else's. If she wants to do that, she can do that.
I mean, I can see why they would do it, like I said, to prevent sex trafficking.
You're right.
But on
when
the other
you're
hand,
selling yourself as an independent...
if you're over a certain age and you're not being coerced...
Yeah. There's no need for any coercion or pimps or anything like that if the girls involved are ones that have chosen to do it. And the technology's there where you don't need pimps. And there's apps that they join and they can do their own background checks on these clients and get references from other girls and shit before they'll do anything with these guys. That's how they do it. You don't need some dude to protect you. Might be good if you do have one, but the thing is that whenever they go on those calls, they tell the other girls where they're going and who's they're seeing, and the client knows that everybody knows she's there. So you know what I mean?
Probably though, if I was doing that, which I wouldn't, but it's like I'd probably still get a gun, just in case.
The dudes they're working with are married guys. They're fucking.
Just in case.
They're
serial killers are married guys too.
But the thing is that he knows everybody knows where she is. He can't do anything to her. They'll come knocking at his door.
Yeah, Oracle says, I wonder if there are any brothels run on co-op models. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I said, I've always been a big advocate of sex work being legal. Like I said, as long
legal
as...
and controlled.
Yeah. Obviously, it was just... Obviously, you have to have laws surrounding it and stuff like that. It can't just be a free-for-all. But...
Here's the thing. Two of the oldest professions are hooking and soldiering. Soldiering was happening and hooking was happening back in the Ice Age. And this is how it went. You're a lone dude, you got nothing. You're fucking hungry. You fucking link up with some other guys that says, look, together I'll join your team and together we'll go fight that fucking animal right there and we'll kill him and you give me some of the meat. If I get killed, it's okay. I'm taking the risk. That's soldiering, basically. All right, and then you all fucking kill the animal and you divide it up. Then you go back to the fucking cave. Nah, it probably wasn't a cave, but you go back to the cave. Well, guess who's there? A bunch of single women. And she's like, hey, you have meat. That's some good elk meat there. That's elephant meat. If you share that meat with me, I'll fucking bed down with you tonight. And the next thing you know, he's like doing it again. And it's that same girl over and over again, and then she's pregnant. Because that's how it went in a tribal type societies. If you came back with meat, you were a fucking winner, and you would be a good catch. Well, that's just soldiering and hooking. That's all that is. And if I had a right to sell myself to the U.S. Army, where I could possibly be killed, and I was like 20 at the time I decided that, they have dudes as young as 18 in there. I think under some certain circumstances, you can be 17 and get in. That's a lot more dangerous than sex work. You can be killed, but you can be killed in both. It's similar. And you're both selling your body. You're just selling it in a different way to old men. Old men are buying women's bodies for sex, and then they're buying men's bodies to kill their enemies to keep them fucking rich. It's just the same kind of trade, usury.
Big Joe Grizzly, yeah. I did put the Charles Starkweather in the poll because I had forgotten that we had already done a show about it. And like when I went back and looked, I couldn't find it. And I was like, I thought we did a show about that, but I guess not. And so I put it in the poll again. But yeah, so don't vote for that because it's like, I forgot that we already did that show.
But my question is that if I have the right to sell myself to an army, why doesn't a woman have a right to sell herself to another army in a different way? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Because you're both trading for something for security. It's both dangerous. Both of it's dangerous. The difference is, and I've said this before on the show, if you're soldiering, you're honored by society. But if you're hooking, man, you're dishonored.
Yeah.
Which, that's not a fair system.
No. It's not.
No.
You know.
No, my heart goes out to you hookers.
Women get shit on.
Yeah, yeah.
No matter what we do. You know what I mean? Burley says...
It's kind of a double standard.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I can understand why guys don't want to marry them. But you don't need to be hating on them.
Yeah, because those are the dudes that are, like, paying to go there.
Yeah. And they got some dudes that don't give a shit about marrying them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said,
I couldn't handle it.
You don't think?
I don't think so. All right, babe, I'll see you after your date. You know, I'll be here waiting on you. Nah.
I can see that.
You and the client have fun tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, where's he taking you? Okay, you're flying in a helicopter? Okay.
That's a special kind of dude that can...
Yeah, no.
It's like I said, I know that everybody's relationship is different, and, like, sometimes... Because sometimes, like, people make that work, and I'm just kind of like, okay, that's... I'm not doing that, but...
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Mostly the dudes that make that work are called pimps.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
I wouldn't be a good pimp
feel like,
that way.
look, yeah. I always kind of feel like, and as I said, everyone's different, but from my perspective, too much jealousy is bad.
Yeah.
But if you're not at least a little bit jealous, or if, like, the thought of your partner with somebody else doesn't bother you at least a little bit, then I kind of feel like you probably don't care about them that much.
Yeah, but
that's just my perspective.
Yeah, well, it's that's a physical thing, you know. I'm talking about fucking. But you know, on the other hand, like when me and Jen were camming, and we would cam together as a couple, but there was a couple times where Jen cammed solo, and I was there. I thought it was hot. I wasn't threatened by that. That dude's not in this room.
Yeah, he's not.
She's
here.
putting on a show for him, and I kind of thought it was cool, you know. I kind of stroked my ego, like, yeah, that motherfucker had to pay to see that.
Yeah.
You know.
It's like, I see that for free.
Yeah. Well, I was kind of proud of her. You know, like, yeah, you put on a good show.
And, like, doing that didn't really bother me all that much, because it's like, I know that's a real person on the other end, but you can act like it's not a real person, because it's just like you're just doing it in front of the TV.
That dude's on the other side of the planet.
Right. It's like they were, like, way...
Yeah. Yeah, and they're cool. They're, you know, you're talking to them cam to cam.
Yeah.
All right, man.
So it didn't really bother me that much. The only ones that bothered me were people that had, like, super specific... shit they wanted you, that was really kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah, and kind of dumb.
Like, and then you'd be like, and they paid, so then, like, you had to do it. And I was just like, Jesus, I'm not good at that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there was one where a dude paid us to where I was like the chief of some island, and you were like worshiping.
No, well, what was it?
That shit go? It was
a
fucking
whole
corny.
Complicated story.
It was corny. It was like
it was like a Conan the Barbarian type thing where you were a chieftain of some kind. And I was like a priestess of some, and you had captured me.
Yeah.
And you said that unless you got to fuck me, like, you would kill all my people or something. Like it was like something like that. It was like this big elaborate fantasy novel. Yeah. And I was just like,
it was corny. Though she put on a good, she did a good job.
I was freaking out the whole time. I'm not good at acting.
Jen has no acting experience.
I have no. Yeah. I mean, I have a little bit, but I'm not good at it. I'm just like I'm not good at, like, pretending to be something else. It's why I'm a shitty liar. Yeah. I'm just, you know what I mean? That's why I don't even bother lying about shit, because I'm not good at it.
I got good acting experience. I was in drama. I fucking doing lead plays and musicals and shit. So she's good. She just needs training. But
yeah,
her just raw talent's good enough to get through something like that. Those dudes aren't that picky about acting.
Yeah, they just kind of want, I mean, it's just, they just want, like, you to do it for 5 or 10 minutes until they bust it out or whatever. But it's just kind of like, I don't know. I always thought I was too self-conscious to...
One dude paid us to have Jen sit on my face and suffocate me. That was fun.
That was hilarious. We were just like,
it was funny.
We were laughing the whole time.
See, here's the thing. If you don't take any of this shit seriously, it's not serious. It's just fun and games, you know. And I'm a kind of an outgoing guy, and I don't really have any fucking, like, you know, I don't have body consciousness in terms of, like, I'm not really shy or anything, so it's just fun to me, you know.
I am a little bit, not like I used to be, like, I'm not as bad as I used to be, but, Phantom said, I don't know, Jenny, you're wanting to cuck out Tom 13 Cam's vid was pretty convincing. Was that the one where...
I made that vid.
No, I think the one he's talking about, because we made a couple like that.
Yeah.
I think the one he's talking about is the one that I made when you weren't here.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I was asking for stuff like that.
But he asked me to make it.
Yeah.
And so I actually made it. So actually, when I was actually talking to him, but I was pretending I was talking to somebody else.
Yeah. You have to understand that Making video is a mind fuck.
Yeah.
You're fucking with the customer's mind.
Yeah.
And it's good. And if you're not fucking with their mind, you're not doing your job. Pretty much everything you see in any of that kind of is fake. It is an art form, even though some of the shit I don't quite agree with, especially like some of the studio stuff. Like they'll recruit girls, they don't really know what they're going to be doing that day, and they get there and there's all this pressure to do something that they probably don't really want to do. And if they say no, they're afraid it's going to affect future jobs. I just not.
I was kind of.
They're not a willing creator of the shit.
Especially something like that. If you're showing up, I kind of feel like before you come there, they're like, okay, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Before you even accept it.
Well, here's how it usually goes. The agent calls the girl and says, "You got a boy, girl tomorrow at 6. Can you do it? It's 500 or it's 1500." And if they go, well, who is it? What company? What's the scene? And they're like,
yeah, like what am I doing exactly?
Basically, they're like, oh, so you don't want the job? Because they don't want to tell you,
right?
Because the agent is going to get a commission on that. They want you to go no matter what it is.
And it might be something kind of fucked up.
And it probably might be something might be a dude you don't like,
or it might be some shit you don't want to do.
You don't really want to do. You get there and it's not quite what they said it was.
You know,
and you're like, oh shit, I'm here already. And I got these dudes gonna slap me in the face, fucking through the whole video,
and fucking shit on my chest,
and spit on me or something. You know,
right? It's like it might be something.
Because there was a whole company. They're gone now. They got into big legal trouble that was doing that kind of shit through these agents, and the agents were sending girls to them. And the girls didn't quite know what they were getting into. And the name of it was a website called Facial Abuse.
That's nice.
Yeah, that was the name of it, facial abuse. But the girl didn't.
At least they're upfront about it.
Facial abuse, and they were slapping the shit out of people and fucking going balls deep in the face and just fucking. And it's like 3 or 4 dudes.
Thing like that and choking. That seems like a big thing.
They're insulting her and making fun of her and shit. You know what I mean? And asking her fucking impersonal questions. They're totally not ready for. Now, the one girl that talked about it said that the guys were really cool to him. Before and after.
Yeah, I know it's just
role-playing, but they didn't really know what they were getting into.
Right.
You know, like, dude slapped her, and he slapped her hard. She wasn't ready for that, and she was like, "At least he could have told me before the show,
right? Yeah,
how hard it was going to be, so I'd be ready for it." You know?
Because when we were camming, like we had somebody
ask for that.
Yeah. But like we knew, and just like Tom's like pretending to like slap. He didn't slap me that hard though.
I pulled a slap.
Yeah, like
but I could cup it to make it sound really good.
Yeah, it sounded good, but it didn't.
You know.
It didn't hurt
though. Because I was like, well, how hard do you want me to slap her? He goes, hard, dude. And I says, no, I can't slap her hard, man. I'd fucking knock her out. He says, well, don't hurt her. And I was like, well, yeah, of course. So, you know.
I don't know. Some dudes are into that, so.
Yeah. That's kind of what they want to see, but they know better to ask for that.
Yeah, see, Phantom was talking about that one because he said when he was at the Oasis. Yeah, I don't think he was at Oasis. I think he was at Bike Night.
What are you talking about?
When I made that video that I made.
Yeah, yeah.
But you had been asking me to make one like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's just fucking with y'all's mind.
Yeah. Because Tom likes to be fucked with like that.
Yeah, yeah. I like Jen to tell me weird shit like that and make it up and tell me stories, and I know they're fake.
Yeah,
but I like them anyway.
He wants me to come up with all kind of crazy shit.
You know, I'm fucking hitting, and she's fucking talking about fucking this and that and these other dudes and shit like that.
Lining up outside the door and all this shit is happening.
Oh, you're so fucking bad. But I know she, you know.
He loves that shit.
Yeah, and we're already, you know, we're on, we know what's up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In terms of, she knows what games she has to play with me, because not only am I very visual, I'm real verbal. I'm just not going to reach orgasm if you're not talking. Because I have to have mental imagery, and I kind of like shit that's kind of shocking. And it can be lies. I'll still fucking love it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't have to, yeah.
He's like, because he told me before, it's like, it's not anything, I don't think you would ever do that in real life. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff you actually can't do in real life.
Yeah,
you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's just like anything. Just come up with something that sounds wrong.
Yeah. Sideways shit. I'm like, oh, you bad bitch. You give me some good shit. And fucking, I'll lose it. You know. Like, oh.
It is very funny.
But that's just part of our game. She'll be back there laughing.
Yeah,
it's shit. I was like, okay.
Funny. Like,
I'm not sensitive. I'm not. Well, no, I am sensitive, but I'm not. I don't take it seriously, and I'm not jealous. Like I'm like, oh, are you really thinking that? No, even if she was thinking that, I still would like it. Because thinking it and doing it are two different things.
That's two different things.
Yeah.
Because people have all kind of
things that go through their mind.
I kind of feel like we're pretty.
We're
open with each other about like the weird shit we're thinking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. A lot of women. Look, here's the thing, and you guys know that before Jen, I was married before. I've got a long history. I got a pretty big body count. All great women. Very, very rarely did I hook up with a loser, and it wouldn't be for long. A lot of women are very uncomfortable, especially when they're younger and you're younger in your 20s. They're very uncomfortable to tell you what they're really thinking.
Yeah.
So they lie because they're afraid you're going to laugh at them or not approve.
Or you're going to get grossed out or something.
Yeah. But when you become friends with a young lady and settle her down and prove that you're not going to judge her, that you like that kind of shit, they'll open up and tell you more about what their fantasies are, what they dream about, what they're thinking while you're having sex. Because look, a lot of times they're not thinking about you. A lot of times, they're mostly going inward, thinking about themselves, and they have these inner fantasies, and they might imagine other people doing stuff. Or my first wife was really big into like interracial gay sex between white and black angels, with wings and shit. She was into that.
It's elaborate.
Really, yeah. I was like, okay. Some dudes would be up, she was telling me that I was probably about 25. I think a lot of guys at 25 might be like, whoa, what?
That's weird.
I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's cool. I can understand that. Because you got to put that in, you got to put that in the male's perspective. What if a dude is dreaming about interracial lesbian sex between white and black angels? He goes like, oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. It's just a female version of that. That's all.
I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe a lot of guys don't know like all the weird shit that we think of.
Women's imaginations are far dirtier than guys'.
Big time.
They hold it to themselves.
We just don't usually say anything about it because, like I said, we're usually kind of afraid. A lot of us have had experiences where
dudes will not.
You kind of opened up about something and the dude like flipped out on you or was like, "What the fuck?" or so. And you kind of keep shit to yourself.
And the thing is, it's a woman's prerogative not to tell you. If she doesn't want to tell you, then you don't make her tell you.
Well, I mean, if she doesn't feel safe around you, she's not going to tell you. She's not going to tell you that shit. Drink. You know what I mean? Let me see. There was a couple things up here. Oh, Oracle said, Jenny, we like you just the way you are, and you don't have to act to get our love. Well, that's good because I'm a shit actor. But yeah, thank you very much. That's very nice of you to say. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just me, and if people like it, fine. If they don't like it, fine. I'm too old to care at this point. I used to care, but that's the best thing about getting old is you stop giving a shit about stuff like that. It's very liberating. It's very liberating. Tammy said, you know what would really fuck with my mind? Tom getting pegged. One day. Well, I mean, I seriously, I tease him about this like almost every day, I feel like. But as I said, I would never do anything that he didn't want to do. I'm just like, I don't want to feel like an asshole to like, even though I'm kind of into that kind of stuff, and I'm just like, I like watching it and stuff, but it's just like, I would never make him do anything that he didn't want to do. But I still tease him about it, though. And we were just like talking about it last night, being like, well, how about this? And like, how about that? And it's like, I'm trying to get a sense of like where the parameters are, you know what I mean? It's that kind of shit. Because I don't know how we got on that subject, honestly. Ooh, thank you.
I gotta go to the restroom. I'll be back in a second.
All right.
Keep everybody entertained.
Yeah, CB says, when my girlfriend does videos, some of the guys want her to pretend to be his mom or sister, and those are the ones that are in defeat. I've noticed that that's a pretty big... I don't think anybody ever asked me to be their mom. Did they? No, maybe there was one. Or anything like that. But I've noticed that, like, incest is kind of a big thing. That's kind of a big thing. Like, a lot of people... But like I said, I think that's kind of what Tom was saying before. It's like you like stuff that's kind of wrong or, like, taboo. You know what I mean? Because you're not supposed to do it. So it's, like, way hotter. So, you know, that's why there's whole subcategories of porn that are, like, you know, mom blows her son or whatever. And it's just that obviously that's not really his mom. You know what I mean? It's just fake. But, you know, people get off on the idea of that. And like I said, I kind of get it because it's just wrong. CB said my mom found out about my belly button fetish because she opened the bill for the video I paid for back in 99. Was that like excruciatingly embarrassing, or were you just like, yeah, whatever? I don't know. I feel like I never had anything like happen like that to me. Well, I didn't pay for porn or anything like that, but I never got caught doing anything embarrassing. Not that I remember. Texas Ranger said, I think I came in at the wrong time. No, you came in at exactly the right time.
Who's saying it?
It's a rowdy show tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, we started in on porn and
and all kinds of shit.
And shit like almost immediately.
Yeah, the man with the biggest dick in the world and shit.
Well, I only thought of that because you were watching that video earlier, because I was going to get a drink of water and he's like, Jenny, you gotta come here. So like, you gotta see this shit.
Yeah.
So I had to go watch the man with the biggest dick in the world.
Yeah. He was just talking about it though.
He wasn't like to it. It was an interview.
Yeah. And you look at the dude, you go, he's got the biggest dick in the world.
Just you wouldn't think he would. You can't tell just from looking
at
people.
Yeah. And he was talking about what a curse it was. Couldn't have sex basically. And he couldn't walk around. He says it's obvious. He says the bulge is obvious.
Like our friend Toby.
Yeah, like Toby, yeah.
Can't hide that.
He's been single for a long time. He can't find a man, I guess. Can't find one to his specifications.
Maybe. I don't know.
But, yeah, the videos that we have on mini-vids, that was just some real basic videos we came up with in a pretty small amount of time just to get us in the game. But me and Jen are actually we're thinking about doing some new stuff. At least two more.
Yeah, we got a couple. I want to do some more outdoor stuff too.
Yeah, yeah. And because physically we both kind of upped the game. Jen's been fucking working out a lot.
Yeah, I feel like I look a lot better than.
Yeah, she looks a lot better now.
Ones.
Her legs and her ass are fucking like it's moved up like 2 notches. She looks really good. And I've lost a lot of fat, probably 5 pounds of fat. So my 6-pack is almost ready to show. Probably maybe another month. Because you don't want to show a 6-pack in progress. You want to show the final fucking product.
The final form.
Yeah, you unveil that shit the final.
Oracle says, I remember when I learned my husband had a fetish. This was during sex. But I played along. We both had fun. And afterwards he asked, was that weird? I said, nope. And he was relieved.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty open-minded. I mean, as long as it's not gross.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not into gross stuff. I know some, because like I said, we were watching some Wang
gross
videos last night.
Gross is a fetish, too.
It is.
Yeah.
But it's not my thing.
Me and Jen have a history in goth and fetish clubs. So we're familiar with all the shit that they do. Once you're familiar with all the main fetishes and all the little sub-fetishes, nothing really shocks you.
I can't remember the last time I was shocked by anything, to be honest. I'm not jaded, it's just that your bandwidth is very wide.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, you hear about, hey, here's this new fetish where people like to do X, Y, and Z, and you're like, okay.
Yeah. The only things that upset me involve children or killing people.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, and I wouldn't even call that a fetish. That's just criminal behavior.
Serial killers. I think they're psychopathic fetishists. They have a lot of, like BTK was like that. But that's not normal. You have to die if you're doing that shit.
Yeah.
No, fuck no. But anything else, as long as it's involving consenting adults.
I'm just kind of like...
Yeah.
And even if it's, like, not my thing, I'm just like, okay, knock yourself out. Like I said, it's not going to hurt anybody. Well, like I said, we were watching some Wang videos last night, because we just kind of had them on playing because we couldn't think of anything else. And the one came on, I'd seen it before, but the one came on about the dude that'll pay you $500 to, like, swim around in your septic tank.
Yeah, that's why.
And I'm just sitting there going... I can't even watch that because I just start gagging.
I can.
And I'm just like, no.
I was watching that.
I had to skip it.
I was watching that with kind of a morbid fascination.
It is morbidly fascinating, but I still can't watch it because I just keep gagging.
What dude was doing, first of all, he had an ad that he was putting out. He says, basically says, I'll pay you $200.
I thought it was $500. It was some like ridiculous amount.
Yeah. I thought it was $200.
Something like that.
For a certain amount of hours. And I will go into your, and I will just sit in your septic tank and bring my film equipment. And you just sit back and get paid. And I'll even close it up, and my assistant will even lower the lid back on it, so I'm down in the damn septic tank. And I'll swim in it.
in his gimp suit.
In his gimp suit. Some people would take him up on it, right, man? Going and fucking.
Well, hey, if you're gonna pay me like $500, $1,000 just to swim around in my septic tank, as long as I don't have to see it,
yeah,
have at it.
And he was
I don't care.
He's kind of a big beefy guy, and they never really showed his face. He was in a gimp suit, a rubber fucking suit, a rubber mask with eye holes and a mouth hole. And he would set up a tripod with lights and a camera, and he'd be in the fucking septic tank, and it'd be up to his chest and shit. And he's leaned up aside, he's having fun, and then he's like holding his breath and going in there and coming back up and fucking, fucking bizarre, man.
I can't imagine.
But hey, you know, he wasn't hurting anybody.
That's what I figured. I was like, that's gross as shit.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that or be around people that do that, but
I was trying to imagine what it is. And I think what it is it's probably a dude that has, at one time, a fear of dirtiness.
yeah.
I think you have to have a fear of dirtiness first. And then you overcome the fear and confront it, where you're diving into dirtiness.
Yeah.
And overcoming it, so you feel like you're winning. I beat it.
Yeah, I get it.
I think that's what he's doing.
Well, we've talked about this before, how we think that dudes that have like cuck fetishes, which are very common, are dudes that probably were always like afraid that their partner was going to cheat on them. So at some point they wanted to confront that fear and be like, it'll happen and conquer it. So it'll like happen in front of me and I'll see it happening, and then they'll get over it. You know what I mean?
Well, I noticed though through like cuck porn that's made by real people that are into that shit, because I've watched some of it. The dude is, I think, conquering the fear of infidelity.
Yeah.
By making it happen.
Yeah.
He arranged that shit.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
He probably talked his wife into it.
So he's like taking ownership.
He's taking, and going like, you're gonna cheat on me, and I'm gonna watch.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna make it happen. And you're gonna get it out of my system, and you're gonna get it out of your system, like therapy or some shit like that.
I kind of feel like that's probably a big part of why that's so prevalent. Because nobody wants to get cheated on.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, I understand that some people would probably like fetishize that to some degree.
Yeah.
In a way that they're psychologically trying to get on top of it, like trying to get past that fear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess
that makes sense to me.
I appreciate the art form, but I never really asked myself why I appreciate the art form. I never really consider myself to be jealous.
You're not really.
Yeah, so... But watching it, I'm like, another thing that I noticed, though, is that a lot of the guys that do that shit, fucking, when you look at them, they're fucking jacked, and they're like pretty alpha fucking dudes. Like, remember I was showing you the guy and his wife the other day?
Yeah. Yesterday.
From Wifey's World. You guys know who that is. I grew up watching Wifey's World. I think her name's Sandra Oh.
They're still around.
And the husband. And he just films his wife having sex with him and other dudes. Sometimes she just blows dudes. And they're in their 50s now, man. Maybe 60s. And they're rich, man. He's a construction contractor. Just look up Wifey's World. You'll find it. She's probably in her early 60s now. She looks great, though. Big implants, skinny dude. He's good. He looks good. He's fucking jacked and shit. They got a beautiful house. It's like a mansion. With fucking
it is a really nice
pool
house.
Tables and Robbie the Robot and movie memorabilia.
Yeah, they got all kind of like old school sci-fi memorabilia. Yeah, it's really cool.
So just by looking at the house, you're like, man, they're cool. They must be cool people. And they're kind of, I guess you'd probably say they're kind of like swingers. But I've never seen any videos of him doing anything with other women.
Yeah, he just gets off on...
He gets off on watching his wife.
Watching her.
And it didn't start that way. I first saw them in around 95 when they were young. And they were posting in weird places like on Web TV. They even had some shit. Remember Web TV? Mm-hmm. They were even doing stuff. And like Prodigy. They were doing shit. They had their own... They were some of the very first web performers. And it was just them.
Yeah.
They never had anybody
They
else.
started out with just them, like just
them
filming
doing it.
themselves
Yeah.
and stuff. But then as time went on,
he started
bringing in other dudes.
Yeah, bring these dudes.
But like I said, I've never seen any where they brought in another woman.
No, just dudes.
Just dudes.
And
he just films it.
yeah, and he'll be there talking to him. Oh man, you guys look great. Oh man, it's so hot and shit. That's
just
his
into
thing.
it,
That's
yeah.
his thing. He likes seeing his wife pleasure people, and likes seeing his wife being pleasured and shit. And that he's just like being. I can kind of understand it. It's like a third person view. Look how beautiful my wife is.
Yeah, like
She's
she's
enjoying it, you know. Look at that guy, fucking digs her, man. I got a great woman. It's kind of like, okay, I think this is like this. It's like you got this badass fucking sports car. It's so badass, you want to loan it to your friend. You drive it. Isn't that fucking badass? Yeah, it's mine. No, I think that's what he's doing. It's mine, no, but I'm gonna let you drive it.
Yeah,
I think that's what it is. I'm trying to put myself in those shoes. That's the only way. Me and Jen have been in threesomes, but with girl.
Yeah, never a dude one.
Yeah.
Yet.
I've been in threesomes with dudes. I grew up doing that shit. Me and my fucking buddies doing it in high school. But it starts where it's couples, you and your girlfriend, and him and his girlfriend having sex in the same car at the drive-in. And then the shit might go down in somebody's room or down in their basement. And fucking we had little lounges set up. And they may not be your steady girlfriend. They're just girls you're dating. And they're friends. And you might have dated that one before anyway, and he might have dated this one before anyway. So you said, well, fuck it, let's swap up. So then it becomes fuck fest.
That's kind of more a foursome, yeah.
Was that?
That's a foursome, not a threesome.
Yeah, but sometimes me and him would be just fucking attacking a chick. You know who it is.
Yeah.
She's famous now.
Yeah.
And yeah, he get one side and I get the other. And it wasn't like we were having sex with each other, but it was weird because we're like fucking having sex with one girl.
Yeah.
And we were like, let's send this chick to the fucking moon. We're like, it's like two wolves. You know what I mean? We're going to have this bitch walking on clouds for days. We're going to ruin her. No man will never compare to what we're going to do to this. You know, she's going to come back. You know, so it's kind of it's just like a gang mentality. You know, she's going to love this. You know, and they do. They do. And these were high school girls. We were in high school.
But see,
So I've seen the power of it.
The interesting thing about...
And they love you.
About you...
Because you're cool with them, you know.
And your friend, though.
Yeah.
And I told you this before, is that a lot of teenage dudes, they don't really give a shit about women getting off.
No,
they
we
just
were
care
totally
about,
into it.
So that's why, like, you had girls, like, showing it, and then the girls would bring their friends.
They'd bring their friends over. Yeah, she knows all the stories. She knows who we're talking about. She's met the guy.
Yeah, he came and stayed at our house one time.
Yeah.
But
and fucking one of what's his name, Gramthars Hammer, who's in the comment sections a lot. We went to high school together. He knows about it too. He was there.
Because y'all were kind of like more evolved, I guess, a little bit than teenage guys.
We were in drama programs, so we were with all these young actress girls, you know.
Because y'all were just kind of like...
We were all about the women. We loved women.
We're going to do some stuff to this girl.
Yeah. We loved women.
She's going to love this.
Yeah, we loved women.
You weren't really like... Because a lot of teenage dudes, I feel like, are just focused on their own...
Yeah, like selfish.
Yeah, so...
No, our goal was we're going to get this bitch walking on fucking clouds. She's not even going to be able to get us out of her fucking mind. Like, yeah. We'd be talking on the phone with each other. Like, did you call what's her name? I'm not going to say her name, you know. You call what's her name? It might be, there were several of them. No, it's this is what you're going to do. Call her. Let's get her to come to concert with us, with just me and you and her. He's like, yeah, I'll call her. She come back. Yeah, we get a date. So we double date, but with one girl.
Yeah.
And we're like, we're going to fuck her up. She could be walking sideways for days. And she'd be walking on clouds, and those girls loved us. Yeah. Because we were cool with them. We didn't lie or try to, and they knew the other ones. They were all friends. We were all doing this with groups of friends.
Yeah, you weren't like making them promises to them or anything like that.
No.
Everybody knew what the situation was.
Yeah. And you see, another thing is that a wolf pack mentality kind of forms where I'm trying to outdo him on, oh, you did that? Okay, well, watch this. You know what I mean? Because you're
watch my technique.
Yeah, you're competing to fucking please this woman, and of course she's losing it. and which kind of magnifies your fucking power. But it was all fun, you know. But we meant it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, you're... One of the things that I liked about you when I first met you was that you had a lot of female friends that were not your girlfriends.
Yeah, yeah.
And you genuinely liked them as people, which that's kind of unusual.
I grew up that way.
Yeah. So that was like a green flag because...
Well, me and Steve, actually, we were like brothers. We didn't really see each other as separate competing dudes at all. We were part of a wolf pack. We were brothers. We saw women as kind of like, I don't want to say superior life form. Just that we knew that in high school, we knew that the girls were more evolved than a lot of the guys because they mature at different rates.
They do, yeah.
Well, we knew. We knew that. So we just wanted to be popular with the girls because we liked them.
Yeah.
You know, and you hear their problems, you know, and you talk to them and, you know, fucking you get high with them and take some LSD or fucking smoke weed or drink or whatever, you know, and we just have fun with them. And we'd take them out and might take 2-3 friends out, you know. Shit might happen, shit might not happen. There was no pressure, you know. It was just in the moment.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing is that you weren't goal-oriented in the sense that a lot of teenage guys or young guys are just goal-oriented. They just want to get laid. So it's like they're doing all this manipulative shit like in order to get laid. Like they'll tell you all this bullshit or they'll do this and that. But you didn't really do that because like, I could get laid, I could not get laid. It's all right.
Yeah. Well, another thing is that me and Steve both found by 11th grade we knew the fucking deal. If you were like that, women would become the young girls would become the aggressors, too. They'd just come knocking on the door. Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, what's up? What you doing? Hey, come on in. Where you been? You know, you come on in. You know, and it's like a new one, but it's another one of the girls in that circle.
She heard about.
She heard because they're talking. How you doing? Hey, you want some cake? We made some cake. You know, we made Henry bars because we were making candy. Yeah. You know, just shit like that. You know, we got that new fucking you know. We got that new fucking Reanimator movie. You want to see that? Okay, yeah. But then next thing you know, we're fucking. Might be 3 or 4 of us. You know, you never can't tell. You know.
But like you said, I think that's why. I don't know, and I think that's kind of why, like, when you first came, you know, when you were older, when you first came to the scene in Florida, like around the time that I first met you, I think that's kind of why, like, a lot of women were attracted to you and stuff like that, is because you weren't goal oriented.
Well,
like
not really possessive either. If you try to control those girls, fucking, they'll run.
Yeah.
What would you want to control her for anyway? You like her as she is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you're making friends with her.
Yeah. I mean, obviously.
So, you know, if she wants to hang out, she can. But see, the thing is that in those days, those particular girls we're talking about, these were white Michigan girls usually. They were all going to college. They weren't trying to get married to you. They knew better.
Yeah.
They're going to college, and when they go to college, they're going to have fun there, and they can get married later.
Yeah, they're just having fun, yeah.
So it's just having fun. So you don't have to go through the...
Like I said, everybody knew what the deal was.
Exactly.
Everybody was just trying to have a good time.
Exactly. You're just trying to learn and have fun.
Tammy says most boys would have went to school the next day and called the girl a whore.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, they would. Normally they would have, yes.
Well, we saw that.
Yeah, that's very common.
We saw that happen to some of the finest fucking girls, you know. One of them was a cheerleader that we knew. And she blew the guy she was dating in the library. Yeah. And then that dude turned around and told everybody.
Yeah, that's a lot of dudes will do that.
Me and Steve were like, that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's terrible.
And fucking and the girl was great.
Yeah.
Great, yeah, fucking.
A lot of guys will do that though, especially that age. But yeah, because they don't care about her, they just care about their reputation. You know what I mean? It's like a weird, I don't know what's going through their minds, if anything, but they have a weird, like, Madonna horror complex, I guess. It's like they want to get a blowjob, but then a girl gives them one, and then suddenly they turn around and tell everybody in the school what a whore she is. I'm just like, what do you think that's accomplishing? I'm not really sure. I know teenage boys are stupid, but, you know. It's like fucking... I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I don't. Like I said, I guess until. I don't know. Because being into, horror movies and that kind of shit when I was growing up. So I actually had a lot of. I probably had like 50-50, I feel like, guy and girl friends. Maybe slightly more guy friends than female friends. But it's kind of unusual for a dude to just be friends with a girl and just be friends with a girl, like, without having some ulterior motive. And I guess I didn't realize how common it was because you just get used to it. But Tom is, like, not really like that. You know what I mean? Like, when I met him, he had, like, everybody knew him, right? Like, he came here, he moved here in 2008. He moved here in 2008. And I probably met him, I kind of seen him around, like, before that, but I didn't really meet him, I don't think, until 2009-ish, somewhere around there, like summer, fall, something like that. And that was one thing that I did notice, that everybody knew him and everybody seemed to like him. Nobody had anything shitty to say about him other than a couple people that were obviously haters.
They were trying to get in their pants.
But yeah, but I noticed, that was one thing that I noticed, that you had a lot of friends that were girls, and a lot of them were like hot girls. Yeah. And you were just like, yeah, she's my friend, like, I don't, like, you never dated them or anything like that. So it's just kind of like, that's kind of unusual. Like, it stood out to me, because it does seem like if a lot of times, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's a pretty high percentage. If a dude makes friends with a hot girl, he's just trying to get in her pants. Like, he'll pretend to be her friend. He'll pretend to be nice to her and stuff like that. But he's, like I said, he's got a goal. He's goal-oriented. It's ulterior motives.
Yeah.
And you're not really like that.
No, I was never like that.
You're not really like
that.
that.
I wasn't like that really ever. Ever. I was never really like that. So I don't know if it's genetic or just the way in which I developed. I don't know. I was never really like that. There were women that I was like, I'm calling women, really, we're talking about high school girls mostly. When I was in high school, there were some of them I was just like, oh. But a lot of times if I was really fucking stunned, I wouldn't approach them. They usually weren't in my circle. You know what I mean? So I was like, well, I don't have any excuse or reason to interact with her. If I go out of my way to interact with her, it's going to look funny. Everything kind of has to happen with a natural flow.
Yeah.
So what I was doing at that particular time, being mostly in the drama programs, just my normal interaction with the girls in that program, and it's sometimes outside of that program, because they were kind of like groupies to that fucking the groupies too, you know what I mean? They're not in the drama program, but they saw your play, they fucking, you got their attention, just interacting with them, what I do is I just judge their responses and how, open they were, or how, friendly they were, to kind of give you the okay to where, fucking you can interact with them later. You know what I mean? And just some of them, it depends on what your credibility level is too, because it took months, probably 6 months, to kind of build up that street cred. You know what I mean? And then once it kind of reaches critical mass, where it just gets easier and easier and easier, because everybody knows you.
Yeah.
And you've like associated or dated high end or high caliber high school girls, ones that had good, I don't want to say good reputations, but just women that had street cred with other women in the school, That's
and
all.
you treated them okay, and like,
and
that gets around.
No, satisfied customers.
Right. Yeah. That's what I mean. So it's just kind of like, because you act like, if you act like a dick, that's gonna get around too.
Right.
But
number one thing in that phase of life, the high school, very young, is that they've got to be having fun. You got to show them something new, too. Talk about new ideas, philosophies. You might talk about Kurdjieff. You might be talking about fucking Maslow and his fucking scale of self-actualization. Anything, We were talking about all kinds of stuff at that time.
I remember talking about that myself.
Yeah, we were talking about that. And then find out if she smokes. And if she smokes, she'll probably drop acid with you. We used to drop acid too. We had a real good connection at the University of Michigan to get acid.
Man, I wish we had one.
Yeah. My boy that I'm talking about ended up being a biochemist and a fucking genetic scientist, okay? My boy Steve was a fucking genius. He was genius. I'm not a genius. I'm underneath that. I would be considered to have exceptional intelligence, and my IQ's high. But I'm not a genius. He was a fucking genius. Real good looking, too. And he ended up becoming a genetic scientist and was in the Human Genome Project back when that was happening, in the 90s. What he's doing now, he owns his own company making software. Usually flight simulation software was one of the things he was doing. I got to call him and see what he's doing lately, because he's constantly changing his game because the economy changes all the time.
Yeah, you got it.
But he's my age. He's married to like a 32-year-old woman. He's got like 5 kids with her now.
I remember when he came to visit us, I think he had just had the first one.
Yeah, he's got
I remember
like
him
4
bringing the
of them
baby
now.
picture.
Yeah,
I remember we had that baby picture on the fridge.
Yeah, and
I
think she's maybe 35 now. Yeah, so he started late. I wouldn't have the energy, but he loves it.
Some people do.
He loves
it. I don't know.
And he's not even on anything. He's not on. I just said, man, you got to get on test, man. He's like, oh yeah, maybe I will, but he never fucking gets around to doing it. So you got to get on that shit, bro.
Yeah, CB's saying about the dudes that like call girls whores like the next day, like in high school. It's like I always hated the guys that did that.
Yeah,
that's very, very common.
I'll go back to this. They weren't in our circle. These were the jocks. These were the football players and the.
Yeah, we didn't hang out with those.
And no, some of them I did hang out with.
I knew a couple that were okay.
Some of the hockey guys were real cool.
Most of them were kind of shitheads.
Most of them were shitheads. But here's the thing: in my experience with jocks, the real high level alpha jocks are cool. It's the fucking beta level jocks.
Because they have something to prove.
Yeah, they're wannabes.
Yeah.
All right.
If you don't have anything to prove, then you can just be cool and hang out with whoever.
There was a super alpha. In high school, we had a super alpha hockey player named Eric McCormick, and that motherfucker was awesome. All right, and all the fucking art girls liked him from the drama club, and he hung out with us, and he'd smoke weed and shit, and he was a fucking real jock. You know, fucking good body, fucking strong, 6-something. You know, he looked great. He had that fucking mullet though, but that was the way it was.
I mean, everybody kind of had that. Can't dang him for that.
Yeah.
Everybody
He was super cool.
Especially in Michigan.
But he was a hockey player, and hockey players are kind of like the fucking...
And especially hockey players, they all have that fucking...
Yeah, and hockey players were not quite like football players, even though they had some cool football players. The hockey players were kind of more fucking Sigma male. You know what I mean? They weren't... they were kind of unconventional. But anyway, what had happened was, with that one girl I was talking about earlier, her name was Lisa. I'm not going to fucking mention the last name. She was gorgeous. Probably about 5'7", 5'8", tall, thin, big boobs, and a cheerleader. And she hooked up with fucking this football player who was just stereotypical fucking football player. Back in the day, we called him a jock boy. That jock boy, you know, just fucking obnoxious. She liked him, though, but I think that might have been the only guy she'd ever messed with. He got her to blow him in the fucking library. And then went out and told everybody. And ruined that chick's reputation. She left, she fucking quit from the fucking...
Dudes are evil, man.
Yeah,
Why did
she quit from the fucking cheerleaders. She fucking all that shit. And she just kind of became kind of like a goth girl, but kind of like one that hadn't found her place yet. And if I remember correctly, fucking Gramthars isn't here. I think she ended up with Bill Olinger, who was a tall, good-looking punk rock guy. One of the coolest punk rock. I think that's who she ended up with. Well, so she went the opposite direction.
Thank God.
Yeah. And Bill was... I think it was Bill that she ended up with. And Bill was really cool. Bill was a really cool punk rocker. Fucking mohawk, fucking ripped up pants, and fucking leather fucking jacket cut up, and all the fucking prototype fucking goth and punk rock girls were after him. He was like an alpha punk rocker. Evidently, somebody told me what he does for a living now. It was like, I was like, he does that for a living? I don't remember if it was a teacher or a lawyer or something like that. That's what he ended up doing.
But see, that kind of shit like pisses me off so much because you know that dude's doing that on purpose. He's like, I'm gonna bring her in the library. I'm gonna talk her into like blowing me.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna tell everybody.
Yeah, he bragged about it and fucking then called her a slut.
Yeah.
Evidently, and fucking it ruined her fucking reputation with that particular crowd. But
Didn't ruin his reputation though, even though he's the asshole.
I think it did ruin his reputation with the girls, because the girls were like, he told.
Yeah, that's shitty behavior.
Yeah, he told. So I think with the girls it did ruin his reputation, because you see all the girls in the drama program with it knew that happened, was like, that motherfucker.
Yeah.
So
that's a shitty thing to do to somebody.
And me and Steve were like, man, we need to go scoop in there and save that. So that's what our thinking. So yeah, we gonna save Lisa. Never happened though. Fucking, if I remember correctly, Bill Olinger was his name. I think he scooped it up, but he was good to it. If I remember, I'm pretty sure it was her.
It.
Good at that, but yeah. It. But that's just me playing my games. But I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Bill ended up with her. But you see, I had to go back to Brazil when all that was going on. I went to high school in Brazil also. I had to go back there twice. And that was the shit that I just told you about now, that happened in my junior year in Michigan. But I went back to Brazil and did my senior year there, and I'm fucking so happy to do my senior year in Brazil. It was fucking awesome. Escola Graduada de São Paulo, an international high school. I had so much fun there. And being a senior, you fucking ruled the fucking roost. I was landing all the great parts in the fucking drama program. I was getting the leads and shit. And I was fucking blowing the doors off of it. It was fucking great. Doing musicals. I did the Fantastics and landed the role, fucking El Gallo, which was the lead. Yeah, I had like 5-6 songs to sing. I love doing musicals. Me and Jen were talking about listening to some old shows. I want to see My Fair Lady again.
Yeah, I haven't seen that since high school.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't in drama, I was in chorus.
Yeah.
I was in the choir.
Yeah, like, you would have been hanging out with us.
Yeah.
We hung out
with the drama people.
Yeah,
and the
drama and band
people.
fags. We called them band fags. Drama and band fags hung out together.
And all the like math club kids, Model UN. Some of that was like the same people
in our school.
Well, because in the 80s when I was in high school, and you were, there was no. I mean, all of the goths, punks, nerds. You just all hung out together. There wasn't really cliques. It was just kind of like weirdos, normies.
Yeah.
So it's like it didn't. So I knew people that were like goths, punks, people that were like super, super nerdy.
Yeah.
You just all just kind of hung out together because you were just all like outcasts, kind of.
Now, one of these girls that I was telling you all about that we were having all this fun with, she was part of the scene. She ended up becoming famous. She's a famous television movie actress. She was my ex-girlfriend. I dated her kind of exclusively for a while. But then we just kind of ended up being just part of the milieu, you know. It didn't. At that time, you know, this exclusivity is kind of a temporary situation because there's just too much temptation, and everybody's going to college, so you can't. There's no future in any of this.
Because as soon as you go to college,
as soon as you go to college, that chick's gone.
Yeah, everybody's
right. But
the possibilities.
Yeah, one of those good girls was. I guess I can probably name a name. She wouldn't care. I'm still on good terms with her. Fucking. She was one of the stars of a program called 24. All right, her name is Marilyn Ricecup. The role that she played was Chloe, I think is what the name. I've never seen a single episode of that.
I don't think I've ever seen it either.
And she also does a lot of comedy. She's now mostly doing comedy. And when you see her comedy routine, that's exactly the way she was. She's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, Tom shows me clips of it sometimes, and
she's
he's
fucking
just
hilarious.
like, yeah, she was just like that.
And the older she gets, the dirtier she gets. She wasn't dirty back then. She was fucking real innocent and fun. Knew her mom or dad, just go over to her house all the time. I got slides of her at my birthday party. Yeah. I need to fucking get the projector because I haven't seen those slides, and I'll take a picture
Of the sign.
Of those projectors, yeah. Me and Mary Lynn.
Yeah, I don't ever think I've seen those, actually.
Yeah. And then, but yeah, that was my ex-girlfriend.
Yeah. He still talks to her on...
Yeah, she's divorced,
Instagram
she's
or
got
something,
kids, but she still looks great for her age. She looks great. She hasn't changed that much. She was not only in drama programs, she was also on the swim team. So me and Steve just fucking loved her. She was fucking like our sister. But I don't know, we were messing with it. So I consider her to be my sister. Just, if she needed anything, I'd help her. It's not a sexual thing. She's just, I love that girl. I grew up with her. I know everything about her in terms, I know what she's like. I know her soul. We grew up together. Just like, she was like equivalent to Steve, my best friend.
Yeah.
Just a female equivalent. But, Army and fucking college and all that shit, you're destined to fucking split apart and live your own lives. It's just, you don't hold on to shit like that. Relationships like what me and you have only happen in adulthood.
Yeah.
They don't happen in your teen years, not in this country. Let me go to the restroom.
Yeah, I gotta go too, but I'll wait till you come back.
All right.
Hi, Doja said, I had such a lame high school. We didn't have a marching band, I don't think, and the only musical we ever did was Oklahoma because our school was in Oklahoma every fucking year. I'm trying to remember. Like I said, I wasn't in drama, but I did know some of the kids in drama, so I would always go and see the musicals that they did. Did they do Oklahoma one year? I remember they did West Side Story one year, and that was really good. Like, I went and saw that a couple of times. I'm like, wow, you guys killed it. What else did they do? I can't remember. They might have done Oklahoma, now that I'm thinking about it. Shit, man. What other musical did they do? Yeah, we were just talking about musicals earlier because Tom likes those... people react to, it's usually like people that are like in Asia or whatever, and it's like they're reacting to like American movies that they've never seen before. So he was watching one where these girls, I don't remember where they were from, but they were watching The Sound of Music, I guess, like for the first time. And they thought it was funny because they knew the songs, but they didn't know where those songs had come from. So they thought it was like really cool that they were like seeing the movie for the first time. And Tom's like, man, we should watch My Fair Lady. And I was like, shit, man, I haven't seen that since high school. Because, like I said, I was in chorus, and a lot of the people that were in chorus with me were also in drama. So we used to watch musicals a lot. Like, I remember watching My Fair Lady. We watched Bye Bye Birdie. I don't really like
Sound of Music.
Sound of Music. We watched that one.
Grease.
Yeah, I don't think we watched Grease at school. But I've seen that a million times. I love Grease. But, what was the other one we watched? We watched West Side Story, the one from the 60s, because the drama club was doing that one. I don't know. We watched a bunch of other ones, too. Some of them I liked and some of them I didn't. I do like some musicals, actually. I tend to like ones that are kind of more edgy, I guess. Like, I like some of the more modern musicals, like... Yeah. Hedwig and the Angry Inch, and man, we should review that. Have you ever seen it?
What's that?
Hedwig and the Angry Inch. Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
Tammy knows 24. She knows who I'm talking about. Yeah, I was talking about Mary Lynn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CB said, I hated school. I got bullied all the fucking time. I did too. More in junior high. I got bullied in high school too, but it was a little bit better because... I hung out with all the other weirdos, so we just kind of all got bullied together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In junior high, it was a little bit worse because I only had like one or two friends, so you kind of got picked on more. But I liked high school a lot, but I hated junior high. Hated it.
I had it easy because my junior high, I went to military school, Southern California Military Academy. I loved it. It's funny because, like, in American culture, military school is always some kind of threat. Well, I'm going to send you to military school. But that threat came through Hollywood. You had to kind of want to be in military school, and it was fun. It was kind of like Cub Scouts or Boy Scouts, but school at the same time. It didn't have any girls, but we liked it that it didn't have any girls. Now, when you got old, it only went up to 9th grade, though, that one. or 8th grade. No, 9th grade. We went up to 9th grade. But I only went till 8th. So usually by 8th grade, you don't really give a shit. Now, they had girls next door to us at St. Mary's, which is the Catholic school girls. They were right next to it. We just see them wave at them and shit, you know. But we didn't care. And fucking, you know, being in a same-sex school kind of kept you focused on schoolwork and things like Dungeons and Dragons and comic books.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not really ready to be interacting with girls full swing anyway, if you ask me. Maybe
honestly, I was kind of more interested in hanging out with my friends and music and actually like learning shit.
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of a nerd like that. Like, I actually liked school like for learning stuff.
Yeah.
I was just like, this would be awesome if all these other stupid people weren't here.
Well, I got out of military school.
You know,
went to high school, 9th grade in Brazil. At fucking Escola Guadalupe, São Paulo, called it graded. And I took to it, man, like a duck to water. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm ready. Had a good time. But I love South America. I love South America, Central America, Latin culture. I speak Portuguese and English. So I kind of was growing up bilingual in between two different cultures. Made a lot of Brazilian friends. Mostly dated Brazilian girls when I was there. I'll tell you what, them Brazilian girls, they set the fucking bar high. So did that, and then went back to the United States and finished my. Went back to the United States and for 11th grade, and then went back to Brazil for 12th. But you know, I had fun. You know, I guess I was lucky. Let's see what everybody's talking about. I don't have my glasses, so we'll see. Kaysen says, sorry, Tom, do you remember you recommended the game Dishonored? I was asking about other steampunk games like Bioshock. I never recommended Dishonored. I've never heard of that game. So you must have me confused with somebody else. Because I don't know that game.
Unless you just don't remember. I don't remember.
No, I never heard of that game.
I never remember you bringing that up.
No, I don't remember that game. You know what I was playing today? I was playing fucking Doom 64. I like old games.
Yeah.
I was fucking having so much fun with Doom 64. It was taking me back to another era. Back when games were real simple. And, you know, like, trying to listen to the fucking sound of the fucking secret doors opening and closing and going, how do I get into that bitch?
Oh, High Desert said why their school always did Oklahoma. We had such a homophobic high school. I think that was the reason why we only ever did that one musical. I think they thought if we did a musical about cowboys, it wouldn't be gay. Did they never see Brokeback Mountain? But but yeah. We might have done Oklahoma. I think my high school did do Oklahoma while I was there. Because I remember the songs. Like I said, I mostly remember West Side Story because I saw that one a bunch. And that might have been my senior year, but I don't remember what they did like the years before that. We always went like to see it because we got free tickets, but I don't remember what the other ones were. They weren't all that memorable, I guess. Maybe they did. Did they make a musical out of Romeo and Juliet? Because I kind of feel like I remember there was this one girl. I don't remember what her name is now. I didn't know her super well, but she was in the chorus with me. And she was a soprano, and she had a beautiful voice. It was just like this angelic voice. So she was always like asked to do solos and stuff like that. Like I got asked to do solos too, but I was like, absolutely not. Like I was too fucking I had too much stage fright. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Because my choir director like asked me, it's like, hey, we're going to state or whatever, like because we would do the competitions. And I could do the sight reading competitions and I could do all that kind of stuff, but it's just like, he's like, hey, I want you to do a solo this year. And I was just like, fuck no, I'm not doing that. I did get asked, but I was like, I'm not doing that. Because I said, I know I'll get up there and I'll just choke. I won't be able to do it. But she always did it, and she always won. She was like super amazing, and she was always like the lead in all the musicals and stuff because her voice was so beautiful. But then, I thought this was kind of funny. Then we had a talent show one year at the end of the year. and her talent was singing, you know what I mean? But she was singing like a pop song. I don't remember what song it was. But when she sang it, it didn't sound right. She was really good at like singing like classical kind of style, but when she tried to sing a pop song, she kept like changing registers.
Yeah.
And like, cause you know, I grew up in choir, so it's like, so I knew, so I kept listening to it. I'm like, what is she doing?
Jen doesn't know, because I never talked to Jen about this kind of shit. She would have been very good at drama, very good. She had, because okay, when you're really in the groove and acting and executing a fucking show that has a script and a whole fucking story, and and you're trying to fucking emote and fucking give emotions to the crowd and shit, it's very much like what we do here. In theater, we would call this ad lib.
Yeah, I know what.
All right, and really, ad lib is the hardest.
Yeah,
that's what we would consider it, the hardest. No, I could retrain you to do acting and theater and blocking and stuff like that, and you'd take to it very quickly. You would be good at it, and I got that feeling. I worked with fucking good actresses and actors. Some of them now famous. And we talk about Mary Lynn. Mary Lynn wasn't that good when we were in school. She got better later. Okay. Some people said I should have stuck with that. But actually, I liked a military career. I didn't want to fake. I wanted to be a real dude. You know what I mean? Yeah. I really wanted to do the shit, I didn't want to be a professional pretender, I'd love to get back into it, because now I'm semi-retired. I could easily do it.
That might be cool, actually. I would actually really like to see you in that context.
The thing is, though, is that one of the reasons why I didn't want to do that shit professionally, you have to go to college first for some fucking stupid reason. I don't know why, but it helps if you go to college for drama.
It does help.
If you have to deal with L.A. as a young dude, you're going to get fucking couched. You're going to get casting couched. Okay? I don't want to
You're going to get pegged, Tom.
Yeah.
Well, now that you're older, that probably will not happen.
Yeah, I would think so. But back in those days, to get parts, you're going to have to suck dick. Or let some fucking producer fucking run through your ass. I ain't going to fucking do that shit.
I was kind of thinking more along the lines of just like kind of maybe doing live performance. Yeah, like maybe even like in a local fringe festival type stuff.
The thing is, though, is it takes a month to get ready for a show.
It does, easily. Yeah, I know.
And
like I said, I had a lot of friends that were in that, so. But I'd be interested to see you in that context.
I'd rather do a movie.
I didn't really do any acting, but I did a lot of singing in elementary school, actually all through.
That would have helped you so much in theater, though.
Yeah, I did a lot of singing.
That would have helped you so much, because that meant you would have fucking excelled in musicals. You would have gotten a role.
Yeah.
You would
have gotten one about it, but I was too shy.
You would have got one of the female roles, like say in Grease.
I thought about it, but I was too shy.
Yeah.
Because I kind of wanted to do it when I was in school, and I'm just like, yeah, no fucking way. Because I thought everybody would laugh at me. They're all gonna laugh.
Well, I thought that too, but that's not how it is, because you start off in black box where you're fucking working around other people who are training.
Yeah.
So you start slowly. You're not performing in front of an audience. You're performing in front of other fucking actors.
Yeah.
Or training, and you're built up to it over a series of months, and then years. You just and then usually they give you like fucking run-throughs. Where, okay, today we're going to bring in an audience from a middle school, and you're going to do these 3 songs. It's not going to be the whole show. It's just going to be these 3 songs right here, and we're going to join them together in an odd way. But these kids won't notice. And it's to get you used to performing in front of an audience.
Yeah.
And playing off of an audience. You can't make eye contact with them. You can't interact with them, but you do feel the energy, and you are feeding them. And they're kind of feeding you. There's a synergy. That's what all those rock musicians are, when they're good, they're doing that.
Yeah. I mean, I sang at Disney World.
Yeah.
Like the Christmas program. Yeah. And I sang at our high school graduation. And I did all that kind of stuff. But it's just kind of like, I'm still like really, really... I'm a lot better than I used to be. But
you'd have been great. Just see, you weren't caught at the right time.
Yeah.
To get the training. Let me get you another drink.
And like I said, I'm a lot better than I used to be, but I was like
Yeah.
super, super shy and super self-conscious. So I just always kind of felt like, oh, everyone's going to laugh at me or like fucking throw shit at me or something like that. Or I'm going to fuck up, you know what I mean? Like I always thought I was going to fuck up. Honestly, even when we first started doing this show, it probably took me years. Here's the stupid thing. Even before we were doing live streaming, because we didn't start doing live streaming until like episode 200 or something like that. Even when we were just recording the show, I would get anxiety. Even though, obviously, no one's listening to you except the recording thing, and you can edit out shit if you fuck up. But I was still super anxious about it. And then when we decided to do the live streams, I was just kind of like, I was like lost sleep like a couple nights before we did that. I was like so fucking nervous. And I was like, what happened? Like, what if I can't think of anything? What if I can't think of anything to talk about? And I just sit there like blankly like an idiot or whatever. And it was this big thing. But then like when I got on there, I was like, oh, this is better. It's better. So now I actually prefer doing the live streams to I still don't mind recording stuff, but it's just kind of like, it took a long time. It took me like years and years like to get over that. And I know it's stupid, but I don't know why. I even get anxious when I'm like recording stuff, even though obviously if I fuck up, I can just take it out, you know. I don't take much out of my recordings though. The only time I take stuff out is if like something happens, like my phone rings or, you know, the garage door makes a noise or something like that, or the cat jumps on the computer or some shit like that. Like that's the only time I take stuff out. I don't take anything out otherwise. But you know what I mean. Let's see. Tammy says, where'd she go? Oh, still redneck and hillbilly. Yeah. I mean, I went to school in Daytona Beach. I haven't been back there in a while. I go back there every now and then because I still have, you know, family that lives there, but I haven't been back in a while. It still seems kind of rednecky. It's better than it was, but... So Phantom has asked the same fucking question like 5 bajillion
What do you ask?
times.
So, why didn't you ask?
So please answer it. Well, because some other stuff kept coming up.
Okay.
Tom and Jenny, do you think after the Ukraine war is over that Ukraine will be as haunted as Gettysburg because of all the dead soldiers? I mean, I don't really know if that's... Like I said, I don't really believe in that kind of stuff generally, but... So I don't know.
She's seen paranormal shit. She just doesn't... She hasn't...
No, I'm just like... But yeah, but ghosts, that's a different thing.
The thing is, though, is that... If you were to see a ghost, is the soul of that person actually there, and are you actually seeing that person's soul, or are you maybe seeing the past?
See, I kind of feel like if ghosts exist, I think it's just that.
It might be a recording into the past.
I don't think that that's an interactive...
Right. Now, it might be interactive, but because it's like a highly fucking intricate dream-like recording of a person in that area. They might even interact with you, but I don't think that's that person. I think what it is your psychic abilities are picking up on it, like a psychic imprint of somebody who was in that area that died a certain way. That's probably what it is. Your subconscious mind is fleshing out some kind of information, a dream-like information about something that happened there in the past. Might be that. Is that person there? Probably not. They probably moved on. They're in the next life. You know, it's hard to say. Now, he's saying, will that war zone be real haunted? It could be, maybe.
High Desert says World War II had more dead people. I don't know of any mass.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. A lot of dudes that get killed in warfare, they're not real conflicted. You know what I mean? Fucking, they're soldiers. They know that they can die. They die, then, okay, I'm out of here. Fuck this. So, you know, their ghosts may not be left behind. Other people might pick up people that might be sensitive to, I don't want to say psychic energies. It sounds stupid, but some people might be sensitive and pick up things that happened in the past, and they're interpreting them as ghosts. Same thing as, like, in The Shining. Was Danny actually seeing those little girls, or was he seeing the past? And was he...
Yeah, like, were they actually there, or was he just, like, projecting?
Projecting and imagining what they said to him because of what happened to them. That kind of... You really could not know what it would be. So, would it be as haunted as, say, Gettysburg? Yeah, maybe. But that might just come across that way because you, as a person that maybe has psychic abilities or psychic attunement to things, might just be tapping into what happened there in the past.
I think that's probably more likely.
It's probably more likely, like a recorded memory.
Yeah.
In the area, just like you recorded it on tape or something.
Like the stone tape theory.
Yeah.
Like that Nigel Neal thing they made into a movie, which was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
CB said the schools in the UK don't do prom or discos because some of the kids could not be trusted not to do shit like Carrie. Yeah, I believe it. Having lived over there for a little while.
Prom is a tradition here.
Yeah,
I believe in it. It's great. That's a great night.
They don't just have prom. They also have homecoming, which is usually in like right around the beginning of the school year, like right around September. Yeah. Like when they first do the big football game or whatever the fuck. They usually have like a homecoming dance. Some schools have other dance like Valentine's Day and shit like that. I don't think our school had that. We had homecoming and prom, and I think there was another one, but I can't remember what it was. Some of them do like Sadie Hawkins.
Yeah, Sadie Hawkins. I remember that. Yeah.
Like I think they did that one year.
That's what is it?
That's when the girls ask the boys.
Boys out. Right. Yeah. Role reversal.
It's like a role reversal.
Yeah.
Kind of thing.
I don't know if they still do that though.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
But America, the United States in general, it depended state by state what we're talking about too. We're not every state is exactly the same. Now had really good high school traditions. Fun. Yeah, I liked them.
But I mean, if you see like high school movies like from the 80s and stuff like that, that's pretty...
That's what it was like.
It's slightly exaggerated, but not really. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's pretty much what it's like.
Yep.
Like Breakfast Club, all that kind of stuff. That's pretty accurate.
When the school is working right. Not all schools are like that. Depends on fucking where it is. You know what I mean? What the socioeconomic level of that fucking area is. Some fucking schools are outside mining towns. They're fucking rough as fuck, and the parents are rough and the kids are rough, and it's you never can tell. You know what I mean? You might be talking about Appalachia, so it's not all quite the same. But
yeah, I mean where I was I never went to any of the homecoming dances because that's usually a football thing, and I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
Plus nobody asked me. Even if they had, I wouldn't go. But
if I was there and asked you, you'd go.
Well. But that's not how shit worked out, is
it? Yeah, I wasn't there.
I only went to prom my senior year, and because I was like, oh, I guess we have to. It's like the law, right? So, we just went like in a big group of friends, like male and female, and we were there for about an hour or two, and I don't remember what was the fucking theme. I kind of feel like they stole the theme from Back to the Future. It wasn't like Enchantment Under the Sea or some shit like that, and I'm just like, really? That's what y'all are doing? Okay, cool. But after they had played Fight for Your Right to Party by the Beastie Boys, like for the 5th time, we're just kind of like, let's go to Rocky Horror. So we just went to Rocky Horror.
My fucking senior prom was a trip. Nobody asked. Nobody seemed to be interested. But I didn't realize it at the time. But people later on told me that I was the cutest dude in fucking school, in fucking high school, because I was in a real small school. Okay, small. I was in the bus. And there was a cute Brazilian girl that I would talk to all the time on the bus. And I was thinking about prom fucking crossed my mind. And I said, hey, are you going to prom? And she goes, I don't know. And I said, nobody asked you? And she goes, no. And I said, nobody asked me either. And she's like, oh. I says, you want to go? And she's like, yeah. So that's how I got my prom date. And fucking she was hot. And we went to prom together. Fucking had a limousine, picked her up. This is over in Brazil. We went to prom, had a fucking good night. Guess what? I got voted fucking prom king. And they hooked me up with fucking Molly Day, who was the prom queen. And I think it kind of broke her heart that she kind of lost her date at the end.
Yeah, that's kind of shitty.
Yeah. They were taking pictures of it and shit. And I was like, how the hell? But then once that shit was over, I just went back, hung out with her. You know, I took her back home and everything.
I'm like, that's a little bit
shitty.
I
didn't go out with Molly. Molly was cute as shit. She was a Mormon in Brazil.
Oh.
Her dad.
So kind of a Grease situation. The
like
original Grease, the musical.
I got a picture of it. I may have a picture of it around. I might be on this phone. I might have that picture. our prom picture.
I've seen it.
Yeah, Molly was cute. Her dad was kind of like the Mormon equivalent of a fucking like Grand Bishop. He was in charge of basically the Mormon mission of all of South America. So, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay. And she had money for a religious person, but she had really good breeding. She was really good looking. She was a sweet girl. Never got a date her whole time there at fucking school because she couldn't go out with anybody.
Yeah.
And the fucking Mormon Secret Service would show up and fucking check on her all the time, see what she was doing. I think to see if she had a boyfriend.
That's a little bit of, puts it a little bit of a damper on things.
Only thing that was funny about Molly is Molly smelled like mothballs. She had a funny fucking smell. It's because her mom was putting mothballs in her fucking drawers of her fucking, like, you know that the chemical mothballs. Yeah, because she wasn't allowed to wear perfume.
Oh.
Okay.
She had ode to mothball.
Yeah, she smelled like mothballs. She was cute though. She was cute, and she knew she was cute. She also knew she was a Mormon, and she knew she was kind of fucked at that period. She was gonna get married off somebody else. She probably turned out fucking well though, because of her rank, of her family's rank. She would have been married high up in Church of Latter-day Saints. She's probably back at Salt Lake, in a big mansion.
I don't know, man.
I know y'all want me to dig up the picture. Let's see if I have that picture.
I
on
can't
the
do
phone.
with the Mormon thing.
She was nice. She had no choice in any of that.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. That's what's kind of sad about it. It's like they're kind of
Mormons are good people. It's just kind of,
it's just kind of weird.
Kind of a weird. But the thing is that regular Christianity is weird.
I agree.
Their mythology isn't any weirder than the other shit. That's all about saying.
They're all cults to me.
Yeah.
Heidegger said a big tradition when I was going to high school was cruising 12th Street, meaning driving up and down 12th Street. That's how little there was to do. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I grew up in Daytona Beach. There was kind of some stuff to do. You could go to the movies and shit, but it's just like a lot of people would actually drive out in Tomoka State Park. Like, ooh, we're going to drive through the park with no headlights on.
Yeah.
It's super creepy.
Okay,
like a lot of people did that.
I found it. That was me and Molly at prom.
You used to have that picture hanging in the closet at our old house.
What was on it? It was in a collage of a bunch of
like in a
pictures
collage
that I have. But
that's where I saw it before.
That was Molly. She was cute, man. Look how cute that girl is.
Look at your smirk.
Yeah, that smirk. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm well acquainted with that smirk.
Yeah, look at that smirk.
You're so smug, Tom. I love you. You know that. I love your smug ass.
I was laughing. These motherfuckers made me the prom king. They made me the prom king.
Hey, nobody dumped pig's blood on you, so it was all good.
They voted me the prom king, man. Okay, fine.
You didn't even stuff the ballot box or nothing?
No, I had I really didn't care.
Oh, okay.
And we were drinking alcohol. It was Brazil.
Well, yeah. Well, everyone was doing that here too, but you weren't
drinking alcohol.
You weren't really supposed to.
No, there you didn't have to hide it.
Yeah.
Because we were old enough. Plus, that was a rich school. Rich kids can do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, that's true of rich people in general.
But Brazil did not care about alcohol consumption.
Us plebes have to follow laws.
Yeah,
Yeah, CB said we had a disco in 2003 at school in memory of one of the kids that got run over on the bypass at his after-school job, but it was a disaster. Yeah, I only really remember... I think prom, my senior prom, was the only thing that I ever went to. When I was in junior high, I think I went to a homecoming type dance in junior high, but I don't really remember anything about it. So it must have been completely boring and uneventful, which a lot of that shit was. You know what I mean? You just kind of went because you got to put on a pretty dress and do something special, but...
Man, this alcohol's going right through me.
You only rent vodka, that's what they say. I don't know if they say that. Haida said I always thought prom was stupid. I did too. Like I said, we just kind of went because we were like, well, don't we kind of have to? It's yeah, I guess we kind of have to. My mom made my dress. It was super badass. I don't know if I have a picture of it. I think I do, but it's a terrible picture. But she made it was black, of course, because I was just like, I'm not wearing colors. Come on now. And it was like, it had like a sweetheart neckline. It was like strapless, and it was floor length. And then it had this like a skirt. Like, it was just kind of like a plain, it was like this shiny black material. And so it was just kind of plain, and it was just strapless and long. And then it had a skirt that was a separate piece, and it just kind of strapped around like there was a belt, but then it like poofed way out like with all this black tulle, and it looked really cool. It was like really big. But yeah, my mom could sew, like, and she made all kind of like cool shit. She made like all my dresses and Halloween costumes and shit like that. I was kind of wanting to learn to sew. I tried to learn it, but I'm not coordinated enough. I even like took it in school. Like, I took home ec, and they had like a semester where they would do sewing, and your project was to make a pair of shorts, and I couldn't even do that. Like, my shorts were just like like pitiful. I don't remember the grade I got on them. I was just like, kind of, you know what I mean? I had a hard time, but you know what I mean. I did okay in like the cooking. I did okay in, because I did this thing where it was like a semester each of like home ec, and then there was a semester of shop, and then there was a semester of like printing or like graphics, like you did like lithographs and like photography and that kind of stuff. And then what was the other? I think the other one was like agriculture, actually, weirdly. So I took that. So I was good at the other shit, but like the homemaker shit, I wasn't good at that. Like I said, I could cook okay, but the sewing and stuff, I wasn't good at that. I was good at the photography stuff. I was good at, you know, drafting. I was good at that kind of stuff, but sewing, not so much. I didn't get the sewing gene from my mom, unfortunately. Because I was saying that my mom made my prom dress.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, it was super cool. Very gothy.
It was gothy? Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a gothic wedding dress, because that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
But it had like, yeah, I was describing it. I said it was strapless, and it had like a sweetheart neckline, and it was like this shiny black. Yeah. And then it had like a skirt that was separate. Like, you could strap it on like that, and it was this big tulle black, and like this big poofy. Yeah. Like, it came out in the back. Yeah. And kind of dragged on the ground a little bit. It was like lace and tulle. It was like really cool. But yeah, that's what I wore to the prom. Because like I said, I'm not wearing a collar.
Yeah. So, what is it you guys want to talk about? You guys want to talk about anything tonight? If you have any questions, go ahead and drop that in the comment section. And of course, super chats are active. We've gotten a few super chats tonight.
From Zach?
But yeah, from Zach. Zach's always fucking buying drinks. But if you want to buy Jenny a drink, go ahead and drop it in the fucking super chat.
I mean, I've got one, but
yeah, they're buying the drink.
But I could always,
could
always use more drinks.
Yeah,
Tom's like, you don't need more drinks. I do probably. Yeah. Papa77 says Mormons are good people, just stupid in their beliefs.
Everybody's kind of stupid in their beliefs, though. Yeah, they're no different than anybody else. A lot of people believe in a lot of things that are kind of crazy. But the thing is, though, is that, you know, I'm a Christian mythicist. I believe it's all mythology. You know, I come from a Christian background, but I'm more cultural Christianity, really not really fundamentalist bullshit, you know. If you listen to Dr. Robert M. Price, he explains Christianity in these stories, also Judaism, where it all comes from. It's not as dumb as you think. It's all based on older gods.
Yeah, I mean, it's not dumb in the sense that it comes from somewhere, and it's interesting to learn about where it came from, like why people believe the way they do.
It's pretty well written when you understand what it is, what their source material is, and what it is they're trying to say. It's just that a lot of it's lost on the modern reader. Most of what they're talking about is kind of symbolic, and they're kind of like reenacting things that other gods did. They're kind of like honoring the ancestors of the Christians and the Romans, because their ancestors believed in other gods. So now that you're in Christianity, you know, we're going to honor Dionysus and this and that, but we now have given him a new name. So they're rebooting. Is what you would call it today. Everything's a reboot, nothing's really
same shit they're doing now.
Same shit that you do now in fucking of comic book.
Since time immemorial, that's
right. They're rebooting.
That's why I don't really get mad about oh, we're doing a reboot of this, or we're doing this. It's like, that's the same shit that they've been doing for stories for like forever. Yeah. That's how humans do.
Book of Mormon and the Mormons were an interesting story, you know, very American. It's a reboot of Christianity, heavily influenced by Masonic imagery, because that was real popular at that time. And there's a lot of Gnosticism involved. But like I said, there's a lot of that in fucking mainstream Christianity too. It's not as weird as you think it is. I mean, they'll say, well, yeah, but what about their fucking weird histories of the U.S. where the ancient tribes of Israel were here, you know, and they're just the Indians. Man, the history that they're giving you of the Canaanites and the Israelites is all a pseudo-history too. It's all like that. Every bit of it. It's a mythologized version of history, you know. So what Joseph Smith is talking about is not that different than, if you ask me, what the Prophet Muhammad was doing, if he was doing anything. Still to this day, I'm not 100% convinced that there was a historical Muhammad. A lot of what they say about Muhammad sounds like legend, almost kind of like Arthurian legend. I mean, maybe he was a historical person, but when you understand how religions are built, usually figures like that were not historical, that they never lived. It's just that the people were writing stories about a person they believed had lived.
Yeah. I mean, at best, it's like an amalgamation of memories of a bunch of different people put into one person.
Like, for instance, Jesus. It took me a while to realize through study that there was no historical Jesus. There was no preacher. I thought it was just that there was some kind of preacher that preached some kind of stories and gospels, and a religion was based on that. I didn't really think he was literally the son of God.
A guy.
It wasn't even that, though. When you actually dig down into it, the source material, and understand what the source material is saying, there couldn't have been a Jesus as described. I'm going to tell you that this is why. Every story about Jesus we have is a reboot of another Roman god. Everything that he says is a reboot from another Roman god or wise man. There's a lot of Dionysus in there. There's a lot of Socrates in there. Nothing in those stories is actually original. And most of them are symbolically reenacting the birth of fucking Moses. It's a reinterpretation of Moses. When Moses was born, the king was trying to kill him. He was, fucking ended up in a fucking basket and fucking ended up getting adopted by a queen. Same thing with Jesus. The king was trying to kill him. He ended up in a manger, and the wise men fucking said, yeah, this is Jesus. It's a very similar birth story. None of the stories we have about Jesus could have been historical. So therefore, everything we know about Jesus is artificial. So if there was a Jesus, a historical Jesus that actually lived, none of him survives. It's not in the Bible. That is another version of that man. And then you can take it one step further. It says the man they're talking about doesn't exist. It's a it's a reboot of Moses and Dionysus, is what it is.
Yeah, it's just a reinterpretation of a mythological.
And it's not, and Jesus and Christianity is not a Middle Eastern religion. It's a Roman religion. And there were a lot of other ones like that. Rome loved to reboot Middle Eastern religions. They had another religion called Mithraism that they rebooted. It's called Cult of Mithras.
I'd like to do a show about that one of these days, because that's really interesting.
Cult of Mithras and the fucking Cult of Jesus ran side by side for a long time. Eventually, Cult of Mithras failed, and Cult of Jesus took over. This is before Christianity as you know it. There was no Bible at this time. That came later. Christians predate the Bible. Then all the earliest Christian churches were built on top of Mithraic temples.
Mm-hmm.
So that means one business took over another one.
Yeah.
What they're talking about. Mithras fucking fell by the wayside.
But they were very similar.
Very similar. Mithras had the Last Supper. There's drawings of Mithras with a bunch of disciples eating a supper. Him going into a cave and coming back out. We don't know what that's... Nothing of Mithras survives other than friezes. In other words, sculptures and walls underneath fucking Catholic churches in Rome. So there was no Jesus. It's a mythological... It's mythology.
Yeah. But like I said...
Yeah.
Still interesting. I find all that
Yeah.
really interesting.
When you accept it for what it is, it's a lot better. When
Yeah.
okay, they're just trying to teach lessons. And they're kind of Roman lessons that they're teaching you. They don't really apply too much to the modern world, although sometimes they do. There's some good advice in there, but there's also a lot of bad advice in there that would
Yeah,
not
because the whole context of their lives
Yeah.
is different.
Yeah.
But like there are some things about humans that are
universal.
the same,
Yeah.
like as they were back then. So it's like that stuff still applies, but it's like most of the stuff does not apply
Yeah.
anymore. And most of the stuff, like you don't even know what they're talking about because, like I said, the context has been lost.
Yeah. But there's a lot of parallels between the Jesus story and Superman.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yep.
The God of Moses was El Shaddai, El, or El Elohim. El means God, basically, or El Elohim is like God, El Elohim is, I think, God Almighty. El Shaddai is God, something or other, Father of the gods. I don't really remember exactly what that was. It might be the other way around. Well, Superman's name was Kal-El.
Yeah.
His dad was Jor-El. El. All right. The person who's writing this story is a Jewish
And
guy.
he knew all about that stuff.
Yeah, he's Jewish, and he's moved to the United States from Germany to escape the Nazis. And he's working at a newspaper, and he's writing the very first Superman comics. And he's rebooting Jewish lore and making it almost kind of Christian and American at the same time, where you have the father of the gods sending his son to a new world to escape another world that's been destroyed, to save the new world.
Mm-hmm.
That's Jesus.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is.
Right, exactly what that is.
And like I said, not denigrating either story.
No.
We're just saying that humans
Think that way.
think
Humans
that way. That's
Yeah.
how humans think,
Yeah.
and that's the stories that they write.
Yeah. I love Superman. I love, especially the old movies, fucking Superman 1, 2, 3. I even like fucking the one with the fucking nuclear weapons. I think that was 4. The fucking
The one with nuclear
the
man.
Cannon movie. Yeah, I even like that one. Yeah, I think
It's still entertaining. It's
yeah,
pretty
fucking it was fun to watch. I like Superman, and it's a uniquely American story. Although it seems to transcend other, because
culture.
Like they have Chinese people that fucking.
Well, like I said,
Superman.
everybody can relate to... Humans
Yeah.
are not that different. Everyone can relate to a savior
Yeah.
figure. Every culture has
Yeah.
that. So it's like everybody... If you explain it to them... Actually, most of the time, I don't think even you need to explain it.
Yeah.
They see it, they understand. Because every culture has that.
Yeah. So Superman is actually a young Jewish boy who's run from Germany. His family sent him there to safety, the same as Kal-El.
Yeah.
You know, because the homeland was destroyed. You know,
Because that's who the guy that wrote it,
That's his right- that's
that
what
was
he-
his experience.
that was his experience.
He was writing his experience.
Yeah, yeah. It's a great story, and it really does have a religious quality, because that's the way the religions. Judo Christianity is very much like that. He's just reenacting that. He's retelling that story.
And the reason why it resonated is because that's a story that resonates with humans.
It resonates with humans, and if you're from a Jewish or Christian background, you fucking something in your psyche recognizes those motifs.
Yeah, even if you don't consciously know that that's like a religious...
Right.
I don't even know if it's a religious story. I think the religion came later. The stories came first.
It starts off with legend and myth.
Yeah.
They become religion later.
Yeah.
And then religion in its extreme form is political ideology. It goes, there's a certain, this has been known forever, there's like an evolution, legend. People have legends about fucking warriors and kings that they had. Then they become, what is it? I forgot the path. I'm drinking, so.
Yeah.
A legend might have been the second one. And then it becomes religion. And then it becomes philosophy. That's what it is. And then philosophy eventually becomes political ideology. That's the arc of evolution of ideas. So religion is kind of primitive. That's why a lot of people here in the West aren't very religious. They're more political. Because that's just a more evolved version of religion. And if you look at a lot of political ideologies, it doesn't matter if it's right or left, they're religious in quality. They're trying to save the world. They're trying to do the right thing. They have their own fucking value system. There's always a sense of fucking altruism in it and self-sacrifice. This is all religion. It's a religious view. Even stuff like global warming and saving the earth and fucking anti-racism, that's all could be confined in religion. You know,
I would argue, though, that altruism is not a religious concept. It's a natural concept.
Yeah, it's a natural concept. It's just that religion
I know religion likes to claim it, because I've heard many times as an atheist that if you are an atheist or you don't believe in God, then you can't be altruistic. Like, what motivates you to be good to someone else if you don't believe in a higher power? Which is a shitty argument to me, because it's just kind of like, I feel like even animals have altruism.
Yeah.
Rudimentary altruism.
Yeah, they do. Because they understand what fairness is.
Yes.
They see, he's being fed more than me. They get pissed.
Right. So if even animals have that, then it's clearly not a religious concept.
Human behavior is animal behavior. That's what I'm saying. There's no difference.
So I don't think there's any reason to attribute that to religion, because they would love to claim that.
Well, religion is just one of the things that religion tries to do religion asks for altruism, self-sacrifice, to serve a greater goal. They all do. That's what you better not have sex because it's altruism. Don't do for yourself. Do for God. It's that kind of shit. You better tithe. Take your money and spend it to us. It's all self-sacrifice and fucking sacrifice and altruism for a greater good. And here's the thing. Here's another thing that I wanted to say about mythicism. Dr. Price showed me in this scripture that the people that wrote these scriptures were not trying, at least in Christian and Judaic fucking scripture, they're not trying to deceive you. All right, they actually believe this stuff. Now, there's times when in the scriptures where things don't line up, so they'll adjust it, and they called that a holy deception. They're trying to deceive you in certain spots to save your soul. They still believe their scriptures, and they're trying to keep you from going to hell. Now, that was the people that wrote all this scripture. Yeah, they actually believed it.
Nowadays,
a lot of people that are preaching it they probably don't believe it.
I would argue that actually a lot of religions exploit people's natural tendency toward altruism for their own ends.
Yeah, well, I think everybody does that. It's not just confined to religion. I think everybody does that. Because, my time in the sales, as being a salesman, too, for corporations, we did the same thing. You can kind of use a person's altruism and a person's fucking, kind of like, what do you call it? Polite inclinations to be polite. You can use that as a way to put psychological pressure on them to get them to buy from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I know.
Because they don't want to say no, or they don't want to look poor,
tactic,
or they don't want to look like they don't have the money. There's a lot of shit that you can do. So that's another thing is that religions are doing a lot of things that sales does, and it's
Yeah.
also doing a lot of things that politics does.
Well, it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, law and politics are very much like sales. Lawyers and salesmen are very closely related, and lawyers all become politicians, which is very close to being a salesman. What are we talking about here? What we're talking about is somebody who makes things happen by talking. Who makes things happen by talking? Sorcerers. You say a spell or a magic fucking phrase and the shit happens. That's all they're doing. It's sorcery.
But really, it's just manipulation. It's,
manipulation, right.
People's psychology.
Yeah.
You know who you can exploit.
Right.
That's all it is.
Right.
And they teach you all that shit, and, if you go into sales or anything
Yep.
like that, they teach you all of that stuff.
And the fucking father of propaganda, fucking Bertrand Russell. Fucking, you tell you all about that shit. Bertrand Russell, isn't that his name? Bertrand Russell. Fucking.
He wasn't the father of propaganda, was he?
Yeah, he's like one of the biggest fucking authors of fucking how propaganda can be used for all kinds of purposes. But I think Bertrand Russell was mostly talking about like sales and corporate propaganda and political propaganda.
He was more in like a free thinker type of dude, like a anti-religion type of dude.
Yeah, but he was also talking a lot about propaganda and mind control.
I don't really remember that, but
yeah.
That might be a different dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was the one where all that shit came from. Like I said, I've never read any of his books, but a lot of the books that I read fucking sourced him and referred to him.
Clyde asked a long time ago, got any fun City Club stories, Tom?
City Club? Yeah, I had a couple.
We got way
one
behind.
time I was... Who's asking this?
Well, now I forgot.
Okay.
I don't know. It was a long time ago. We got like...
I was at City
behind
Club.
on all the questions.
I was at City Club one time.
Oh, and also Bleardo Dude said we should bring back Terran Empire Spock. He's right there.
He's right there.
He's right there. He's still here.
Yeah.
You just can't see him.
One time I was at City Club and was so fucking blasted. I was making out with this girl who was just fucking... She was just into me. And I wanted to hit right then. We were on the fucking dance floor, and there was a stage on the dance floor. And I started making out with her and trying to pull her underneath the fucking stage. And she was coming with me. All right? And the fucking bouncer saw us going in there and pulled us out. That was the only thing. I was probably... I was in the Army at that time, though.
How many times I wish that you had done that?
I was fucking...
When I was at the club with you.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just like,
I don't even know if I could have done it, though. I was pretty fucking loaded.
You might have had whiskey dick.
I was pretty... What's that?
You might have had whiskey dick.
I don't know. I didn't get that far. They stopped me.
Yeah.
I was fucking loaded. No, there's all kinds of... Most of the thing is, though, is that I only ended up going to City Club later when I was in the Army. When I was actually living in Detroit, I didn't go there that much. I mostly went to St. Andrews Hall and the Shelter. I went to those usually. City Club kind of became a thing a little bit later. But I did go to it. And the last time I went there, they had damn holes in the fucking concrete walls. You could look out and see the parking lot. In the middle of the winter, man, fucking cold fucking air be blowing through that shit. But it was still hot in the club. And Skinny Puppy was playing in there that night. We used to see Skinny Puppy at fucking St. Andrews Hall all the time. He used to play there.
Then he asked if you'd ever been to Smalls.
Smalls. That doesn't ring a bell. Where?
Hamtramck?
Hamtramck? No. That's also near around Michigan.
Yeah, because Clyde said, I'm in Detroit, and I've been there a lot.
Yeah.
Went there for my birthday, and it sucked. The main dance floor was closed.
Okay, yeah. I used to live on 2nd and West Hancock at a building called the Wellesley. And if you drive in front of it, it says the Wellesley in fucking stone right above the fucking entryway. That's where I lived. I think I lived on the 2nd or 3rd floor. I don't remember.
We got all kind of fun club stories. Yeah. We've told most of them on here, though. Like that one a long time ago when that girl pulled you behind the curtain and started sucking your dick.
Yeah, that happened here.
Yeah, well, not here at the house. It happened at...
It happened here in
the
Florida.
Old...
Yeah.
Venue 13.
Yeah.
Where was that? Was that the one in DeLand?
It was
because they were in
at the
DeLand.
little Chinese restaurant.
Oh, okay, so that was a little bit later. Because remember they were in DeLand
We knew
for
each
a little
other.
while.
We knew each other when that happened, but I don't think we had been dating yet. We weren't.
No,
We didn't
I
become a
kind of
thing.
knew you, but I didn't know you that well.
Yeah.
Her name was Stacy, right?
I don't know. I don't remember that girl.
I think her name was Stacy.
She just was blowing me. I don't remember who it was though.
Little blonde.
I remember what she looked
think.
like. Yeah, she was kind of cute. Cute
She
blonde.
was blonde, right?
Yeah, cute blonde.
I kind of remember her.
Yeah. She was married.
Yeah, that's right.
She was married, yeah.
And then it got around.
It got around and it happened. And a lot of people didn't believe it. They were saying like, yeah, I once heard a story that you got your dick sucked in a club. And I said, oh, what you call it? And they went, yeah. Said, yeah, no, that was real. He goes, that was real? Yeah, it happened. It happened.
Yeah. But it's not like it was like a super long time or anything. Though. It's
Another
just
thing that
kinda like...
happened over there, this is also before I mentioned, remember that weird ass, I think her name is Catherine. That weird ass chick. She's married now, got kids and everything. I was fucking walking by, they had a pool table back there. Remember near where the dartboard was?
Yeah.
That chick fucking jumped on me and fucking threw her, she was tall and skinny. She threw her leg over my shoulder like that. She had her knee up on top of my weight and I was like this. And fucking, she was wearing a mini dress and that shit peeled back. And she wasn't wearing anything. It was just straight cooch. She's rubbing that shit. And I'm fucking looking around like, all right, yeah, okay, whatever. And fucking her ass was fucking totally showing her cooch shit going right in front of the whole fucking club. That shit went on for a few minutes. She's trying to make out with me and I was like, okay, I gotta go. Because that chick was weird. Remember her? I'll show it to you.
I don't.
As
Well,
soon as I show her,
show it.
No, I'm not showing it to them. As soon as I show you the chick,
because I was like, I don't. Really
you'll go, oh,
her.
yeah.
Really
You'll go,
her.
oh, her, because you'll know who it is.
That was like a long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
Was that in the Chinese restaurant place on Lee Road?
Yep. Right near the pool
or
table.
Was that no? Because that didn't have a pool table.
Yes, it did. It had a pool table and a dartboard in the back room. In the back room. Remember, they had the main room, and then then there was a little fucking hallway that went back to a totally different bar.
Oh, okay. I
Remember?
thought the pool table and shit, that was like, remember for a little while it was at that weird little bar in that strip mall.
Yeah.
In Winter Park or wherever the fuck.
Okay, I got her. I got her right here.
Let me see.
I got her right here. You will know who it is.
Oh.
Remember her?
That girl.
Yeah. Remember her?
Oh.
That's what she looked like. She looked like that.
No, I remember.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
You never told me that before.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that one.
See, I'm finding out new shit all the time.
We weren't a thing then. That was just
no,
something
I
that
know,
happened.
but it's like I never knew that
That was
happened.
just something that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I know that girl.
Yeah.
I
knew you'd recognize her.
She's still on my Facebook. I still see her. On my,
Yeah. She's still our friend.
She's got a bunch of kids now.
Yeah, you got a bunch of kids. Yeah, long gone. Never comes out anymore.
No, I haven't seen her in
Yeah.
a million years, but I still see her on social media sometimes.
She was trying to get it right in front of everybody. These are
know.
fucking wild clubs.
I didn't.
But
know.
you gotta be known. She was trying to snag me. There was a lot of girls that were trying to get it.
That's what I said. I kind of feel like
down.
at the time.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that's why a lot of people.
I'm gonna show them what I looked like then.
Well, a lot of dudes are like, not a lot of dudes, but a couple of dudes kept like warning me about you.
Yeah.
But in hindsight,
it wasn't true. I was just going.
And the thing about it was that there was a lot of rumors going. Some of the rumors were true.
Yeah.
But most of them were not.
And a lot of them were out of context, though. The ones that were true.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I don't really think you had a reputation at first. Because I think we've mentioned this before of like being this big man whore and stuff like that. But you weren't doing anything that anybody else wasn't doing. Like it wasn't egregious.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I wasn't initiating a lot of that.
That too.
The women were.
That too. So
I'm gonna show them a picture of during that time what I looked like.
Yeah, that's about what he looked like when I met him.
That's what I looked like then.
Because I remember seeing you in that outfit.
Yeah, I was skinny. See.
That was at Ibar, where Ibar used to be downtown.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the old Gothic Tom. And I'd have this shit-eating grin on my face. Hold on. I'd be fucking grinning like that and shit.
That smirk.
It's a smirk. Yeah, get laid. This one. Yeah,
See.
Yeah, you never told me about that, about Catherine doing that
Yeah.
stuff. I didn't know about
And
that.
I was blonde for a while. Fucking very popular as a blonde. Girls love that. Some of them asked me to bring that back. But I don't fucking want to grow hair anymore. It's fucking my hair quality isn't as good as it was.
To be honest, I always liked your dark hair.
Yeah.
The blonde hair was okay. I don't know. I like you anyway, but...
Laura's like, you need to bring that, because she met me when I was blonde. She's, you need to bring that blonde
So
hair
that's
back.
like, she's
yeah,
used
yeah.
to
She
like,
sees me as
seeing
that.
you like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
But you had dark hair when I met you, and then not too long after that, you bleached it.
Right.
But I think I liked the dark hair better.
I got some other blonde pictures. A lot of girls like that one. Okay.
But yeah, Clyde says that's the main goth hangout now is Smalls.
Smalls, I don't. Yeah, that wasn't a thing.
In Detroit.
Then. That wasn't a thing then. So I got some Detroit people in here, man. That's cool.
Asking you about the shit.
Yeah. For a while, I lived in a fucking renovated fucking cattle slaughterhouse. It had a cattle elevator and everything, man. And fucking drive the car into it. It would take it up to my fucking the third floor where my apartment was.
Man, I wish I could.
I
drive
had
my
girls
car
from
in my
fucking
house.
shelter squatting in there. They were squatters. They would live in abandoned buildings, and I fucking said, "No, come live with me." And they lived with me for a little while, but then they vanished one day. So they moved in with somebody else.
Old Restless says girls like my hair too when I had it.
Yeah. That's what I looked like, blonde. A lot of girls liked that. So,
I liked it too, but like I said, I think I like your dark hair better.
yeah. That's how I used to dress.
Yeah.
This was what, maybe 2016, maybe 2000. No, 2012,
No, that was right.
maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
2013.
I want to say it's like 2011, 2010, something like
Yeah.
that. Because wait a minute,
So
we started dating in mid 2011.
Yeah. So in those days, I actually looked like more like fucking something off of Duran Duran, like a modern version of Duran Duran. I look a little bit like fucking what's his name there, don't I?
Who, Nick Rhodes?
Nick Rhodes, a little bit like a Nick Rhodes.
A little bit.
And Nick Rhodes is about my size too. But no, I fucking had all this shit going on. That was before
Is that
Jen.
Nancy in the middle?
That's Nancy, yeah. It's Nancy behind.
Oh yeah, there's Nancy and Sonia.
Nancy and Sonia. Yeah.
Old Restless said, yeah, this looks like British goth. But yeah, like, people here look like that too.
Yeah.
But like I said, this was...
That was a while back.
That was probably 2010.
Yeah.
Because I knew you when you looked like that, and I think
Yeah.
I met you in 2009.
I was trying to find some pictures of me and Jen more in the modern era. Let's see.
TB said I cut my hair off because guys were hitting on me at the bar thinking I was a girl. Oh, you messed the lighting up again.
I did.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mess it up again. Trying to get some.
I didn't fix it.
All right.
I don't know if it like shows, but like on my end, it's like it's stupid, like brightened way up, and it kind of like
See if I
annoys
can
me.
find some pictures of me and you like later on.
Like find some good ones. Don't find
Yeah,
some
yeah.
ones where I look fucked up or anything.
No. Okay. Well, here.
Well, show me first. Oh, okay, or don't.
You've seen us.
Well, yeah.
We ended up kind of.
Everybody's seen that one.
Yeah. Come on, adjust. See, you fucked it up, Jen.
I didn't fuck it up. I didn't do anything.
There you go. You ended up kind of looking like that.
You just made it blurry. You made it blurry and too bright.
All right.
That's me and Jan.
Oh yeah, that was at Escape,
That was at Escape. That was at the gay club.
the gay club at the fetish party.
Yeah, we're wearing that. More kind of industrial look.
I remember that jacket that you had.
Yeah. I couldn't fit in that now. My fucking upper body's too big.
This is a cool picture I took of Jen while she was getting ready in the mirror.
That was at our old house.
Yeah, it's at the old house. Look how pretty Jen is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm like all serious.
And that's my hand over there taking a picture with the tab.
That's okay.
Okay, this was another good one of me and Jen.
Yeah, I always really liked that picture.
Yeah.
I always really liked that picture. I don't remember when that was, but that was. That's a good picture, though.
Oh, here's us in action.
Ninja in the club. They were behind us.
Yeah, where was that? Was that at a show?
No, that was at that one. V13 was there for a little while, remember? And then that place got closed down.
Oh, yeah.
Had something to do with the people that owned it, kind of had some kind of legal problems or something. I don't remember exactly what happened.
They're at Mannequins now.
Yeah.
We haven't been there in a while. Phantom asked if we're going to see Wolfman this weekend.
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll see.
Oh, this is a cool picture.
Which one?
Me on a horse. I've never showed him a horse picture of me.
Yeah, a horse picture.
It's me riding. That was at the barn I used to manage. I used to have to go out and ride horses sometimes. You can't really see me.
Tammy said Tom does the same exact pose in every picture. Tilt head down, squint eyes, and smirk.
No, that's just natural, bro.
But he looks
That's
good like
genetics.
That. Well, you gotta kind of tilt your head down.
I'm not doing that there.
That's true.
Come on. Won't adjust.
I can't even see that. I can't even see that.
Yeah.
I can't even see who the other person is in
Yeah.
that picture. That's how fucked up that was.
That. I got that laugh on my face.
Oh, that's that girl.
Yeah. Oh, that's that girl. She getting me.
That's that girl.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. But I was just saying that I don't always have that fucking... Here's me and Sonia.
This is before we were going out. Come on, adjust.
Messing it up.
Sonia's great.
She's a friend of ours.
She's actually started coming back out.
To come back out again.
Sometimes.
She still looks pretty much exactly like that.
I was shocked.
Yep.
Like, she came out, what was it, like a month or two ago?
Yeah.
Like, she just turned up randomly.
Yeah.
And we hadn't seen her in years. Because we thought she wasn't allowed to come out anymore.
Yeah.
So she turned up and we're like, what the fuck? And it's like, and she looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
And she's my age, right?
Might be a little bit older than
Maybe
you. She's
slightly
almost
older.
my age.
Maybe slightly older.
Yeah. Sonia's awesome.
Yeah, she's really fun.
She's awesome for
She was
all
there
her
a
little
couple
foibles.
She was there a couple weeks ago too.
Yeah.
Like she just kind of shows up like randomly, but not
Yeah.
every week. But she used to come every week. We used to drive her every week, but now she just kind of turns up every now and then.
There's me and Jen with some big titty porn girls we know.
That was also at Escape the Fetish.
Yeah, those girls are huge. That's Princess Pinky Powers and her girlfriend. I forgot what her name was.
That was at the gay club. So I was saying, man, y'all dudes need to go to the gay clubs on certain nights. That's where the girls are. The cool girls. See, I'm trying to get one of me, you, and Sonia. Oh, that's a nice little candid shot. Remember that?
Oh yeah,
That's a cute
I think
shot.
that was at Grotto.
Yeah,
The Grotto.
that was all of us right there.
I mean,
You can't really see
It's
it.
white.
Yeah.
See if I can find another one. Look how good. Look how Jen's boobs look.
I can't see that picture.
Oh,
yeah,
come on.
I remember that picture.
Yeah. Why is this camera so fucked up? There we go. All right, now let's get to look at the fucking cleavage. It's ridiculous. Jen's got huge boobs. You can see it on my face that Jen's got huge boobs.
He's so proud of that shit.
Yeah. This is a good picture of us.
That might also be Grotto.
Yeah. It's me, Jen, and Sonia.
Sonia barely wearing anything.
As she does usually.
Yeah. This is a great picture of Jen.
I took that of Jen. And no, and her booty's so much fucking even. Look how hot that is. Her booty's even hotter now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that was at our old house.
Yeah.
That was like a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Old Restless says, so Tom, did you drop the whole goth look altogether?
No.
He can't actually wear a lot of those clothes anymore because
Yeah.
he's so jacked now that they don't fit.
They don't fit, and I wouldn't look good like that anyway. So fucking mostly what I wear is like almost kind of fetish looking clothes. I almost look like a leather daddy. A lot of really tight stuff, see-through black shirts, the see-through fucking kind of like pleather pants, fucking high boots, leather wristbands and stuff. So I don't quite have that look anymore. I can't do the fucking pretty boy goth look anymore. It ain't gonna make any sense. I'm too tough looking. So
now he just
I know what I am.
He has to lean into.
So I gotta lean into fucking looking like this.
He has to lean into.
I wouldn't have been able. You guys saw what I looked like. I wouldn't have. I couldn't. As you get older, when you start getting into your 50s, I was in my 40s in those pictures. When you start getting into your late 40s and your 50s, you just cannot hold that shape. You're going to start getting skinny fat. You start losing muscle. You start gaining fat. And I felt like shit, too. So I went on the sauce and started fucking training and just gained a bunch of fucking muscle. I gained 50 pounds of muscle. I'm fucking strong. But there's no other choice. It's either that or you get fat. So it's a different look, but I don't have a choice. I like this. I like this better, actually. This kind of fits more my personality at this stage in life, anyway. You know. And I can throw hands. I fight. I could fight before, but I fought with guns when I was fucking younger. I fight with fists now. You know. Because fucking I didn't weigh anything but about 145, 150. You know, I weigh 200 pounds now. It's all muscle. And I'm only 5'6". You know. So I'm a stocky little motherfucker. Big dick.
It's true. He's not just bragging. Phantom says, does Tom still go to the Oasis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just there.
He was there. When did you go? Last
week.
One day last week.
Yeah.
He went.
I made a video of it.
He hadn't been in a while, but yeah.
Yeah. I'll show you the video.
All right, I got pee though.
Okay.
Real quick.
Yeah, I took a picture of Amy fucking blowing a bottle. She's back there making drinks.
She does.
And I pull the camera out. I pull the camera out and start taking video of her, and she starts acting up. Where is that shit? Fuck, man. Oh, that's right. No, I gotta go. Where the hell? I'm trying. Oh, here it is. I'm trying to navigate. Here it is. I got it now. All right. The fuck? It went away. I don't know what the hell's happening here. Okay. The hell? My shit's fucking up. Jen's coming back out here. Look at that. It's fucking up. Jen, my fucking thing's fucking up. Look at that. Okay, now it's back.
What happened?
I was going to show him the video.
Oh.
Of Amy.
I thought that was my fault somehow.
No.
Even though I wasn't even
There's
here.
Amy
Can I get back
blowing
to
the bottle, and then she's titty fucking it. And laughing.
As soon as he turns the camera on, she's going to put a show.
Yeah, she's making... Yeah, as soon as I turn the camera on, she starts making
And every
a show.
time Tom shows up, she's like, where's your wife?
Yeah, where's your wife? Yeah.
She's a little bit bisexual.
Oh, she fucking wants to be in a... She's straight up. I want to be in a Tom and Jen sandwich so bad. Because she
get that a lot.
Yeah. When she showed me pictures of her and threesomes and shit, she's like, yeah, this is that. Because she's seen some of our porn. She's like, yeah, this is this. And she's trying to fucking get in. She lives across the street. She just lives across the street.
I'm always like shocked that she doesn't like show up.
Yeah.
One night,
how y'all
like
doing?
with a 6-pack or something.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, I just thought I'd invite myself over. I keep expecting that to happen.
She's super fucking southern. She's super southern.
She's cool.
Real fucking biker chick. Redneck biker chick. But she's cool. She's funny. She's got a really good sense of humor.
She literally lives across the street.
She literally lives across the street. She's hilarious. See if I got...
We see her at Dollar General sometimes.
Yeah, she be at Dollar General.
The Dollar General's right there.
Yeah. How y'all doing?
Old Russell says, wait, there's porn? Wait a minute. Where have you been?
There she is right there. She's like, yeah, you kind of get, yeah. Yeah.
She's super funny.
She's got big boobs.
She likes girls with big boobs, too. She loves Jen. She fucking...
Every time I show up there,
I'll be sitting there and fucking... Sometimes I don't even pay the bill. She just says, don't worry about it. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
I'll be sitting there, you know, fucking... And, you know, I got all my bike shit with me. And she'll come up and she goes, that fucking bitch. This is what are you talking about? That woman. This is what woman? The one that was trying to buy you all the drinks. I said, you ain't buying him no drinks. And I said, well, she wanted to buy me a drink, man. Let her buy me a drink. And she goes,
free booze.
Yes, it's free. And she goes, yeah, but then she'd be over there talking to you and this and that. I ain't having that.
She's like,
yeah. She's fucking, you married. She's fucking defensive of me.
Amy's got my back.
Yeah, she's got her back. You married. I ain't having her talk to you. Yeah, she's funny.
She was like, well, here's the funny thing. I didn't find this out until later that, like, there was some woman there because we were in Publix.
Yeah.
And Tom's like, I think that's that woman that was, like, trying to buy me a drink that time. And Amy said no.
Well, it's not just that time. She does it all the time.
That's what I'm saying. He's like, I think that's her. It's like, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
He's like, but I kind of think that's her.
Yeah.
So I was kind of, like, looking at her going, really?
Yeah.
That's, like, really interesting to me.
Yeah, but there's Amy.
And Amy will pull her titties out. She doesn't care. She'll just, like, fucking pull them out. She wants some tips.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know.
And then, see if I got... Oh, here's another one. Amy.
She's gonna start dancing. Yeah. Yeah, there she is. Hold on, it froze up on me. Here we go.
It did.
Yeah. There you go. Molesting herself. Dang, it's laughing.
Sure.
Then running off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Old Wrestle's like, how do I find said porn? We don't have a fuck ton up. We used to live stream. You know, we used to do camming. We haven't done that in a while. We just haven't had time, and you know.
We got stuff on.
We have a few videos. They're on many vids.
Yeah, we probably have about
It's
7
not
or 8
OnlyFans, but it's many. Vids.
Probably have 7 or 8 of them.
Most of them are just me, but I think there's some of you.
There's
too.
like 3 of us together.
I think there's some of just you.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, we were on Streammate for a while, and they would let you stream together. But if you you could put up videos too, but like for some reason they would only let me put up videos of me.
Yeah.
They wouldn't let me put the videos that we made, like of me and him. So I had to put those on ManyVids.
Yeah, and it's called 13 Cam on ManyVids.
I think so, yeah. Like I said, we don't have a ton of shit on there because we haven't, but we're gonna make some more stuff. Like I said, we gotta do some stuff with the doll. We gotta do some.
Yeah, we have a lot of little programs we have to.
We got a lot of other like projects we're thinking about. But like I said, we've been like working out. We're trying to like look better.
Yeah.
I do like how some of those videos came out, but like a couple of them, I put up for a while, and then I was like, I decided I didn't like them, and I took them back down.
Okay, hold on.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of them they weren't shot all that well.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna show you.
On ManyVids, it's called 13 Cam. What is it? 13 Cam is spell it out. 13, not 1-3. 13 Cam.
Because if you put a number in there, they think that you're doing like pedo shit.
Yeah.
So you have to like spell it. I discovered.
Yeah, there it is. 13 Cam's profile on ManyVids. ManyVids. ManyVids.
Yeah, they should still be up there.
They're there.
Yeah.
We haven't sold that many of them, but like I said, we just did the shit for fun.
I mean,
and street cred.
And like I said, we don't really have that many.
Yeah.
We are mostly doing Streammate.
Yeah, making money on the side streaming. But Jen got a job. She got her graphic design, a good graphic
So I just haven't had much time to do it.
Yeah, time, yeah. And you know what, man? Fucking streaming was boring, man. You're sitting there like...
Yeah, you gotta sit there for like ages.
An hour waiting for somebody to fucking just come in and fucking buy something.
And then when somebody shows up, like you never know what they're gonna ask you to do.
Yeah, so you're constantly always kind of like...
It's kind of better just to make videos because you can just make your own content and put it up. And it's like, look, if somebody wants it, they can buy it.
If they want it, they can have it. If they don't want it.
But yeah. Like I said, I want to do more stuff. We haven't done anything with the doll, even though
We had the doll as an extra.
Yeah, that's why we got her, like, for that purpose.
Yeah.
So we need to do some stuff with that. I want to do more outdoor shit that's, like, shot better.
Yeah. There's a lot of good doll fetish stuff that's girl on girl doll fetish. You get a girl, she do weird shit.
Yeah, because I want to do that.
Right.
I want to do some of that.
Now I have some ex-girlfriends that wanted to work with her. All right, fucking one of them in particular. Fucking, but the thing is, you got to pay her.
Yeah.
And it's hassle. And her husband's a friend of mine. I hooked him up. It's my ex-girlfriend, and then afterwards I hooked him up because weird shit happened.
They got married, and they've been together longer than we have. Actually.
Yeah, and they're full on swingers now.
They go to secrets all the time.
Yeah, and if she gets down with Jen, he's gonna want to jump in. He's gonna say, let's swap them up. You know, he's gonna be like that. So there's kind of some politics involved. You know.
But like I said, I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
Comfortable with
but
that
Aleda she was up for it. She was, oh yeah, I'd work with her. Yeah. You know, because Aleda's a friend of ours, and she's always like Jen, you know.
Yeah.
Aleda's cute, man. She's you know.
And like I said, I'm into
we all got along, yeah.
I'm into the girls, but like
yeah. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about.
You know.
I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with like other dudes in the situation.
Yeah, that dude's
I mean, depending on who the dude is, but
yeah, that particular dude's gonna want to. He's a friend of ours too, but I just know how he is.
I do too.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like I don't. I know it will be awkward.
I know how he is.
I know it will be.
He's
awkward.
gonna try to. He's gonna come on, man. Let's have fun. Come on, man.
Yeah,
he's gonna be like that.
I know how that. I know exactly how that would go.
Yeah.
And it was like I'm just not sure I'm comfortable going in that direction. Yeah. That's all.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason.
This is who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's Aleta. We lived together for probably about 6 months, and we parted as friends. It just really was, you know.
She's
cool.
She's a lovely person.
That was me and Aleta together. Yeah. And she's wearing huge platforms. She's not taller than me.
Just thought he would point that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and Old Restless asked if you still got into fights.
When? Yeah, I get into fight. Well, I mean, only if they fuck with Jen.
Not like for no reason.
Yeah, not for no reason.
If there's some provocation, then yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, if there's provocation, I will get into a fight.
Yeah. Oh, look.
The last time
that was right next to that.
Oh, whoops.
That's her.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Can't show that.
Whoops.
Yeah. No, but that would have been a great. That'd be great.
Did he send you that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he sent me that. Yeah, her husband sent that to me.
I remember that picture. I
think
he sent me that one too.
Yeah.
That'd be a great scene, you and her, though. That'd be fucking great.
It would.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm down.
She's got a fucking great.
There's just so much baggage.
Yeah.
That goes along with it. That's all.
Yeah, baggage.
Otherwise.
That's like when she went to Japan. She went to Japan to do like cosplay stuff for a while. That was also us. That was before me and Jen. Yeah.
But I love her.
Yeah.
She's awesome.
Yeah. That's what that shit was like.
Yeah. She's just like an awesome person.
Yeah. This is when she was a kid.
When she was in New Orleans. She's in the cemetery.
Oh, that's the goth babies.
Yeah.
She's got the bat wings on and shit.
Aleta sweetheart.
Yeah, she's super sweet.
Yeah.
That's another friend of ours next to Aleta there.
Oh, that's Laura.
That's Laura.
She still comes out.
She's still out.
We see her pretty much every week.
These girls are in their 50s now.
Well, Aleta's not in her 50s.
I mean, Laura is probably 40s.
Yeah.
Because her ex-boyfriend Mark is older than us, but she was older. She was younger than him.
That's her husband. I hooked him up.
Yeah, that's Tony.
That's Tony. Yeah.
Like I said, they've been together longer than we have.
Yeah, long time.
He's cool. He just got ways. He's going to try to get into everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to want to try to share.
Yeah. He doesn't see any reason not to.
Yeah. That's what they do.
Yeah.
He sent me all kinds of videos of shit that they do fucking in the parking lot over at fucking the Swingers Club.
Yeah,
and
they get
in the
like,
swingers club. In the swingers club.
So they're always
itself.
they're inviting us there and stuff.
Yeah,
like that,
they're always trying to get us to go there. I got from some photos. I think I can show of that.
Well, I don't know.
That's them at the swingers club with some chick.
Yeah, there's like a whole.
Yeah.
They have a whole thing.
Yeah.
So they're always trying to like get us to go there.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's an interesting place.
Yeah, you look at it; it's visually quite interesting. It looks like
I've never been there.
Yeah.
Like I know about it because of people that have been there, and have told me about it, but I've never been there.
I might be able to show that.
Maybe. No. I'm sure this probably got demonetized.
No, because it's not clear enough.
That's up in the ceiling, reflections and shit.
Yeah, all kind of stuff.
That's not nude, so that you can flat a fly.
Old Russell said Tom's got a whole photo album of these people.
No, yeah, he sends me all kinds of shit. But we sent him shit. We trade stuff.
Yeah, we trade photos.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. And video, too. He seen video. He sent me video.
Yeah.
Video clips of him and Aleda and fucking other people and shit they were doing in fucking cars out in the parking lot. It was fucking wild.
I've seen those. I've seen the photos, but
there was one where
you never showed me the videos.
Where him and this dude were running through that dude's wife in the fucking car, and fucking Aleda's got her fucking head and fucking pulling on it and fucking talking shit to her. You slut, you know. It's fucking funny.
You're gonna have to find that.
Yeah.
You never showed me that.
It's only a few seconds long.
I mean, later.
Yeah, okay.
Later you can show me.
It's only a few seconds long.
Because you showed me the photos, but I don't remember seeing any video or anything.
Yeah.
But
I got it. It's in there. I think it's in this phone. I think it's on this one.
yeah, they just think it's funny that you have a whole photo album of it.
I got a photo. I got thousands of photos.
He's got like fucking.
He's
got photos of everybody.
And it's on purpose because I know that if I'm doing these shows, I might have to actually show you who it is I'm talking about, so you know it's true and you know what the person looks like. And they don't mind. I only show people that won't mind. I don't. The other shit, I'm not gonna finger people. You know what I mean? Go, oh, this one. I'm not like that. It's just. But if I know they don't mind, those two don't mind.
No,
they're trying to sell the shit.
They absolutely do not.
They're you know. You see, where is that? It might be in the other phone or the other tablet.
Yeah, you and your two tablets.
It was only a few seconds long.
I can't believe that Old Breathless didn't know that we had made some porn.
Yeah.
I feel like we talked about it a lot, but maybe we haven't talked about it.
We haven't talked about it in a long time. We've been doing the regular shows.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Like I said, we didn't do a fuck ton, but there is some of it out there. There's some of it out there. I did photos and shit too.
Yeah, look, I got a lot of photos of her.
Yeah,
they're good.
Tom's got like
they're real good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I got some here I can show. Like I can show that. They look like that.
That's Jen with blue eyes.
That was my blue contacts.
Yeah, she looks totally different with blue eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, Old Russell said, I thought I heard rumblings, but I wasn't quite sure.
Rumblings?
Rumblings.
What does that mean?
Of porn that we had made, like, you know.
Yeah, here's
whisperings, that kind of stuff.
That's from some of the shoots. I'm going to show you the nudes. Of course, we'll get demonetized. But look how cute Jen looks.
I wish I could get contacts in my eyes.
Yeah, and that's not those beautification apps. That's how she actually photographs.
No, I don't. I generally don't do anything to my photos.
Yeah.
It's just lighting.
I just have a ring light, and I have my phone in the ring light.
Yeah.
Because I have like a little thing that holds your phone in the middle of the ring light.
Contacts.
And I just took pictures with that, and I didn't do anything to the photos.
Things like contacts and just camera angles and
yeah. Like I said, it's like I don't. I might not look like that in real life, like on video or anything, but
I found it. That's some of their. No. That's a listener. You knew who that is? That's Oscar. That's Oscar.
Wait, is he here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oscar sent it to me, so it's good.
No, I remember you showing me that.
Yeah.
I remember you showing me that.
I thought
you got all kind of fucking.
That's me and you.
Oh shit! Look at that.
Yeah.
goodness, we can't show
that.
Can't
no.
show that.
Jam blowing me.
We can't show that. That's a good video, though.
Yeah.
That might be one of the ones we put up. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's up there.
I was like, what all of you got in there? I don't know.
Yeah.
He's got all kind of videos in there that I've never seen.
No, you've seen them. I think you've seen everything.
You think?
Yeah, I think so.
That's funny, that fucking one that you said.
This is from the photo shoot, or from one of the videos that we sold up there. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And I jump in there and fucking tear it up and shit.
Yeah, that was just like early on.
Yeah, it was early on.
Okay. And that's all I can show.
Oh, wait, no, I can show that part.
Okay.
Wait.
Hold on.
Don't get us in trouble now.
No, I'm going to get you in trouble.
I mean,
That's a cute shot.
not like the whole internet.
That's
hasn't
from
seen
the-
my boobs or anything, but
From the real cute shot of Jen. Jen looks even better now. She looks juicy here, but she looks even better now.
I mean that was a while back.
That was a while back, yeah.
I do feel
It's
like
still right here. That was taken right here.
Yeah, I do feel like I look a
Yeah.
lot better since
Yeah. That's another really good picture of
since we
Jen.
took this.
I can show this because it's not nude. But that's a cute picture of Jen.
Jen's got a good figure. Okay.
I'm what they call thick with 2 C's.
She's thick, yeah. She's becoming athletic looking, though. Now.
Well,
She's been doing a lot of lifting.
because I do all the fucking
Yeah.
weights and shit on my
Yeah.
legs and stuff. So I got big muscular thighs and whatnot.
Yeah, her thighs are. She's getting fucking muscle separation and striation and everything. They look fucking great. They kind of bulge up like a bicep would, but on the back.
Yeah, that's all that fucking
Yeah,
weight machine in there.
weight machine.
I mostly do legs. I don't do a lot of arms. I did enough arms that I got rid of because for a while I had the floppy arms on
Yeah.
the bottom,
She's tight as hell
but
now
that's
underneath there.
gone.
Yeah,
And it doesn't. And I hardly do arms like at all. I
it
do
doesn't take a lot.
I do a little bit. Like I do curls and a little bit of bench press, but that's about
It
it.
actually doesn't take a lot to
Yeah.
make a difference.
But it really like because I used to have like big floppy fucking
Yeah.
arms at the bottom.
We're getting ready for some shit. That's actually before shit was starting. But look how cute Jen's face is. Hey, she got the laugh. That was our first video that we made, I think.
It might have been one of the first ones
Yeah.
that we did.
And I think that was like before we were like warming up and doing like screen tests and shit like that.
I think it would be honestly like I like some of the ones that we did before, but I think it would be better now because I think I'm a lot more comfortable doing them.
Yeah.
Like I think before I was still a little bit weird about it or a little bit
It was new.
yeah. But now it's just like I don't give a fuck.
Think of how those studio performers, how rough they have it.
Well,
They got to
yeah.
show up in front of a whole bunch of fucking people. There's a fucking cast. You didn't know who you were going to be fucking with. You didn't even
Yeah.
know what the scene was.
I mean,
You're like, oh, but you know, you just, I knew it was like a boy girl, or I knew it was, two girls and a boy girl. I don't know who it is. You show up and it's fucking interracial gangbang. You don't fucking know.
that's what I mean.
You know what I
It's
mean? You're
just
like,
kinda
what?
I'm not sure how I would feel about
yeah.
that.
What company is making this? Whitehorse.com. It's a lot of that shit's kind of fucking can be kind of have degrading titles to it. That where the material itself isn't that bad, but just how it was marketed is so sensational that it's kind of like, it's kind of not respectful for anybody involved.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've noticed that with a lot of porn. I guess, obviously they're, 90% of their audience is like straight dudes, so they're going to play to what works. But a lot of the shit is kind of like degrading, I guess, like in a way. But I don't know. I'm not bothered by porn. I actually like some kind of porn, but honestly, like a lot of porn that's directed at straight men, I generally don't find it that interesting. I don't know, it just kind of seems boring or kind of sterile to me. Technically, like I like written erotica more than visual, but if you're gonna see like visual porn or something like that, I tend to like stuff that's where like amateur stuff, because you can tell that the people are like way like into it, like they'd be doing it anyway, like even if they weren't being paid for it. So like I said, a lot of the studio porn, it's like they just showed up for a paycheck. It's like, you know, you don't know if they're really into that or not. So I don't know, I can't get into it as much. But if it's just like some amateur shit, like people making stuff at their house and you can tell that they really like that,
Yeah, it's a lot better.
then that's like a lot better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The best shit that's out there is, if you ask me, is on MiniVids, the same platform that we're on. And it's single female performers. They're probably stay-at-home moms. I like the goth ones. And they're doing...
Yeah, same.
I showed Jen one of this girl that all she does is just do toys. With like big fucking purple fucking horse
adorable.
dicks and fucking all kinds of just massive fucking weird animal dicks and monster dicks, like hentai type stuff. And she talks about it. She goes, "This thing right here is fucking huge. This is the biggest one. Fucking man, this is rough." You know, it's just, you know, you're like, okay, so you're, and then it's like a stunt.
Yeah.
And you know, so that one,
because you're like, there's no way she's gonna get that in, but she does.
Yeah. And
then you're like, wow.
And slams on the shit, and you're like, God, damn, that chick's an artist. And then,
like I said,
then there's another one that's pretty good where it's a girl and her boyfriend, but the boyfriend's trans, so it looks like two girls. And then they fucking, and then she has a friend, a male friend that gets involved in it. That's a weird. That's a weird.
See, I like that kind of.
But
shit.
they're very much into what they're doing. Nobody's making them do it, and they know each other.
Yeah, I like that much better.
So it's a lot more organic and it's more natural. And
I like that much better.
And they don't really do anything kinky. It's just kind of a weird situation because you have a female, a biological female, and a transsexual guy who's turned into a female, and they're having sex. Was that gay? No, it's actually straight.
No,
it's a man and a woman.
Don't worry about it.
And then, you know,
I like a lot of the MTF like trans just masturbation videos. I like a lot of those.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if she's passable. Like the one that I always thought was good was Bailey J, but I haven't seen her around in a long time. I don't know if she's still working, but she was a good one. Yeah, fucking partially growing up in Brazil, in São Paulo, that was like transsexual capital in the 80s. Their number one model, high fashion model, her name was Roberta Close, which means you would spell it in English. You could spell it in English Roberta Close, C-L-O-S-E. And she just looked like a beautiful woman. She was transsexual though, and she's still around. She still looks like a woman. You know, she still looks great too. You'd never know, ever. And in Brazil, that's the way they were like. You would never know, most of them. The thing is that over there they could get their hands on hormones a lot easier, and they could get their hands on those hormones when they were underage. So they were doing that in their teenage years.
Like unauthorized.
What's that?
Like
totally unauthorized.
Like unauthorized.
Totally unauthorized. But everything in Brazil is unauthorized. Everything is bootleg or banded, and those girls were at a young age also prostitutes, basically. Not all of them, but most of them.
Old Restless said, talking about Bailey J, she's a bit long in the tooth now.
Yeah,
but Bailey passed. Best trans chicks are from Colombia now.
Central and South America had the best ones.
Yeah.
It's because they could get their hands on all the drugs.
I think that's probably what it was.
Yeah.
It's like much easier.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how they age out. Roberta Close, last I checked, I probably saw her. Because she's mainstream, you know. She still does commercials and shit. And we talked about her on another show, and I went and said, I wonder what she's doing now. She still looks pretty much like she did. She's in her 50s now. And she looks like a beautiful model in her 50s. Like a female model in her 50s. Want to see her?
Yeah, I don't remember if you ever showed me that.
I'll show her to you. I'll find her.
Phantom says Adam's apple is a giveaway. They always say that.
They don't always have that, though.
That's not always the case.
Because the
the girls that we're talking about, I'm calling them girls out of respect, but I'm saying the transsexuals that we're talking about never went through a male puberty. So they were taking female hormones at like 13, 14, you know, and they were taking certain kinds of hormone blockers and stuff. So they never really had I'll show you. They never had a male puberty.
Yeah, that's not always the case. I kind of feel like there's that whole dumb subculture of like trans investigators or
That's
whatever.
her.
They say they can always tell, but they can't.
That's her.
Oh, okay, yeah, I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. This is Roberta Clossi, and this is her in the 80s. And she was like Brazil's #1 high fashion model in the 80s. And everybody knew that she was trans. And that was kind of like added to her street cred. But she was doing commercials and just mainstream shit. You would never know.
Yeah, Old Russell said same with Colombia. You can get whatever treatments you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's much easier, like in other countries, to get shit than here.
That's Roberta. You would never know. You would never even suspect. And by the time you found out, it would be too fucking late. That's why it's called a trap.
You would just go ahead.
That's why it's called a trap.
You just go ahead and...
Yeah.
So what would happen, Tom? What would happen if you went out with somebody and you thought it was a woman and then later found it? Would you just go ahead anyway?
I'd just go ahead, probably.
You probably would.
Probably would.
I kind of feel like you probably
I'm just not going to let her fucking peg me. I
kind of feel like, yeah, right.
It's all right, we're going anal.
Close
fucking,
enough.
All right, yeah. I'd probably do it.
I kind of feel like you probably would, yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be rude.
I think most dudes would, honestly.
Yeah, most dudes I think would.
I think most dudes would.
Yeah. From my experience, fucking running around with teenage Brazilian guys.
If you'd gotten that far and you're just kind of like, and then you found that out, you'd be like, right.
I'd be hanging out with Brazilian guys fucking in Sao Paulo that fucking lived near me, you know, fucking, and you know, we were high school seniors, and we'd be fucking driving around in our cars and fucking going through the nightlife and shit in Sao Paulo, and fucking we'd be at some of these fucking clubs and bars, and it was a mixed crowd. And you'd see one of your buddies fucking talking to this fucking hot chick, look just like fucking Roberta, like that, maybe even better. And you're going like, wait, hold on. That's a trans. And they're like, and you're like, yeah, I think it is. And you ask around, is
this a Lola situation?
Yeah, and then fucking you find out from like the more regulars, like, yeah, she's trans. So then you fucking grab the dude. You go like, you realize that chick's trans, right? And he's like, no, she isn't. And I say, yeah, she's trans. He's like, it's gonna be okay. They say like this.
It's gonna be okay.
But that's it. It'll turn out all right. And you sure now? Yeah, it's gonna be okay.
Okay.
It's gonna be okay.
He was informed.
So, all right. And then come back. So how did it go? She goes, yeah, I got head. So what'd you do to her? Oh no, nothing. Oh, nothing, huh? Nothing. You didn't do nothing. No, I didn't do nothing. I just got head.
I don't believe that.
Sure.
I don't believe that.
Sure you did. Sure.
They just don't want to tell you.
You sure you didn't? No. I'm not gay, man. What are you talking about? I'm not gay. South American guys, man. Fucking, they're gonna talk their way out of it.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
Like, it's not gay to get head.
Right.
But
it's like,
that's hilarious.
It's like fucking back in the Roman era. It's like, because they're Latins. It goes all the way back to ancient Rome. As long as you're in the male position, you're a man. Ancient Romans actually thought it was a man's duty to fuck these fucking dudes, these gay dudes, because they're not really men, not compared to you. They're more like women. So that was the way they rationalized it. Like prison.
As long as you're in the submissive position.
If you're in the submissive position, as long as you're the bottom, you're the woman. As long as you're the top, you're the man. So no,
all these rules are like so funny to me.
Yeah, it's like something out of prison or something. So no, I knew a lot of Brazilian guys that fucking a few drinks in them. Yeah. But the thing is I saw the girl. You know, I was a teenager at the time. So I didn't really blame him. I was like, I probably would have done it too.
Yeah, I kind of feel like most dudes would. Like, even if they found out, they're like, whatever. So, like I said, especially if they had a couple drinks in them.
Yeah.
They're not going to ruin it.
You got a lot of hormones.
Sure.
You're curious about shit. You got a fucking few drinks in you. She looks fucking great. You know what I mean? Fucking. And here's another thing is that, see, they were different because you could tell. One of the big tells, because like I said, I showed you guys the pictures. You couldn't tell by the body or the face or the voice. The giveaway was that they were aggressive. You're dealing with kind of like a female body, but the mind and the sex drive is that of a fucking teenage boy. Because they're teenagers too. So you're dealing with a male sex drive. Even though they got these female hormones in them, they're still aggressive. They'll go after you. So it's a lot easier than if you're a cute guy, it's a lot easier than a biological female. Because she's worried about her, especially in a Catholic country, she's worried about her purity and her reputation and shit. Not a trans girl.
Yeah,
she doesn't. Fuck that. She's fucking.
Us heathens don't worry about that either.
She's all about. She's going through this transformation because she's all about dudes. You know what I mean? So that's why she's there. Now a lot of them are funding their hormone costs through kind of like freelance prostitution.
Yeah.
Or sugaring. They're sugar daddying.
Sure.
A lot of them. Shit like that.
Why not? You can do it.
Yeah. They're mostly not real high income, and there are guys out there that will they can work out a deal, and they just need to get their shit. They need to get their fucking money to pay for the hormones.
Like, pay for their stuff, yeah.
Yeah. And things like breast implants. And they get silicone. So they get silicone asses and shit like that. And they don't do what you would call bottom surgery. They don't really lop it off. They're going to have a dick. This is how it is. Because they don't want to give that up.
Yeah, I'm kind of...
Because the sensation and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Well, and that surgery is kind of complicated.
It could kill you if it's done wrong. So they don't really have the money for that. But that's just not in the culture. In the Brazilian culture, probably to this day, I'll fucking ask my friends if the shit's probably still going on. The Brazilian culture of the day, they didn't have to.
Yeah.
Because they were kind of accepted as they were. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were successful with.
I mean, that was like
surgery.
pretty culturally.
It's more culture than anything.
It's kind of more culturally accepted in a weird way.
Well, here's another weird thing. From what I heard, the highest number of male to female transsexuals are in Iran. There's a shit ton of it.
I believe it.
It's because being gay there could get you killed.
Yeah.
All right. But the thing is being trans and becoming a woman. No, that's legal there. They'll help you do that.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I can
they don't
see
consider it gay.
Right. So people are like taking this like a loophole.
So it's a loophole. If you're a gay man in Iran, you're going to want to be a trans.
Yeah. That's kind of fucked up, but it's just kind of like, because some of them might not want to do that, but it's just like, well,
but they do it anyway.
I got to do it because
if you want guys,
I'm going to get my ass killed.
If you want to have sex with guys and you're a guy, the only way is if you're going to fucking become transsexual.
Yeah, I mean,
or at least some of the guys, because the other guys that are having sex with them, they might be gay.
Right.
But that's the only way they can get a guy.
Sure.
It might be. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
I only know one Iranian person right now. I can ask her.
Yeah.
She would probably know. I don't know. It'd probably be easier to ask a guy.
Yeah, maybe.
I got friends in Saudi Arabia, but the Persians and the Arabians don't really get along, no. and the cultures are different.
Yeah, big time.
So I don't know.
That's the thing, though. It's just kind of like, I don't know. I kind of went after you. I feel like.
Yeah. Well, that was a lot one of the things that I used to do is because I was always out there and very social. I mostly selected the ones that were interested in me.
Yeah.
If I wasn't getting any vibes, I didn't really worry about it. I wasn't really a pursuer type of pursuing some chick that wasn't giving me any energy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But now I do know that later on I found out that some of those girls fucking loved me to death. And like, why did you go out with her? You know, why didn't you? That kind of shit. Why didn't you get any signals from you? Found out later. Well, she knows which one I'm talking about, but that's not the only one. There are other ones that go back even into high school.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not giving the dude even any inkling of a signal, he's not going to fucking do anything, because then you're going to see it as fucking like unwarranted fucking aggression. You know what I mean? Where like, hey baby, you know.
Yeah.
I was just never really like that.
Well, and like I said, you didn't really need to do that.
No.
You weren't coming from a place of
Yeah,
desperation.
I never came from a place of need.
Right.
Came from a place of abundance.
Right. So it's like you never came across as like...
And the attitude of being in abundance made more abundance.
Yeah.
Because it's a positive sales technique, I guess. But I didn't really see it that way. It's just that was the synergy that happened.
Because you never had any problem
easy
getting women.
Easy.
And the fact that I kind of feel like a lot of dudes get into a spiral, like a downward spiral they kind of feel like I have to get a woman, or I have to like that
desperation. They start putting
pressure on themselves. That desperation like puts this stink off.
Yeah.
And most women will smell that and will like run a million miles away.
You have to kind of be indifferent, not care. But you have to have some shit about you, and then you attract them because you're doing your own thing and you're approachable.
Yeah.
And you have to have certain social dynamics that make you seem available, and that you're not desperate, and that you're just somebody that you can hang out with, and that, you know, somebody that you're kind of trustworthy.
Yeah.
Now, if you do have a little bit of fucking like edge to you, where there might be something about you that's might be a little bit bad, that's okay too, because some women will like that also. If there's certain things, they like a mixture of stuff.
Well, they like
a bad boy, but they like to be able to trust the guy at the same time.
It's not so much a bad boy. They like dudes that are interesting.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, some character. Here's another. Okay, here's some advice for any of you youngsters. Don't try to be the good guy. If you're a good, honest man, that's all you are. There's a shit ton of them.
But
there's a shit ton of them. There's got to be more than that. There's a shit ton of just regular, honest guys. You have to stand out in some way. And the women are going to go after dudes that fucking have character. And you have to have character to get character, I guess. But
well, like I said, be interesting.
Yeah, you have to be, which is the same as having character.
Yeah, be into something.
Yeah.
I don't care what it is, just something.
You'd almost be in some ways better off being a little bit of a dick than you would be like a super nice guy you push over, fucking kind of overweight and average, and you're just going to become invisible. It's just like there's a shit ton of women in my age group that are totally invisible. I don't even remember seeing them. Okay? There's nothing wrong with them. They don't stand out, so they're just invisible. And if you go on YouTube and talk and fucking look up what the problems of middle-aged women, most middle-aged women are fucking pissed off if they're single because they're invisible. Guys don't even notice them. It's because they don't know how to be a middle-aged woman. There's a way to be a middle-aged woman to get a lot of action, it's just that they're not doing it. To be a middle-aged woman, you're going to have to look sexy. That's the only way. If you don't look sexy, then you're going to be invisible. The only guys that'll see you are other people that you won't be interested in. It's just the law of the land. Jen's in her 50s. She's sexy. She gets attention from guys that are in their fucking 20s. All right?
Most of it unwanted, honestly. But sometimes it's cool.
But it's better than being totally ignored. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, Old Russell said once you hit 50, you disappear as a woman. I mean, honestly, I think once you hit 35, you disappear as a woman.
Yeah, that's also possible. I think it's once you reach...
Depending on what you look like.
I think once you reach a certain body fat percentage, you become invisible as a woman. some women can carry weight, but they tend to be young women who have a certain genetic propensity of being very curvy, busty, big ass. Now, as they age, they can't quite maintain that. They start to become a blob. Okay. The only way an older woman is going to end up be able to hold a shape like that is through surgery and hormones and implants. And there are women out there that will pay for that. Now, she will fucking look great. Go look up at what's one that kind of looks like that now? Who's in her 50s? Ryan Connor, porn star Ryan Connor. The new stuff. What she looks like now. She looks nothing like she looked in the 90s. She's been around for fucking ever. She looks great for a woman in her 50s. She's very curvy. That's not natural. She used to do steroids. She did fucking HGH, human growth hormone, which kind of fucked her nose up a little bit, but she fixed that. Big implants. So she went from having kind of an athletic build to a fucking kind of a nice thick build to she's curvy now, but she looked good. Older women can do it. It's just that it costs money, work, knowledge. None of them are natural. They're doing hormones. They're working out, which that's not natural. It's not natural to lift weights. Back in the 70s, they say that was cheating. You worked out? That's cheating. You eat high protein? That's cheating.
Naturally.
No, you do all that and then you take hormones too. I just went through a growth spurt. I fucking probably gained about 3 or 4 pounds of muscle and lost about 2 or 3 pounds of fat.
And here's the thing, though, like if you're gonna get
in my 50s,
if you're gonna get on people about,
yeah,
well, you should just look natural. I'm like, well, no one should shave or wear makeup.
Don't wipe your ass.
Deodorant or
wipe that's your natural. Ass or, being natural's not wiping your ass. Being natural's
covered
not,
with hair.
Yeah,
in a cave.
Don't cut your hair. What I mean? Yeah, don't wear makeup.
You know what I mean? It's like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah,
is what I'm saying.
All right.
It's just fucking. Old Restless says menopause does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
In my case, I feel like not so much.
No.
I didn't really have that much. I went through menopause probably, how long ago was it?
Probably 4 years ago.
It wasn't that long ago.
3 years?
I was going to say 2 or 3 years.
Menopause didn't change her because as soon as that shit happened, I started fucking injecting her with hormones.
And it wasn't really, like, I know some women, like, have a hard time with it. You know what I mean?
Didn't bother her that much.
Just like everything else, I am, like, unaffected by things. That's just my way.
Yeah.
So it's like when that happened, I was like, oh, was that it? Okay.
Yeah. Hormone.
I think I had 2 hot flashes, and I was like, oh, that kind of sucked. And then that was it.
Hormone replacement for postmenopausal women is kind of tricky. Doctors don't even know much about it. Most of it's happening in the gyms and in porn scene because that's the human trials fucking group. Okay,
we're just gonna see what happens.
I've read so many fucking medical studies on all this shit some of the studies go back into the fucking 70s. They're all full of shit. Medical studies are whatever the company wanted at the time because they're trying to sell some kind of product. The tests that they were doing, the studies they were doing, kind of sound scientific, but not really. All right, the dosages they're talking about are kind of wonky. How they're measuring it, they're not factoring in things like genetics. There's all kinds of. Doing what we do is more like an art form, not so much of a science, and it's trial and error. There's certain things I can take. There was no real results. Other things I took, I fucking took to it. Fucking, you grow. You start to develop. Same with Jen.
Most of the stuff I took didn't do anything.
Most of the shit, it didn't do anything to her.
Nothing.
And I went through the whole list of the fucking basics of what you start a woman off on, which is like shit like Anavar. You know? That didn't do anything.
Nope.
Next one was a little bit of Winstrol. Winstrol didn't do anything.
Changed my voice some.
A little bit, yeah. I liked Winstrol, but Winstrol only gave me fucking added endurance. But I never did anything as a standalone. When you're a guy, everything you do has to be run with testosterone as a base. Because you're replacing your own hormones with synthetic versions of hormones, and then you can sometimes put what you would call anabolic steroids on top of that, which is another form of testosterone. It's just testosterone with a bunch of androgenicity removed from it. Certain things in the damn fucking molecule have been rearranged, so your body kind of responds to them in different ways, the way it signals. It's very complicated. I studied it for years. The ones I ended up really settling on for me were testosterone, any of them. Propionate, cypionate, fucking enanthate. Enanthate kind of hurts at the injection spot, but they're all about the same. And then the nandrolones, or 19-nortestosterone. I fucking like NPP, which is nandrolone phenylpropionate, also known as durabolin. And then there was an improved version that came out called decadurabolin, which is the same thing, just longer half-life. But I like them both at the same time. Get more. So it's like, I like test. Maybe run two different, right now I'm running 2 different esters of testosterone. And then 2 different esters of 19-nortestosterone. NPP and Deca. It's just that I get it all in a fucking pre-mixed in one bottle. And it's at the proper ratios and everything. And because I got a good overseas supplier. All right. I do all black market shit from real good fucking... And I know good shit from bad shit because I've had the fucking US made shit too. And it was the same bullshit you can get on the black market. I know what it all supposed to feel like. And I'm in Florida, so Florida doesn't give a fuck about steroids or testosterone. You can go to any one of these fucking testosterone clinics, and they'll give you all of those, any steroid. So it depends on the state. This state doesn't care. If you want to fuck with that, you can. In other countries, it's over the counter.
Yeah.
So, fuck them. Fuck with the... And then if you talk to a general practitioner, they don't know what the... Like a doctor here in the U.S.,
they're not a specialist.
They don't know anything about what you're doing. They just get scared of it. All right? And they put a lot of fear into people about this shit. Oh, that's bad for you. Well, if you're a teenager and you run just a steroid, yeah, that's bad for you. You got to run shit in a fucking stack. You have to have testosterone in there, too. But you talk to an endocrinologist, and they'll know exactly what you're talking about. Like, oh, yeah, that... Because they take them, a lot of them. Endocrinologists take that shit. Yeah. Like a lot of doctors take drugs. If you know doctors, I know doctors, they take drugs. Because they can get them.
Old Restless says, you ever get any side effects like rage or testes shrink?
Okay, no. Because there's... Okay, here. This is what happens. If you inject... And I got video proof. Just watch the porn. My balls are fucking like a peach, man. Fucking, I got the balls of a teenager.
Yeah, you do. Right?
I do. Yeah. Well, before testosterone, when you get older, your fucking nuts start to fucking hang. The older you get, the fucking more they hang. You start injecting testosterone, and then the other things you have to take with that, they'll fucking come right back.
They come right back up.
They come right back up, and you're like a fucking teenager. If you inject if you inject testosterone, you must take a something called Clomid. That's a good one. It's cheap, and Clomid is like a hormone blocker. And this is what happens if you inject test, your system is going to see the testosterone in your bloodstream, and your nuts are going to say, "Well, I don't need to make test because I got plenty of it," so it stops making test. And over time, your nuts will get smaller because they're not working. If you take a Clomid will fucking be like a hormone blocker, and your system will not be able to see the testosterone that's in your system. So now your nuts are saying like, well, how much test do I have? I said, shit, I don't have any because it's been blinded, okay, by Clomid. So I need to make tests. So then your fucking nuts will start. So you not only you injecting test, you're making it.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Now another one.
Extra.
You're making, yeah. So you have extra. Now another. So that gets rid of all these problems about your nuts, change of shape. No, take Clomid.
Because that's never. I mean, I don't even remember your nuts being like super saggy or nothing like that. But it's like now they're just like.
Yeah.
They're just like perfectly.
Yeah, like a little peach hanging underneath a big old fucking cock.
Just looks like that.
There you go. And then like.
Just looks like that.
Nice and plump. So now another one, if you don't want to take Clomid, there's another one that sometimes I take that's even better, but it's a little more expensive. It's called oh shit, I wanted to say HGH. It's not HGH, but HCG.
Yeah.
And HCG is a pituitary gland stimulant. And it kind of does the same thing. In a way, it kind of does the same thing Clomid does. It just does it through a different pathway. It stimulates a pituitary gland. And that's the master gland. It tells all the other glands to work no matter what fucking the levels are. So it just kickstarts everything. And HCG is good too, because it's got all kinds of beneficial side effects. If you have any kind of heartburn or anything when you get older, all that shit goes away, because all your stomach acid's fucking banging and everything's working real well on HCG, which is almost time for me to do another few bottles of HCG, refreshing that. Now, if you inject any kind of steroid into yourself, your system will see that as testosterone, and it'll shut down. It'll shut down your own body's production. So now, instead of having testosterone, you got something in there like nandrolone, which is like testosterone, but it's not bioidentical. It can only do some of the functions of testosterone, but not all of them. So if you're injecting just a steroid, you're going to fuck yourself up. It might do things like grow muscle, but it's not doing all the basic fucking things that the cell needs, because there's no testosterone there. So what that side effect feels like is that you start getting really fucking sleepy and kind of like dull, mentally dull. You're like, oh man, something's wrong. And that's what happens to those high school kids back in the day who just inject some kind of random steroid. They don't know what it is. They'll fucking get a lot of muscle quickly, and then like a couple months later, they're like, oh man, I feel like shit. What the fuck's going on? And then they fucking stop taking it because they feel bad. Well, their system's shut down, and they're not making testosterone. And just because they stop taking that steroid doesn't mean testosterone comes back. That might be 6 months before the testosterone comes back.
You kind of have to know what you're doing.
You got to know what you're doing. And during that 6 months, without testosterone or low levels of testosterone, you're going to get fucking fat as fuck. And that's why those dudes were getting fucking jacked and then they're fat in high school. Because they didn't know how to take that shit back then. They were just... And they couldn't get their hands on any of that anyway. They might get their hands on...
They were just kind of winging it.
They were just like, hey...
They were trying to, like, get jacked really quick.
Yeah, Deca. Okay, yeah, I'll just
but
inject that.
But they didn't know...
You would never take that on
that you had to take some stuff to, like, counteract.
With it. Everything got to be balanced.
Yeah.
Hormone replacement is you replace... Your own body's hormones aren't good enough because you're too old, you're not making them. So you replaced them with synthetic alternatives. But they've got to be balanced. They're never a standalone. It's never one thing. It's a bunch of stuff that all has to work together. So you're now giving yourself a synthetic endocrine system. That's what you're doing. Just like, let's say you're a chick and you're born with fucking saggy ass, flat jack ass fucking B cups. All right? You're going to have to fucking do something about that. You don't want those. You want big old fucking triple G's. You're going to need implants. It's the same thing. You've replaced your boobs with something else, a synthetic boob. Fucking hormones and steroids are the same way. You've replaced your body's natural hormones with synthetic copies. And a lot of times the synthetic copy is improved. But you can't take them on their own. It's a mixture of a bunch of shit.
Yeah, you have to like...
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure, like, what am I on right now?
You're on a tad bit, like 15 milligrams of testosterone propionate, which is a fucking short ester testosterone, because you're also on nandrolone, 2 different kinds of nandrolone, which is 19-nortestosterone branch.
He keeps track of it, I don't.
Yeah, I know it. Which is decadurabolin and durabolin, NPP and deca. And a little bit of test, tiny amount of test. And only give you test every now and then, because the DECA and the NPP will suppress your body's natural testosterone production. So I don't want you to be low on test. You need that for basic cellular function.
Yeah.
So I'm giving you some every now and then, not all the time. Maybe every other week, give you like 10 milligrams of it. Now a male dose would be like 200 milligrams. Yeah. That's like be like a male dose of test. She's taking like 10. Women don't need that much, but they can take a lot of nandrolone. It's not as, it doesn't have the same androgenic properties, and that means that it doesn't make secondary sex characteristics as much as testosterone would. It's probably about 30% of what testosterone would do, maybe 25%. So you can give a lot of nandrolone, but you can't give a lot of testosterone to a woman.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really have that many, other than my voice deepening, which it has. But it's like, other than that, there's really not, I haven't had any really egregious side effects.
Well, there's been some sexual side effects.
Well,
A little bit more aggressive fucking stuff.
Yeah, but that's
you got
good,
a little
though.
bigger, and it looks great.
That's good, though.
Yeah.
I'm talking about negative side effects.
Yeah, there's nothing negative. The I would say, now I know people in the porn industry, kind of the semi-mainstream porn industry. He takes shit, and so did his wife. He kind of is the manager of his wife. And her name is Amy Quinn. All right. That's his wife's stage name. You can look her up. She's from here. She's just on the other side of Orlando. I talk to him all the time. According to them, probably 30% of the porn stars are on, female porn stars are on some kind of steroid. You know, if they're not on it all the time, they do it sometimes. If you see a woman that has an outstanding figure, she's on something. Yeah. Because to get that figure, you have to train. And if you're going to train, you're going to be in a gym, you're going to be around people that have all that stuff, and you're going to know more about it, and they take stuff. It might be a little bit of testosterone, and then mostly like things like primobolan or nandrolone. I'd give Jen primobolan, but I know Jen is not a very good responder. She responds to shit that's very strong. If it's not strong, she just doesn't respond to it. It's like it never happened.
Yeah.
And primobolan is like a real safe one. A lot of women take a lot of primobolan, but it's very expensive, and so it's very little bang for the buck. So I'd spend a fucking $1,000 on her over a period, and nothing would happen. I'm gonna show y'all what primobolan looks like in a woman.
Nothing would happen.
Okay.
Old Restless says, once you start going, you have to keep taking them forever.
Pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much.
I mean, you just have to, like, this is your life now. You just have to do that. It's not a big deal. It's just, it's pills or injections or whatever. Like I said, I take a couple of injections a week. We take, what's that shit we take?
We take clenbuterol.
Clenbuterol.
We take 6 pills of that fucking shit a day.
3 in the morning, 3 at night.
Yeah. And that's a really good fat burner. But clenbuterol is not a steroid. Clenbuterol,
it's like an asthma drug.
It's an asthma medicine that helps mobilize fat.
Yeah. But
it's the same as albuterol. It just has a longer half-life.
Yeah.
And it's a well understood drug, and it's safe. It has very good safety.
Ciarra Stick says, which one turns me into a rage monster?
Trenbolone. Don't fuck with Trenbolone. The only negative experience.
Taking it. I kind of feel like when people are talking about roid rage.
Yeah,
that's probably what they're talking about. Because, like, you've taken pretty much everything.
Yeah, I've taken everything.
And the only thing that made you a crazy person was that.
Yeah, Tren and Test together. All right. Hold on. Let's see. Okay.
This is what primobolan did to this. This is Carrie June. She's going to show, I think she's going to show a before and after here in a bit.
Hold on. Is she going to... Yeah. Hold on, let me find photographs instead of videos. Oh, no. Yeah, you kind of, when you're older, as soon as you start taking hormone replacement, you're going to want to be on that for the rest of your life. But the rest of my life's only 20-something years. That's easy. Because if you come off of it, you won't get the benefits of it. It's not a one-time thing. It's a constant thing. Just like saying if you're a chick and you want to have big ass titties, you're going to need implants, and they got to stay in there. If you take them out, they'll go away. Because when you get to be our age, your body doesn't make any of these hormones anymore. You have to inject them. That's a before and after. That's Carrie June. That's primobolan. That's what that'll do. Now, she works out, too. She's a fitness instructor. But, let me see if I can
But look at how good she looks in a dress. Okay. She's in her, I think, late 20s, early 30s.
Millionaire boyfriend. I think she is worth more than $1 million.
Actually, just from her fitness stuff that she sells. So, muscle on a woman looks very good.
Okay.
She's just kind of... She's shredded, too. Come on.
Okay. That's good.
So when you see stuff like this, that's not natural. She's on stuff. Look at that. Look at those legs. Jen's legs are getting like that. See how they bow out in the back? Remember I was telling you that, Jen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Jen's legs are starting to get a bit like that.
Now, could she do that at 50 naturally? Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no.
You made it all blurry.
You'd work out, and all that would happen is you get tired. You get tired, and then you'd probably get smaller because the body doesn't respond to training. Okay, that's all I'm gonna show her.
Okay.
Wait a minute, this is a great shot of her though. Well,
That's her as Chun-Li. Focus.
Well, you're the one doing that shit. I can't.
Yeah.
All right. I can't
Okay.
help you. I can't help you.
I don't understand what's wrong with that camera.
And look at how that is fucking up the light in here.
Yeah, well, I tried to fix it a long time ago, but
It's not doing it.
it's been fucked up since you did that.
Since
first
I
time.
did it.
Yeah.
She's blaming me that I fucking it
Well,
up.
you did. You messed
Okay,
it
hold
up.
on.
You messed it up. I already tried that. See?
All right.
All right, I'm going to the bathroom.
Wait,
Going to the bathroom.
maybe I could turn some of these lights off.
No, don't do that.
Yeah?
I don't know if it looks weird.
It's getting late, man. This show's running. This
No, I
show's
know.
running long.
Oh, by the way, do you have a thing where you can block people?
Block people.
Yeah.
Was there
Like
somebody in
on
there
your
blocking them?
Yeah, block that red pill boring person.
Okay. What's he doing? Is he talking bad?
I'll tell you in a minute.
Okay. We don't have any monitors in there? Moderators? Good. The fuck is happening? Yeah. Alright. Said you did a fake book review. All right. Okay, let's see what's going on. You're saying you did a fake book review? What the fuck's he talking about?
I mean, some people
Yeah.
need to get lives.
They need to get what?
Lives.
What's that?
Get lives, as in,
Mhm.
he's accusing me
Yeah.
of taking money from someone,
Yeah?
like some random ass author,
Huh?
because of some book review I did.
You
I
didn't
was
take
like,
money from
look,
everybody.
the dude sent me a free book.
Yeah.
And he's like, look, I know this isn't what you usually review, but will you read it?
Yeah.
I read it. I didn't love it.
Yeah.
And I was like, I did a review. I wanted to be diplomatic about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I try to be nice
Yeah.
because I'm not an asshole. But that's about it. I wish people would, like, fucking give me money to review their books.
Yeah, nobody's paid you to review
Nobody
it.
does. Nobody
That
does.
must have been him. Was that the
That
writer?
I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, he just sent me. He just sent me a book because I guess he saw my reviews or something like that, and he's like, I know this isn't what you usually review, and I was like, okay, whatever, and I'll read it, and I was like, okay. Like I said, I didn't love it, but it's like I'm gonna be diplomatic. I'm not gonna be a jerk about it because it's not really my genre.
Yeah.
But so I try to be nice, but you know what I mean.
One dude in there said, I like trans women so much I tried to turn you into a trans woman.
Well, that dude was commenting earlier. Like I said,
what an ass.
People like that, I usually just ignore because they're sad and they want attention. So I'm just kind of like, you know what? Oh my god! It's like how many times have I seen a comment on one of my videos? Is that a man or a woman? Yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're so clever.
She always looked like this, and she always looked like that.
Oh my gosh, I'm heartbroken that some loser stranger thinks I might be a man. That's funny. Oh no, I'm gonna kill myself now. Like, what the fuck? I was like, I don't.
That's funny.
But yeah, I don't understand these sad fucking people. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what that's all about. And I don't know why anyone would care that much because it's like the book that I reviewed, it's like I don't think anybody read that.
What's that?
Like the book that I reviewed, like I said, I just reviewed it because he sent it to me for free.
Yeah.
And he just sent me an ebook.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, whatever. Like I like free books. And I was like, so like a lot of authors do that. Sometimes I like the books, sometimes I don't. But I always try to be diplomatic about it because they sent me free shit. You know what I mean? I mean, I'm not gonna. Like I said, I try to be diplomatic. Sometimes I don't like them, but it's you know what I mean. But it's not my genre. Okay, it was very experimental fiction. You know, it wasn't what I would normally review. Yeah. So, like I said, I wish somebody would pay me to review their books, but
it never happens.
Literally, nobody ever has. Nobody ever has. Nobody has paid me to review anything.
Here's another thing. If somebody pays you to review a book, they almost fucking are paying you for a good review.
That's what I mean.
And that's you know. They've only sent her books before.
Because look, like I'm a nice person.
Yeah.
And like if you send me a free, like they don't send me like a free print book. I don't think anybody's ever done that. But well, no, a couple, like one author did, but that was because I gave a good review to one of his books that I bought. Yeah. And then he's like, hey, I'll send you the other ones in the series for free. But they were really good. I had liked those. But most people is like, I'll send you a free ebook, which doesn't cost anything. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's just a PDF. So they sent me that. And a lot of authors have done that. About 80% of the time, the books are good. Other 20% of the time, not so much. But like I said, I'm a nice person. I'm a writer also. So I try not to be a dick about it. But I do try to give constructive criticism.
Restless said that he claimed to have read it on your recommendation, but you didn't recommend it, did you? Did you?
I don't remember what I said on there. Okay. Like I said, I tried to be nice about it. I was like, look, this isn't what I would normally read. It's a little bit weird. I'm not super into it. Like, I don't know. I don't remember what I said on the shit. I was trying to be nice. But
well, he's basically put in time out. He can't you can watch the show, but nobody's gonna see what you say.
Well, here's the thing. People like that
act an ass too much.
Like
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Of this book that is like probably nobody but me and 5 other people have read. Okay. Getting this butthurt about it, I don't understand.
He's probably the author.
I don't understand.
Maybe he's the author.
Please find another hobby. Please find some meaning in your life. Because this is just pitiful. Yeah. It's just pitiful.
Yeah.
So yeah. And Justice for Me said, your reviews have always been honest and forthright. Well, thank you very much. Like I said, I try to be nice because I'm an author also. And on occasion, it has happened where I've read a book where I was like, wow, this is, honestly, if I really hate it, I won't even review it. Because I'm just like, look, I'm just going to tear this book a new asshole, and I don't want to make anybody feel bad. Because some people might like it. I don't know.
Add on the P-do. Add on the P-do woo. You're not blocked. You're not blocked. That shit was funny. I think that might be Murder Hornet anyway.
No, he came on as like another.
Was young?
I don't know. Unless he's changing his shit like midstream.
P-do woo.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But yeah, it's just kind of like Full Metal Nosferatu says, Jenny, there was a channel called Rotted Reviews recently ended. And the host, Mike, was given a ton of cash on Patreon, I believe, and the only reason was to do positive reviews for Amityville Part 50-something. He refunded the director. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I just review books and movies. Honestly, most of the reviews that I do are just books that I picked at random, like on Kindle Unlimited. Like, that I just thought, I was like, oh, that looks good. Every now and then, like, an author will send me some stuff, like an indie author. And like I said, sometimes it's good, sometimes not. But I try not to be... If it's an indie author that sent me the stuff for free, I feel like an obligation not to be too much of a dick. But sometimes I don't like them, you know, so I have to kind of say what my criticism is. But I'm not going to be, you know, a total cunt about it. But all the movie reviews and stuff like that, nobody has literally ever... I know there's, like, this weird thing where... I don't know. There's, like, some weird contingent of, like, people that are just, like, every time you give a good review to a movie, they think that somebody paid you. I'm just like, I wish. I wish people would fucking pay me. Like, if I liked a movie, I say that I liked it. If I didn't like it, I also say that I didn't like it, and I say why I didn't like it.
It's the same thing in the gun scene.
I don't... Like, no one gives me money for anything.
Yeah.
I wish people gave me money, but they don't. Nobody does. So, I just say what my opinion is.
Yeah.
Sorry if you don't like it. Sorry if that messes up your whole entire life. Evidently, because you seem like really, really emotional about this. So, I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. But...
It's all good.
Goodness.
I ain't worried about it.
Dudes are so sensitive.
I ain't worried about it. Might be a woman. You don't know. Anything could be anything.
Whoever you are, you're very sensitive. You're getting very invested in something that really does not matter. But,
Stick says it's the glasses. Stick says it's the glasses. I don't know what he meant by the glasses.
What, they made me look smarter?
It must be.
Okay. Senor Stick sent us a super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Stick.
Thank you very much. Amityville 50. Is
it
really Amityville 50 or isn't it like 20? How many Amityville movies have there been? Aren't there like... I thought there were 19, but I could be wrong. They're not all... They're not... It's not like a whole series or anything like that. There's just people like putting that fucking shit. Okay, Full Metal Nosferatu said Rotted Reviews was covering the Amityville movies, but the bribe was the straw that killed the camel's back. Video game reviewers got the same crap, always accused of being bribed. Yeah, it's just kind of like I said, I don't know, man.
Full Metal Nosferatu says, Jenny, my fiance started reading your book. You said that already?
No, I didn't, but it was
Full
up
Metal
here.
Nosferatu says, my fiance started reading your book. When last looked, she was halfway through it. Pretty soon.
Okay, well, let me know. Like I said, just if she doesn't like it, tell me. Give me an honest review of it, because I'm interested to know.
All right, old Wrestler's is asking about roid rage. Okay, he says, do people get roid rage because they're taking them wrong? No. Could be several things. Trying to think of what would be a good way to start talking about it or start explaining it. Whenever you take a new compound or raise the dosage on any kind of fucking steroid or testosterone that you're taking, sometimes it'll make you irritable, make you kind of short-tempered and quick with people. With most of them that are out there, it's minor for most of them. Now, this is my own personal experience. It may be different for other people. In my personal experience, the side effects are kind of minor on most of them, except tren. It could be that with a young teenage guy who already has a high testosterone level, injects a bunch of testosterone, it hits him, and he might start acting crazy. Okay. Now, what tends to happen is the body starts to get used to that high testosterone level, and it starts to equalize, and he starts to get a resistance to it or a tolerance to it. So his emotions start coming back down, and you kind of like for me, you know, my normal testosterone range now is fucking higher than a human, and I take that like it's nothing. But I built up a resistance to it now. Because I'm older, it takes more. A younger guy would have a harder time taking what I take. He'd have a bunch of side effects. Injecting what I inject, his body is strong enough to try to fight it, and it would try to balance it out hormonally by making a bunch of fucking estrogen and progesterone. Because when you're young and your endocrine system is healthy, it tries to maintain a balance that it was programmed with. So if you put a bunch of tests in there, it goes, shit, the balance is off. I got to make a bunch of this other shit to balance it back out. So some of the stuff that guys take is for younger guys to combat that. Now, really the only side effect that young guys have to worry about is something called gynecomastia, which means that they're producing so much progesterone that they fucking start growing tits. Yeah. And they'll even start to lactate if it goes too long.
Hot.
Right. And probably I don't know if it tastes good or not. We gotta make a video on that. But here's the deal.
Let's find out.
Yeah. But here's the deal. Once a guy's fucking older, my body, my endocrine system isn't strong enough to fight shit. I just inject shit and there's no side effects. It just goes, okay. Because I can't produce much testosterone, I can't produce much fucking progesterone or estrogen. That's why old people look old. That's why they look that way. They're just drying and shriveling up and crushing up. They're not shuffling around. They're not making any
in their crocs.
Yeah, there's no hormones in there to do any signaling to tell cells to work or to build or anything like that. None of that's there. That's why they're dying. Aging is dying. It's a wasting disease. Steroids. All steroids, pretty much, can combat wasting diseases. So that means it can help fight age. True. They're never going to tell you that because they're going to make all kinds of money off you with your diabetes and your dick pills and shit like that. They want you in a condition to where they can make money off of you. And if everybody was all juiced up, shit, the prices would go through the fucking roof. All the rich people wouldn't be able to get their fucking testosterone because all dudes like fucking. Look at Jeff Bezos. You think Jeff Bezos isn't jacked? Jeff Bezos is on test in his fucking fitness trainer girlfriend. And he's one of the richest men in the world. But the younger rich people know about it. Because they understand how technology works. So, it scares a lot of people. I'm scared, man. I'm just putting a needle in me. Oh my God, side effects. Oh shit, my heart. Oh, my prostate. Man, fuck you, your heart, and your fucking prostate. You're an old man. You're going to die. Your life expectancy is like 70, 75 maybe. Well, shit, that's only 25, 30 years away from me. Fucking shit. If I die a couple years early, I'll give that up if it increases my fucking quality of life. I don't give a fuck. I volunteered to fucking do infantry combat and warfare at fucking 20. Going off to the first Gulf War. All right? They sent me Korea instead, but I thought I was going to the first Gulf War. So I didn't think I'd really survive that. So this is all fucking free to me. I'm not a coward. I'm not afraid of shit. I'll try it and say, yeah, that works. And I'll read and fucking learn about how it works. And everything they tell you is pretty much a lie. It does not affect your prostate. There's no test that ever said that testosterone makes your prostate. The prostate stays about what it is no matter what your testosterone or steroid level. That's something that was made up, some study, there's so many fucking studies out there and they'll all conflict with each other because the medical industry is corrupt. And they're doing those studies to sell something or to get permission to make something. So you can't trust them. They're doctors. Why would you trust a doctor? A doctor is like a lawyer. They're trying to make money. They're not trying to heal people. That's not what they do. They make money. They got to pay those fucking college debt. And they're working for corporations that need these drugs. They're making all kinds of money off these drugs.
Also, Papa says milk Tom's tits. LOL.
I don't even come close to gynecomastia. See, if I was in my 20s taking what I would take, I'd have to take all kinds of hormone blockers. Estrogen blockers, probably progesterone type blockers, but I don't react by making testosterone or progesterone to try to equal this out. My system isn't strong enough. You only take that shit if you have signs or symptoms of a hormonal imbalance, and I don't have it. I never didn't grow any bitch tits, no sensitive nipples, really, you know.
He's like, feeling.
You know, there's just no
goodness.
sign of it.
Oh my goodness.
I can inject anything, and my body just goes, okay, we'll do that.
That's kind of like not like me, because I put stuff in my body. My
Nothing
body's
happens,
like, okay,
right?
and nothing happens.
Yeah.
Nothing happens. No matter what I put in there.
Yeah.
It's weird. I've always been like that. Like I said,
Yeah.
I don't know what my problem is.
She only responds to fucking strong stuff and at pretty high doses.
I kind of feel like I'm maybe not from Earth.
No, they have people that are called low responders and non-responders.
Okay, well that's me then.
When you're talking about hormones and steroids and shit like that, which is a steroid is just a synthetic hormone or a modified synthetic hormone. It's all modified testosterone, really, most of it. Some people, if you inject that into them, there won't be any response at all. Sometimes you inject a person and the response is just like bad. They get sick. Jen's just kind of a low responder.
Yeah,
she responds,
I had like nothing happen.
She responds, but it takes a higher than normal dose.
It's not like noticeable.
Yeah.
I don't notice feeling any different. I don't look any different.
If you look at all the guys that made it to like Olympia or Mr. America or Mr. Universe, guys that got really fucking big and muscular, they fucking hyper respond to steroids. They're genetically built for that. The ones that didn't make it. You're only seeing the ones that actually had with the genetics that you need to fucking look that way with what they were taking. So it's kind of a selection bias. Just because that motherfucker looks that way because he injected it doesn't mean you will. You can inject it and nothing will happen.
Yeah, because everyone's different.
Everybody's different.
Yeah, and you're not really entirely sure.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they do studies on stuff, but they can only go by statistics.
Yeah.
So there's no telling where you're going to fall on that statistical bell curve, you know what I mean?
I could put you on Arnold Schwarzenegger's training regimen and his steroids, and chances are you'd probably get smaller, you'd get real sick. Okay? That motherfucker worked harder than any other bodybuilder that was kind of recorded. Other bodybuilders tried to keep up with him, and they got smaller instead of bigger. That motherfucker worked out almost every day. He was on a shit ton of stuff. Okay, for a while. He got really big. Other dudes got almost that big by doing less, because they're just genetics the way they were. They sat around just fucking... They worked out a little bit, but not as much as Arnold. Maybe a couple times a week. They did a lot of steroids, maybe the same amount or less than Arnold. Then they ate a lot. But the way their bodies worked, they just got bigger. They just grew. Because their genetics was set up that he didn't have to work out. So it's not all the same. Not everybody's the same. Me, at the beginning I had to work out quite a bit. Now I notice I can get bigger by working out less. I spend most of the time just healing. I'll go in there and I'll power lift. I'll lift 3 times. 3 bench presses of like 310 pounds. That's it. 310 pounds over and over again. 3 times. And then heal up for about 3 or 4 days and get bigger. I couldn't do that before. Couldn't lift enough weight. But now I'm strong enough to lift that amount of weight. So there's more. There's a synergy. And you're constantly changing it up. Sometimes just volume, lighten the weight and increase the volume. But I was lightening the weight and increasing the volume and not getting any bigger, staying about the same. So I said, fuck it, I'm going to just power lift. Make it heavy, so I can only do 1 at a time. And then rest, and then do another 1. And then do another 1. And then, oh man. And then sit around for the next 3 days growing. You know?
Yeah, well. Senor Stick says, Tom, can you beat Dave Bautista in arm wrestling?
No, but
in the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, well, nowadays I probably could. He lost a lot of fucking muscle. He's small now.
But I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy. That was
when he was
a few years back.
You have to understand, Batista's big, man. He's like 6'4". He's huge. All right.
Yeah, he's like twice my size.
Yeah, he's fucking. I'm only fucking 5'6". I barely weigh 200 pounds. That dude's fucking gotta be fucking what? 250? Maybe.
I have no idea.
260, something like that. He's fucking big. I mean, you guys can look it up. I haven't really looked at what his specs are, but he's fucking big. He would smash me. He'd fucking tear me out of the fucking frame. 50 pounds of muscle is a lot of fucking muscle.
I mean, he's a big dude.
Big dude, too, yeah. He had to lose all that weight, though, because your heart is only so big. And it never really evolved to power a body that size. And it's all muscle, it's not fat.
And it doesn't matter if it's muscle or fat.
Yeah. Well, no, it's worse if it's muscle.
It's actually worse.
It's more stress on the heart if it's muscle than it is fat. The 300-pound fat man his heart is in better shape than a 300-pound muscle man. Because you got to push all that blood through all those fucking blood vessels.
Well, muscle is like denser.
Yeah, and the human never evolved. The human heart didn't evolve to power a body that big. The more you pass 200 pounds, the bigger the risk is. And I'll never pass 200 pounds. I'll max out at about 200. And I'm at fucking right now 187, but I've been as high as 197. And I could fucking lose fucking 10 pounds of weight nowadays in a few weeks. A lot of it water. Depends on what I'm taking. You can't really see it on me, though. You can't see the difference. I actually look better when I'm lighter. I get more cut looking.
Full Metal Nosferatu says, Tom, have you ever seen the bodybuilder Greg Valentino, whose biceps exploded?
I've heard of it.
Now he's a real-life Popeye.
Yeah, I've heard it. That's not the Russian guy who injected all that shit. That was... Yeah, I might be getting confused. There was a couple different exploding arm things that I heard about. There's also guys that, it happens all the time. They're lifting and they'll break a bone, break an arm bone, or have a fucking pectoral muscle rip off of their fucking chest, and it fucking ends up over here and shit. Fucking. That's why when you're doing maximum lifts, you gotta really be careful. I don't really want to lift that heavy that soon. But those dudes, the dudes that do that, man, they're fucking lifting over 400 pounds, way over 400 pounds. So I'm not really in the league where I have to worry about tearing my own body apart. Those guys are heavyweights and they're fucking lifting a lot more. I'm not trying to get that big. I'm just trying, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to go to fucking Olympia or anything. I'm pretty good with the size that I'm at now. Now I just want to enhance the shapes and shit. Shape, endurance, fucking, make it look a little drier, a little more lean. I'm not going to get much bigger than this. I don't want it. It starts to become a problem. And you don't look good in clothes. You look good without clothes, but you don't look good in clothes when you get real fucking top heavy. Just like a girl that gets huge implants, you put her in normal clothes, she just looks fat.
Yeah.
You put her in something skimpy, some slut clothes, she looks great. Because you can see the shapes now. But if I were to wear a suit, I'd probably look like Gumby. Big fucking shoulder pads and shit. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be that bad.
Yeah, I'm not that bad yet, bro.
I don't think it would be that bad.
Yeah.
All right, so it's almost midnight.
Yeah, let's go and shut it down.
So I feel like we should probably. Yeah. It was a fun show tonight, though.
Yeah.
I had a good time.
I know.
Yeah. I had a good time.
The synthol guys, yeah, synthol. Yeah. That synthol, that's fake as shit. They're just injecting fucking oil into there to try to get. But they had that Russian kid that was injecting that shit into his arm. He looked like he looked stupid as fuck. He looked like Popeye, and he's obviously not strong. And he was getting famous off that. He's a fucking very beta, kind of skinny, regular, and he's just injecting shit, and he's getting these fake-looking arms. And then going to wrestling matches. They're kind of making fun of him on TV and shit.
Aw.
And I'm like, with all the effort he did with that synthol and shit, if he just lifted, he probably would have got pretty big. It doesn't take that long. I mean, I got this big with 5 years. And it's not natural. I had assistance, but I had to lift all that weight.
Well, people don't want to have to do stuff.
Yeah. Now, if I was in my 20s, I would have progressed about this in about 4 years. but I'd had a higher testosterone level in my 20s. But you don't have it when you're older, so you can't progress. I worked out the first year natural, got about 8 months into it, and Jenny remembers I'd be sitting around going, oh!
He was just tired all the time. He was just tired and sore.
Couldn't roll over, because you can't heal up from any of the shit that you do. So you don't get any bigger, not in any time. You just don't, the androgens are just not there, the hormones aren't there.
Yeah.
You're an old man. And I used to have creaky fucking joints and shit. All that's gone. It's because of hormone depletion. You're just not enough to you. You're dying.
Yeah, old Restless said it doesn't take long, just 4 years. Doesn't take long, just 4 years. Well, at our age, 4 years is not a long time.
Yeah, 4 years is okay. Look,
it rushes by.
The dudes that I fucking the guys that I look at, they're going like, yeah, man, I'm fucking sorry. They're at like year 10.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? And they're young. They're in their 30s to 40s, but they've been doing it for 10 years. In another 5 years, as long as everything goes good and I don't fucking have some kind of weird disease, I'll look fucking awesome in another 5 years. I'll be real lean.
And here's the thing, like, me and you have been together for 13, 14 years, and that seems like yesterday.
Yeah. Knowing what I know now, I should have started doing this shit at about 35, 40. It would have been a lot better on me. I wouldn't have had to have like fucking 7 or 8 years, 6, 7, 8 years of decline, physical decline. I wouldn't have experienced that. But then maybe experiencing that was a good thing for me, though, to know that there's a difference.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, it was shitty at the time, but it's like, it taught you something.
Yeah.
So it was...
That you do get older.
Yeah.
And that you do start to fall apart.
So it was like, valuable experience.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Now I know that if I stop, I'll just go back to where I was. I'll just start falling apart.
Yeah, and you don't want to do that.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah, so you have an incentive now.
Right.
That's all it is. All right, so we're going to wrap it up for the evening because it's almost midnight where we are.
Yeah.
So thanks, everybody, for hanging out with us on this Friday night. This was like a super fun show. Like I said, Friday night is always my favorite. So we will do a movie review on Monday night. We're not sure. We might go see Wolfman over the weekend. If not, we might do this Donald Pleasance movie that someone recommended at the very beginning of the thread. So, Devonsville Terror. So we'll see how it goes, how the weekend goes. We never know. So hopefully you guys can join us again for the movie review on Monday night. Thanks again for all your super chats and for all the good discussion. We will see you guys again on Monday night.